He was just a broke delivery guy, living paycheck to paycheck. Then one order said, "Deliver to Olympus." No joke. Now he basically makes deliveries for the gods, and every delivery is a boss fight. No chosen one energy. Just grind, gear upgrades, and insane hazard pay. Monsters, dungeons, divine customers with zero patience. Welcome to the best and worst job application in history. Let's go. One ordinary day, in an ordinary building, an ordinary courier named Lee Hudgen was working, carrying his order up the stairs all the way to the 28th floor. He was out of breath from exhaustion, all because the elevator was out of order and the client hadn't warned him about it. He rang the doorbell, and a disgruntled woman stuck her head out of the apartment, asking how much longer she had to wait. He stared at her in confusion, and she snatched the package from his hands, saying that the restaurant was actually across the street. She wasn't going to pay for delivery when it took him so long to get here. He indignantly pointed to the elevator, saying it was out of order, but she ignored him and opened the package, exclaiming that he was making fun of her. Everything had cooled down. She knew it. Delivery had been working haphazardly lately. Her words made him seethe with rage, and then he shouted, "Then why doesn't she get her fat body off the couch and go get food herself?" He wanted to say that, but alas, he couldn't. Instead, he apologized to her, and she just slammed the door loudly, and he mentally told himself to take a deep breath. If she complained about him, his right to accept orders would be revoked for several days. He glanced at the stairs he still had to descend, and thought, what else could he do? It was his own fault that he was a beggar. After descending, he got on his scooter and went back to work. On the way, he came across a gate. Several years ago, such gates began opening all over the world. They lead to dungeons teeming with monsters, and this is a threat that cannot be countered by human efforts. And then the gods, whom they call mythical, chose several representatives of the human race and endowed them with incredible power. These chosen few took it upon themselves to fight monsters, and they were known throughout the world as hunters. But for ordinary people like him, all this otherworldly stuff was nothing more than a constant headache. He cursed, as it would now take him forever to drive around the fenced area. And at that very moment, his boss called and started scolding him for something he said to a customer. They had just received a call from a restaurant, and they had canceled their services in favor of another delivery company, all because he was rude to a customer. He had enough problems without him. This news made Hudgen feel sick. He knew what would follow. His boss said that he would be blocked from ordering for a week, and he wanted to object, but his boss sent him a photo review of that same nasty woman. She had pointedly thrown all the food down the toilet, taken a photo, and written that she lived across the street from the restaurant, and the delivery took over half an hour. The teokbokki was cold, all the other snacks were soggy. She had to flush it all down the toilet. He got nervous and told his boss he'd explain everything, but he'd already hung up and grabbed his head with a loud scream. He had to pay rent next week, and it looked like he'd have to work as a loader the whole time. Why hadn't the mythical gods chosen him and given him a gift like those hunters? If he'd been a hunter, everything would have been fine. He was very upset and decided to go home, but suddenly the sound of a harp came from his phone, and he checked it, discovering he'd received a notification for a new delivery order. But the delivery app was completely different. He'd never seen anything like it, and he was also confused by the notification. He decided to look it up, and immediately afterward he was transported to another dimension. When he opened his eyes, he saw Pegasi flying across the sky, and ahead of him was a huge snow-white palace, the lower part of which was hidden in the clouds. He began to look around in shock, wondering where he was. Was this a dream? Or had the gods chosen him? Realizing this, he burst into tears of happiness and thought that he would finally be able to escape the slums and no longer work as a courier. But everything was not so simple. Even the gods had made him a courier. Glancing at his phone, he found an offer for a delivery order. He needed to deliver 1 bottle of nectar to a designated point. At first, he was a little confused and decided to accept the order out of curiosity, after which the golden gates opened before him, and he entered the palace grounds. He stopped and thought, according to the map, it is here. It is simply incredible here. So this is the abode of the gods? He walked to the entrance of the palace, admiring the local beauty along the way, then glanced at the huge door in front of him and thought, should he pick up the order here? He nervously knocked on the door and thought that if he met one of the mythical gods, then he might have a chance to become a hunter. After that, the door opened, and a very beautiful goddess, Hebe, appeared on the threshold, and MC smiled awkwardly, greeting her. Realizing that he was a human, she was very surprised and asked what a mortal was doing on Olympus. Let him explain right now how he managed to get here. He became agitated and told her that he would like to know himself. He had a strange app and an order in it. He showed it to her, and she thought for a second, after which she called Hermes a fool. Since there was nothing else to do, she sighed heavily and told him to wait a little. Usually people are not allowed to touch such things. After that, she handed him the nectar and said that, in all likelihood, her brother would make a scandal if he did not deliver it to him on time. So let him bring it to him as soon as possible, and let him not even think about drinking it, not a single drop. Her warning made him even more nervous, and at last, she showed him that she was watching him, and then loudly closed the door. After that, he clenched his teeth in displeasure and mentally exclaimed, what the hell is going on? He thought he would no longer be a courier, but even from God he received suspicion and a warning not to touch their food. It looks like apple juice. Maybe he should just throw it away? He walked up to his scooter and thought that she said that this needs to be delivered to her brother. So, he is a god too? Well, if so, then maybe he will agree to become his heavenly patron. He set off for the final destination with the thought that this is the last delivery in his life. That's how he reached the lands where everything around was on fire, and the navigator informed him that he was approaching his destination. In the middle of a lava lake, he saw a house, after which he went to the door and told God that an order had arrived for him. He caught his breath, wondering how many flights of stairs he had climbed today, after which he went inside and was immediately hit in the face by heat, like in a sauna. He wondered where the heat was coming from, and heard the loud, measured sound of a hammer hitting steel. In the center of the room, a god stood near a brazier, forging weapons. Seeing the uninvited guest, he asked who he was, and he waved his hand excitedly, telling him not to think he was some kind of thief. He had a delivery for him. The god approached him threateningly, then smiled sweetly and said that his sister must have sent him. Hajin immediately imagined them together and thought, are they brother and sister? But they look nothing alike. Maybe they are not related? The god noted with a smile that he was not Hermes. He immediately took out his weapon and asked how a mortal got here. MC became worried and asked him to wait. His sister asked him to deliver this bottle to him as soon as possible. Seeing this, the god was slightly surprised and asked, did he really deliver this to him without taking a sip? He confirmed this, adding that he was not some petty thief who drinks other people's orders. He handed him the bottle and told him to take it already, after which the man laughed very loudly and told him to just look at himself. He is such a good boy. One sip of nectar would make him a god. He finds it hard to believe that he almost gave in. After his words, Hajin looked at the bottle in shock and thought, is he saying that this liquid, reminiscent of apple juice, is capable of making a god out of him? Finally, in his hands is what will help him say goodbye to the life of a delivery man forever. He was already reaching out to drink it, but the god snatched it from his hands, and he excitedly asked him to wait. Can he at least have one sip? The man ignored him and drank it all in one gulp, after which he broke the bottle and said that he loves to drain them in one sitting. How long has it been since he drank such refreshing nectar? He seemed to have delivered it without the slightest delay. He shook his hand and said that he liked him. His name was Hephaestus. MC introduced himself in return, but he slightly misheard it and called him something else, adding that he had a very interesting name, and he was grateful to him for his work. Hajin wanted to correct him, but he ignored him and said with a smile that he had refreshed himself with nectar. Now it was time for him to get back to work. He wished him a good journey and said goodbye to him, but MC grabbed him by the shoulder and asked him to wait. Hephaestus turned to him in confusion, and he, smiling nervously, said that he hadn't actually paid him. He wasn't in the mood to leave empty-handed, so he didn't even fear God. Hephaestus looked at him perplexedly and asked, do you mean payment for his delivery? But he should have received it by now. He returned to the anvil laughing and wondered what it meant. He decided to immediately check it in the delivery app, after which a bright light illuminated him. Sometime later, he was already home, and lying on his bed, he looked at his points that he had earned after the delivery, and thought that this was definitely not a dream. He was enveloped in this blinding light once again, and then he returned to Earth again. That's why he initially thought it was a dream. However, the notification did not go away. He jumped out of bed, exclaiming that he didn't even know where to spend these points. Was it really impossible to pay with money? He was so close to the gods, and this is all he got. Was he really asking for too much? It would have cost him nothing to become the strongest S-rank hunter in the world. And then a new system notification appeared in front of him. He could exchange points for goods in the store. He immediately went to the store to buy something urgently, and he was offered several goods: a golden apple, an axe, a lead and gold arrow, and a scooter. He thought he didn't need any of it. And what kind of scooter is this? Why is it so expensive? He scrolled through the entire list of goods and noticed that there was no hunting equipment. But even if he got it, he wouldn't survive in the dungeon. It was all in vain. He would never become a hunter. And then something interesting caught his eye. It turned out you could buy money with points. 1 point was worth 10,000 won. He tried to buy it, and then a 10,000 won bill appeared in the air, and it fell at his feet. He took it in confusion, glanced at his balance, and saw that the number of points had decreased by 1. He looked at the money again in shock, then turned his gaze to the system window and clicked the buy button several times, causing money to begin raining down from the sky. His face broke into a smile. He grabbed the money and started throwing it around, shouting that this was a reward. Could he really be sleeping? A new day had dawned. He went to a restaurant for breakfast, and as soon as he tried the noodles there, he exclaimed that it was so delicious. It turned out that the conversion to real money really works. He even checked one of the bills in the ATM. It was real money. He had 800 points left in his account, which is 10 million won, and this is just for one delivery. He put the dumpling in his mouth and cried with happiness, which made the waiter nervous and asked if his dish was okay. After that, he laughed out loud and wondered what he would do with this money now. At that moment, the news started on TV. The best hunter guild in the country, Youngwon, announced the signing of a contract with Lim Hyun-sung. With a new member, the guild is ready for another raid into Tartarus, one of the most feared and dangerous dungeons. Its patron saint is rumored to be the Olympian god Hephaestus. Hujin was surprised by this and, remembering the man, thought that he didn't care. For him, Hephaestus was the best customer in the world. Having eaten his fill, he left the restaurant and immediately received a notification with the sound of a harp on his phone. He immediately realized it was a new order. He had a premonition. It was good that he arrived on a scooter. He saddled his iron horse, put on his helmet, and set off to fulfill the new order, even though he swore he would never be a courier again. A bright flash blinded his eyes. When he opened them, he saw that he was in some kind of colorful garden. He checked the app to see what he was delivering this time, but he was distracted by a woman's voice asking, "His name is Hajin, right?" She was pleased to meet him. She was Demeter. He immediately bowed to her in greeting, and she said that her nephew had told her that he was a delivery man. He asked who her nephew was, and she told him that it was Hephaestus. He already knew him. MC imagined them all together and thought, what a wonderful family. They were completely different from each other. The goddess smiled and said that her nephew had told her that he had delivered him nectar very quickly. It seemed that he could be trusted, so she wanted him to deliver something for her. He laughed and happily said that she was not mistaken. He would deliver anything she wanted. She could rely on him. He thought that if it was something like the last order, then it was easy money. She would probably give him some kind of magic wreath. She smiled and told him to wait a minute, after which a glow appeared between her hands, and then a small box. She asked him to take it to her daughter. It was a pity that she couldn't do it herself. However, they, the gods, cannot leave their abodes without serious reasons. He took the box, thinking that he would deliver it very quickly, and answered her with a smile that he would do everything. Immediately after that, her face became upset, and the garden withered, reflecting her emotional state. She briefly thanked him and left, and he began to look around nervously, not understanding what had happened. He looked after her with concern and wondered why everything had suddenly become so gloomy. Something had gone wrong? What if it wasn't an empty lunchbox? What if it was a bomb? However, what difference did it make to him? The main thing was that he got paid. She said that it was for her daughter, then there was nothing dangerous in it. He returned to his scooter and checked the delivery address, immediately after which a blinding light struck his eyes, and he returned to Earth. This worried him. He checked the delivery app. It indicated that he needed to go to Sinchon Station, but he was currently on Noryangjin. This confused him greatly. Did Demeter's daughter really live in South Korea? He remembered that she said that gods are not allowed to leave their abode, and he wondered what her daughter was doing in Korea. He decided to find out everything on the spot and set off, after which he thought with a smile that he had never been so excited about an order. Now he wondered how much they would pay him this time. Very soon he reached his destination, but what he saw greatly shocked him. He exclaimed that this could not be. If he had known this, he would not have accepted the order. The navigator indicated that he needed to come straight through the most dangerous gate, which meant that her daughter was there. It's not for nothing that this dungeon is called the Hunter's Grave. Even the best perish there. No one knows what lurks in the depths of this dungeon. He hastened to console himself, wondering why did he think she was in the depths of the dungeon? Maybe she was waiting for him at the entrance. The system notified him that the destination had been updated. Now he had a map, and the final point, as luck would have it, was located in the depths of the dungeon. He exclaimed that they were kidding. He was not going there. He would never set foot there. He would cancel the order right now. But it turned out that the fine print in the app mentioned divine punishment for canceling the order. It's good that he noticed it. He needed to deliver the order in 42 minutes. Divine punishment consisted of turning the offender into a pig while maintaining his sanity. He became very angry and exclaimed, "What kind of idiotic punishment is this?" He was very upset and thought that he was finished. Why did he accept this order without even reading the terms and conditions? But how could he have foreseen this? He decided to suffer later and think about how to get past security, even though he didn't even have a hunter's license. And right then, tonkatsu, fried bacon, and pork soup started coming to mind. The system gave him a hint. When he needed help, he should look in the store. He might find products there that would help him. He thought, so what if he can't buy anything? Wait, what if he cashed in his points and hired a couple of hunters? When he opened the store, he saw a replica of Hades' invisibility helmet at the very top of the product list, on sale for only 800 points. It's a replica of the invisibility helmet of Hades, the king of the underworld, an artifact that completely conceals the wearer's presence. The effect lasts 30 minutes. It can be used twice. He rubbed his chin in confusion and thought that this was exactly what he needed right now. And this is a so-called discount? It's a scam. Once he completes this order, he won't take on any more. After that, he bought himself an invisibility helmet, and it immediately appeared in the air. It fell and hit the scooter's handlebars, bouncing off to the side, and then fell to the floor. and Hajun ran to it in horror, screaming that it was his 8 million. After that, he picked it up, examined it for damage, and then put it on. The system told him that there were 28 minutes left until the effect ends. He immediately got on the scooter and sped past the guards straight to the gate, causing one of them to sneeze loudly and say that the wind had started blowing. His partner told him not to pay attention to the wind. Youngwon would soon arrive here for a raid. MC, meanwhile, froze right in front of the gate, not daring to go through it. He nervously clenched his teeth and thought, who would think of eating lunch in a place like this? He stepped on the gas and stepped through the gate, finding himself in another dimension. Hajun, 20s, male, profession, delivery man. No hunting license, no contract with a heavenly patron either. Physical attributes, abilities, special skills, none of that. But against all odds, he was the first to reach the very depths of Tartarus. Having reached his destination, he looked around and wondered why no one was there. He had finished in less than 30 minutes, which meant he wouldn't be turned into a pig. After that, he loudly asked, "Is anyone here?" He brought the delivery. 3 pairs of glowing eyes appeared from the darkness, blinding him like headlights. He covered his face with his hands, then looked at this creature and asked, "What the hell is this?" Seeing that it was a 3-headed dog, already drooling over him in anticipation of the meal, he burst into tears of fear and thought that it would have been better if he had chosen to become a pig. Cerberus approached him, and he wondered if this was the end for him, but he still had 199 coins left. He spent the money on this stupid helmet, and the only thing he could enjoy was a large bowl of seafood noodles. He remembered that he could use the helmet one more time, and when Cerberus was about to get him, he put the helmet on, but it was too late. And then the goddess finally appeared. She scolded the dog for eating all sorts of nasty things, and Cerberus immediately took a step back. MC looked at him in fear, then turned around and saw a little girl. Of course, he was curious about what she was doing in such a remote place, and she approached her pet and told him not to worry. Her dog doesn't bite. He was shocked to think that she looked exactly like her mother. Maybe this animal doesn't bite, but it is capable of swallowing him whole. He nervously turned to the goddess and said that he had a delivery here, after which a man's voice was heard behind him, calling Persephone and asking where she went. Seeing the girl, he asked, "So she's playing with Cerberus here? And she also entertains a mortal who dared to penetrate the underworld, which he, Hades, rules." Hajin became very nervous and greeted him, and he said that he was the first person in the last few thousand years to venture into the underworld since Orpheus. He directed dark energy at him, which immediately grabbed him by the throat and began to choke him, after which he said that Orpheus had come to save his dead wife, and he had come to steal his helmet. He took it, but immediately noticed that something was wrong. Persephone offered to at least listen to him since he had come all this way, and he immediately let him go. MC cleared his throat, and the Lord of the Underworld ordered him to state his intentions. Why did he dare to invade his domain? With a heavy sigh, Hyjin begged for mercy. He simply brought the delivery. He asked in confusion, did he have something for him, the Lord of the Underworld? He answered him that this was not so. His wife sent something to his daughter. Hades looked at Persephone and asked, "Is this true? Then why is a mere mortal doing the delivery and not Hermes?" He took a box out of his bag and, shaking with fear, answered him that he did not know all the details. He just brought the delivery. The goddess, as soon as she saw it, joyfully exclaimed that it was her mother's lunchbox. She ran to the courier and Hades asked him, did he say that his wife ordered the delivery? He confirmed this and confusedly added that she asked him to give it to his daughter. Hades said that it was a lunchbox from his mother-in-law, and the girl happily took the box with food, and MC stared at the god in surprise, and when he began to guess everything, his face twisted. He asked in shock, where is his wife now? He put his hand on the goddess's head and said that she was here. This was his love, Persephone. Hajin exclaimed that this was terrible. He was too old for her. Realizing that he had said this without thinking, he covered his mouth with his hand, and Hades, starting to get angry, asked what he had told him, the Lord of the Underworld. He became agitated and hurried to explain everything to him, but when he made several mistakes in his words, he fell silent and realized that he was finished. Hades measured him with a menacing look, after which he laughed very loudly, and he looked at him in shock, not understanding what was going on. The god said that he hadn't laughed like that for a long time. He never thought that a mere mortal would ever dare to insult him. What is his name? MC immediately stood at attention and told him his name, after which Hades said that since he was able to amuse him, he forgives him this insolence, but let him not dare tease him anymore. He extended his hand towards him, releasing ominous streams of energy that surrounded him from all sides, and told him to be prepared for the consequences. He nervously replied that he understood everything, after which the streams of energy hid underground, and Hades handed him the payment and asked him to thank his mother-in-law for the food. A system notification immediately appeared in front of Hajin stating that the delivery was complete. He earned 10,000 coins, and Hades would grant him an additional 5,000 coins. The current balance was 15,000 coins. The god said that he would also return this toy to him, after which he threw a helmet into his hands. Looking at the number of coins, he became very happy and bowed to him several times, thanking him. Meanwhile, the Young One Guild began its raid and was currently fighting a huge dragon. A guy named Ha Do-yoon, the captain of the first team, came face to face with this huge beast. He pounced on it with a loud cry and dealt several powerful blows, causing the dragon to attack back, but he blocked it. Guild leader Park Sung-jin, ranked 3rd, rushed to his aid. He charged at the beast with his sword at the ready, but it noticed too late, and the boy struck it with all his might, causing blood to immediately spurt from the monster's mouth. Sung-jin landed and caught his breath, and the dragon behind him fell to the floor with a crash. He approached Do-yoon and said that it was not bad. They had finally cleared the first floor. The guild members were overjoyed at their success, and the leader turned to them, saying that they had done an excellent job. Thanks to them, the Young One Guild is still the undisputed leader. Afterwards, he sighed with relief, and Do-yoon said that he thought they would die here. Sung-jin smiled and said that whatever the case, he had given it his all today. He didn't know what the guild would do without him. Do-yoon was so touched by his words that he burst into tears and vowed he would never betray him. Sung-jin turned to check on his second-in-command, Baek Arin, and saw her poking around in the dragon's body with a dagger. He called out to her and told her to relax. She immediately pulled out the dagger and looked at it, then returned to her task. This girl ranks 17th in the hunter rankings. Sung-jin said he understood that she wanted to collect as many magic stones as possible, but suddenly she turned her head to the side and ran toward him, saying that something was approaching at incredible speed. Her warning made everyone tense and froze in anticipation, peering into the darkness. Sung-jin drew his sword and thought that things were bad. They didn't have enough energy to defend themselves. He ordered everyone to take their places. It seemed there were still monsters there. Aaron said they were approaching, which made the rest of the guild nervous, and their leader said they would hold them back, and if it became too dangerous, they should run. They shouted back that they would fight them, as they didn't want to abandon them in trouble, and he smiled at their courage. Aaron said it was here, after which a buzzing sound was heard from the darkness, and then the silhouette of a monster appeared. It turned out to be only Ha-jun, returning to the dungeon entrance. Seeing them, he was very surprised and told them to move aside. He almost ran over the guild leader, and Aaron rode past the dragon and asked if they had defeated the monster themselves. Just in time, his helmet's effect had just worn off. He turned to them and warned them that there were a lot of monsters with black magic living here, so they should be prepared to repel an attack. He winked at them and wished them luck, then went on his way, disappearing the same way he had appeared, into the darkness. They watched him go with stunned looks, still unable to comprehend what had just happened. Time passed. 150 million, if measured in years, would be roughly the age of the dinosaurs. That's about 3 times the population of Korea. MC can get 3,001 for each delivery, so that means he needs to complete 50,000 deliveries, and that's how much money he will have if he redeems the points. He glanced at the notification with his reward, and thought with a smile that he could stare at that number all day. Yesterday he was almost turned into a pig, then he was almost eaten by a 3-headed dog, and it all ended with him almost being strangled by the god of the underworld. He'd been through a lot and was terribly tired. He grinned, then laughed out loud. He didn't really care, after all, he had such a huge account. But he wanted more gold, even more money. He laughed like a villain at the thought, but the growling of his empty stomach quickly calmed him. He thought about what to snack on, and decided to have beer and chicken. Meanwhile, Sung-jin had just finished the press conference and returned to the waiting room where his confidants were waiting. He laughed nervously and said that after the guild cleared the first floor, he couldn't even sit down. Now he needed to meet with the leader of the Hunters Association. Do-yoon said he knew times were tough, but he was just curious. Did he mention that guy at the conference? He remembered him and told him they hadn't figured out what it was yet, so he decided not to bring it up. He was too tired from fighting to even think about catching up with him. Do-yoon said it was fine. They were still collecting records from the area. He wondered who it was. Maybe it was a monster? He appeared so suddenly, and they were the only guild that had cleared the first floor. Aaron noticed that he was wearing a strange helmet and riding a scooter. Do-yoon assumed it was a hunter with magic equipment. He seemed to have mentioned something about the next floor. The guild leader told them not to worry about it so much. They needed to clear the dungeon, not figure out who this person was. By the way, he was going to Suwon. Do-yoon was very surprised and continued, saying that he was going to have the new recruits check all the weapons, but it turned out they needed more ore, and it could only be found in the local dungeon. Do-yoon exclaimed in frustration that he had planned to practice with his comrades today, and he told him to leave it to Aaron. He should go since he had a driver's license. The guy had no choice but to agree, asking what he needed to get. He thoughtfully answered that he thought it was called moonsteel. Meanwhile, MC began to eat, washing down the spicy chicken with a cold beer, and it felt so refreshing. As soon as he thought about a new order, his phone made a harp sound, and he immediately jumped up and checked his notifications. The chicken can wait. He has a new delivery order. How could he keep a god waiting? After that, he was transported to another world and immediately began to sweat. The heat around him turned out to be Hephaestus. He was happy that he had ordered delivery again and began to mentally praise him, and then realized that he had been in such a hurry that he had forgotten his uniform and scooter. He began to ponder what to do, and didn't notice how a suspicious man in a robe had approached him from behind. He called out to him, and he flinched in fear. It turned out to be Hephaestus, and he looked very upset. Hajin asked what he was doing there. Why wasn't he home? He burst into tears even more and told him that he had been kicked out. MC was shocked. He asked what had happened, and he told him about how he and his younger brother Dionysus were having a party. They meet up for that from time to time, but suddenly his wife appeared. She was angry that he had started drinking again and kicked them both out, telling them not to dare come back. Dionysus immediately ran away, and he was left alone. Hajun stared at him in shock and thought, how can this pathetic guy be a mythical hero? He reminded him of a human much more. He sympathized with him and asked what he wanted to order. He answered painfully that he needed something to drink and eat. He fell at his feet and said that his wife kicked him out before he could try the dish, so he was simply dying of hunger. Since he was a god, of course he couldn't die. He even asked Hebe, but she refused. She said that she had completely run out of nectar supplies, so he was left with only that. He asked in confusion, so he wanted him to bring him food? And then the question arose, what do gods eat anyway? He asked Hephaestus about this, and he answered that anything would do, but if he had to choose, he would like meat and more alcohol. MC excitedly took out his phone and asked him to give him some time, then returned to his home. When he returned, Hephaestus looked like he was starving, but he immediately perked up when he heard footsteps. Hygiene showed him the box of food and said he'd kept it for himself, but would be happy to share it with him. Hephaestus was overjoyed and asked what it was, and he told him it was chicken with beer. In short, it's called chimak. Hephaestus, of course, didn't understand what it was, but he didn't dwell on it, and they went to a more picturesque spot to eat and enjoy the view. As soon as the god took a sip of beer, he joyfully exclaimed that he'd never had anything like it in his life. MC smiled and said he was glad he liked it, and he admitted he was a little disappointed with the size of the chicken, but once he took a bite, the size issue seemed insignificant, as the excellent taste made up for it. Looking at his reaction, Hajin doubted whether he was a mythical character, after which, Hephaestus patted him on the shoulder and thanked him for his help. He would thank him generously. He looked at him in surprise, and he told him to check his balance. He received a notification about the delivery. He was given 15,000 coins by Hephaestus. At the moment, he had 30,000 coins. His mouth dropped open in shock from such numbers. That's 150 million won, and such a reward for just delivering a chicken. Hephaestus said that if he suddenly needed help, he could contact him. And he looked at him with delight and thought that he was such a cool guy. He was ready to hug him with all his heart. He was about to do so, but suddenly she appeared. His wife Aphrodite. He called out to her husband and they both looked at her in fear, after which MC's eyes widened. She asked, he's drinking again, and here too. She was so beautiful that Hajin burst into tears and wondered if she was really married to such a pathetic guy. He didn't even notice how he knelt in front of her, and Hephaestus excitedly said that she was the one who kicked him out, told him to drink somewhere else. The dark aura began to fade from her. She looked sternly at her husband and said that she was so stupid. He was right. Her look made him very nervous, and MC advised him to apologize, because he was wrong. He dejectedly lowered his gaze and said that he would do it, since even Hajin agreed with her. Hearing his name, the goddess was slightly surprised and said that she was glad to meet him. Her name is Aphrodite. She was sorry that he had to put up with her husband's behavior, and she hoped he did not cause him inconvenience. He broke into a smile and told her that everything was fine. He was glad that her husband uses his delivery. Hephaestus asked if he could order something now, and he asked in surprise, right now. Aphrodite clapped her hands happily and said that Hephaestus had told her so much about him, saying he was excellent at his job. He laughed smugly and said that it was a given. After all, he was Hajun, the god's delivery man, and he could always be relied upon. Hephaestus was delighted and said that he was counting on him. He began telling him about his order, and he looked up at him with displeasure, quietly saying that he hadn't spoken to him. A notification came on his phone, and Hephaestus said that this was what he needed. MC looked up the address. He needed to deliver Hephaestus some heavenly steel, which was located somewhere in Suwon. After that, he set off, given 48 hours to fulfill the order. While he was driving, he constantly wondered if he was on the right track. This time, his goal was the Sori mines. That's where the gate was. He froze in front of the portal and realized how fast his heart was beating. He couldn't believe he was entering a dungeon again. The moment he received the order, he immediately checked all the terms and thought that this time they wouldn't cheat him. What was the amount? He checked where he needed to go and was slightly confused. It seemed like a safe dungeon, no more dangerous than Tartarus. What if he met a monster there? He decided not to risk it and told Hephaestus that he couldn't go there. When he was fulfilling Demeter's order, he almost died. Aphrodite covered her mouth with her hands in shock and said it was terrible, and her husband asked him what happened. He replied that he was not a hunter and would not fight monsters, even the weakest ones. He went down there only with the help of a product from the store called a replica of the invisibility helmet. Thus, the monsters did not touch him. But it expired, so now it's a regular helmet. He asked worriedly, does that mean it doesn't work anymore? He can fix it. Hajun stared at him in surprise and, walking up to his wife, crossed his arms over his chest and proudly said that he is Hephaestus, the god of blacksmiths. He just needs to work on any metal or product, and it becomes mythical. Let him bring everything he has, he will fix it. At the moment, MC took out the helmet and the system showed a description of it. Now it is an invisibility helmet, modified by a god-level blacksmith. Now the effect lasts only 20 minutes. He put on the helmet and it was time to hit the road, towards the money. When he found himself on the other side of the portal, he was quite surprised. There were people everywhere, tents with food. He, of course, understands that this dungeon is very popular, but this is too much. He thought that monsters would be his only obstacle. He barely made his way through the crowd and thought that it looked like he would have to go much deeper to get anything worthwhile. At that very moment, Doyun, eating local snacks, passed by and said that it was so delicious. 30 minutes passed, and Hajun finally reached a place where there was not a soul. Suddenly his scooter started to bounce. The road here was very uneven, but at least he could see some materials. He needed moon steel, a piece of steel that emitted a red light. He rode on, searching for anything red with his eyes, and wondered how much longer he had to look for it. A skeleton suddenly appeared in front of him, and he was terrified and screamed, then abruptly swerved the scooter to avoid colliding with this guy. But because of this, he crashed right into the rocks and heard a grinding and banging sound. Part of the scooter was missing. He turned around in annoyance, blaming the poor and unsuspecting skeleton, and wondered why it was so scared. This idiot couldn't see or even hear him. He looked at his scooter and was horrified by the damage, after which he stared at one point in despair. All thoughts instantly vanished from his head. At one point, he realized he could just buy a new scooter. He didn't have to suffer like that, and he rode on in an upbeat mood. He entered a spacious cave and finally found it. In front of him, on the very top of a large rock, was moon steel, illuminating the entire cave with a red light. He immediately began climbing toward it, then stared at the rock in shock and smiled, thinking that he had finally found it, and then he wondered how he would transport this boulder back. He tried to pull the moon steel out of the rock, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't. He sat down on the rock in frustration and thought, so what now? The system gave him a hint to look in the store, and he wondered if it took him for a fool or what. But he still opened the store, and there really was a suitable item there, a pickaxe. But it costs about 5,000 and it's disposable. Seeing this, he became very indignant and exclaimed, is this thing made of gold or something? He wouldn't take it. There was a tool rental shop by the entrance. It was cheaper there. He headed back to the scooter, saying that he wasn't going to break the bank for some pathetic pickaxe. He'd spend a little on gas, but seeing his already battered scooter, he carefully weighed everything. The return trip would be long and difficult. Maybe he should curb his greed and do as he was told. Deciding not to dwell on it, he bought the pickaxe, thinking that he would simply get rid of this order and ask Hephaestus to include the cost of the pickaxe in the delivery fee. After that, he hit the moonsteel with all his might, causing it to immediately pop out of the stone, but the pickaxe broke. Because he was distracted by it, he didn't have time to catch the moonsteel and it rolled down, after which he ran after it. When he tried to pick it up, he almost broke his back. The stone was so heavy. He barely dragged it to the scooter, threw it in his bag, and thought that he would just like to teleport from here to Olympus. Suddenly, someone heard loud footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw a huge stone golem. It turned out that the moonsteel was right on top of its head, and by taking it, he woke this creature. The stone golem screamed loudly, its roar echoing throughout the cave, and Doyun, who had meanwhile nailed the skeleton, heard it and wondered what it was. An earthquake? Hearing a buzzing sound from the darkness of the cave, he realized that something was approaching and immediately took a defensive stance. In the darkness, he saw a bright light. Then Hajin approached him, shouting at him to get out of the way, and he thought it was the guy on the scooter. He got excited and called out to him, and he, almost hitting him, drove past him and told him to run if he wanted to live. The guy watched his retreating silhouette in surprise, and when he heard footsteps behind him, he slowly turned around. Seeing a huge stone golem, he was very scared. After which, he rushed after Hajin and asked him for a ride. When MC returned to his client, he immediately began to express his complaints to him. He almost died there again. Hephaestus said that he knew that his speed would not fail him, and he exclaimed in rage that he should have warned him how dangerous this task was. He asked, so he didn't just say that he almost died for no reason? However, he was puzzled, There was nothing life-threatening in this task. He was driving at high speed to make it in time. That was dangerous and completely unnecessary. He responded by exclaiming that it wasn't a matter of speed. This load was simply enormous. He cursed and returned to his scooter just to show him, after which he dragged this huge piece of ore into his hut and threw it on the floor with a crash, telling him to just look at it. Hadn't he thought how difficult it would be for him to carry such a boulder? Hephaestus was speechless at first, shocked when he asked what it was, and he stared at it in bewilderment. After a short pause, he became angry and exclaimed, "What does this look like? This is the very same moon steel or metal he asked for. Just don't let him even tell him that this is not what he ordered." He waved his hands and answered that something was completely wrong. He had misunderstood him. He took the moon steel and lifted it with one hand, saying that he had simply never seen such a huge piece of ore in his life, and the purest one at that. Where did he find this miracle? Hajun clearly didn't expect this and stared at it in shock. After which the god ran to the side and said that he would now show him everything. He took a fist-sized piece of moon steel out of the drawer and said that it was the biggest piece he had ever had. He was more capable than he looked. He thanked him for this back-breaking work, and he thought he deserved a much greater reward. He pointed to his phone and told him to check it, and when he read the notification, he shuddered with excitement. While Hephaestus admired this piece of ore, MC stared at the phone screen in shock. For the successful delivery, he received 20,000 points, plus another 30,000 as a tip. At the moment, he had 75,000 in his account. It was about 500 million won, which is quite a lot. Hephaestus said it was his reward for the unprecedented size of the ore. It would be unreasonable to force him to break off a piece and then send him back for the rest. Hajun suddenly fell to his knees before him, then bowed and thanked him for such a reward, and the god laughed, telling him to get up. He told him he couldn't. His legs were paralyzed. Meanwhile, Do-yoon returned to the guild, and the news reported that a partial tunnel collapse in the Sori mines had occurred due to an earthquake. Fortunately, there were no casualties. The public was worried that the earthquake would cause new species of monsters to emerge from the gate. Songjun turned off the TV and turned to Do-yoon, asking what this meant. His task was easy. He didn't even know what to tell him, and noted that entry into the mines was now prohibited. He heard that he was the last one to leave the mines. What happened there? He sighed heavily and told him that a giant golem was charging at him. He was very surprised by his words and asked if he remembered seeing a courier on a scooter in Tartarus. He was there too. Songjun jumped up in surprise and asked if they last saw him in Seoul and now in the Suwon area. Do-yoon said it was strange, but it seemed to him that the golem was running specifically after him. The guild leader thought for a moment and said that if that was the case, it was time to check on him. What happened this time and last time in Tartarus suggests that he might be an unregistered high-ranking hunter. Do-yoon offered to lead the investigation and, with a smile, said that he remembered the scooter's model and license plate number and would get the CCTV footage from the entrance to the dungeon. Songjun praised him for his resourcefulness and said that if he managed to find him, he should tell him that guild leader Young-won wanted to see him. Such a valuable recruit will greatly strengthen their guild. In any case, he's glad he wasn't hurt in the dungeon, and he shouldn't worry about the mines closing. He'll handle it personally. His words touched the boy, and he swore he'd follow him even into the thick of things. Songjun gave him a light hug and thanked him with a smile, then asked if he'd managed to mine any moonsteel. And then, Do-yoon remembered why he'd gone into the mine in the first place, which made him feel uneasy. Meanwhile, MC was enjoying the amount in his account and laughing, saying that he was rich. He collapsed on his bed and thought that it was dangerous work, but it was worth it. A whole 500 million won. Now he should look for a better place to live. Hunters, for example, earn at least 30 billion a year. If you don't take into account the cost of the pickaxe, he's still made a good profit, 45 million in just one day. However, he's not sure how many more times he can pull off the invisibility helmet trick. If the monsters spot him, it'll be trouble. He's always so afraid in the dungeon. It's really tiring. He needs to see what's useful in the store. He opened the list, but everything was either too expensive or useless, and the cheapest weapon costs 10 billion won. Besides, they're all replicas. They're probably only good for 1 or 2 uses. Maybe he shouldn't bother fighting monsters at all? Among all this, he found something interesting. Or rather, the system recommended it to him. He could purchase a racing suit, designed for the pace and danger of delivery work. In this suit, he will overcome any difficult terrain and obstacles. Depending on the suit's level, the wearer gains increased physical abilities and special skills. The next upgrade requires 100,000 points. He can use it every day for 30 minutes. After reading the description, Hajin became very angry because the system hadn't shown it to him earlier. However, he won't understand how effective it is until he puts it on. But it costs 50,000 points, and compared to everything else he's bought, This suit is quite expensive. On the other hand, even the one he bought hasn't let him down yet. Deciding that it was a good investment, he clicked the buy button and thought that he would soon be able to recoup the cost of this suit by simply taking on more orders. Immediately after, the suit appeared in front of him, and, picking it up, he realized there was no turning back. He now has 25,000 in his account, which of course upset him, but he didn't cry. Right after that, he tried on the suit. He thought it would be uncomfortable, but on the contrary, he didn't feel like he was wearing anything at all. And the suit isn't warm, it's definitely not ordinary clothes. Maybe he should try it out? Meanwhile, poor Doyun was wandering around the city, looking for him. He started looking for him in Suwon, and some tips led him all the way to Seoul. Even his scooter's license plate didn't help him find his place of residence, because the police said he had never violated traffic laws. He went out to a crosswalk and clutched his head, exclaiming how he could find this courier, and the MC called out to him, saying that the light was green now. He excitedly apologized to him and quickly crossed the road with him. After which he noticed that this courier had the same model of scooter. Apparently everyone has one like that these days. And it was the same color, even the damage was in the same places. And then he realized that such a coincidence couldn't be. He looked at the scooter's license plate and, realizing that it was the same guy, he was very surprised. After which he rushed after him straight down the road. He couldn't catch up with him, but luckily a taxi was driving right behind him. He quickly got in the car and ordered the driver to go after that scooter, and he exclaimed, "Are they in a movie?" He kicked him out and drove away, and he, clutching his head, cursed in frustration. Realizing that he had no choice, he ran in the same direction as Hajun. He kept running and running until he was completely exhausted and fell to the ground from fatigue. Some woman came up to him and asked if he was okay. And wasn't he Doyun from the Yongwon Guild? Having caught his breath, he told her that she was mistaken. Can anyone imagine guilds walking down the street like this? Realizing that he had lost all his strength, he thought that he shouldn't have chased after him. Now he had no idea where he had gone. Suddenly someone heard a loud scream and a rumble. He immediately stood up, asking what it was, and the woman suggested it was an earthquake. The sound was coming from the mountain, and Doyun, having caught his breath a little, decided to go there. Having run up the mountain, he immediately looked around for him. He was nowhere to be seen, but his intuition told him that he was behind that rumble. Two old men approached him. They said that it was dangerous there, and he should not go there. A loud sound came from the top of the mountain. Maybe an avalanche was coming down there. He smiled and told them not to worry. Maybe they couldn't tell from him, but he was a hunter from the Yongwon Guild. He ran on, but finally told them to go to a safe place. The old woman called out to him worriedly, trying to stop him, and her husband just shook his head. Doyun ran into the forest, slowing to a walk to at least give himself a break, and thought the sound was coming from here. When he saw a stone with a huge hole through it, he was very surprised and thought that this couldn't be. And how did this happen? It's a pretty big boulder, but breaking it into pieces wouldn't be that hard. B-rank hunters could easily smash it to pieces. However, not everyone can punch through it with such amazing accuracy. He examined the hole from the inside and thought that maybe this was some kind of magic or even divine powers. He needed to catch this guy at any cost. MC, meanwhile, came into the shop and sat down with food outside. Remembering what he'd done on the mountain, he grinned and thought he couldn't believe he'd managed to punch such a hole in stone. He'd even managed to speed up, if only for a couple of minutes. He knew this suit enhanced physical abilities, but he didn't think it would be to this extent. Now he could safely enter any dungeon. His phone beeped, meaning he'd received a new order. However, the notification sound wasn't the same as usual. It now sounded more like some kind of Chinese instrument. This time he needed to go to Bukyeon, not Olympus again. Apparently, he'd be heading to a dungeon again. He found a dungeon in Bukyeon online and smiled. Mount Hwago is located there, which looks more like a large hill. It's unpopular due to the almost complete absence of monsters and a small amount of minerals. It's an ideal place for hunters who enjoy hiking. He smiled and thought that since there was no rush with the delivery, he would take the order tomorrow when the suit's effect was refreshed. He stretched, while Arin, who was in the shop at that moment, kept an eye on him. Meanwhile, Doyun returned to Songjin with a report that he had spotted him again near Noryangjin Station. He excitedly exclaimed that he was sure they would be able to catch him. Dozens of their hunters were currently looking for him. Songjin noted that he was the only one who knew what he looked like, and he told him not to worry about it. He drew a poster and handed it out to everyone. Seeing these scribbles, Songjin became even more worried and asked, is he absolutely sure that he is stronger than him? He asked in response, didn't he see a photo of the boulder? What did it do? He is sure that it was his doing. He doesn't know any hunter strong enough to do such a thing. Songjin said they needed to hurry before the Black Dragon Guild overtook them. Doyun felt uneasy at the mention of that name. While Yongwon's guild had established itself as the best in the country, the second-ranked guild wasn't far behind. The Black Dragon Guild had risen significantly in the past 3 years. They sought to establish control over dungeons and resorted to bribery to conceal their illegal activities. The guild was constantly embroiled in scandals. using any means necessary to expand its influence. Songjin said they couldn't allow them to take the top position. They had been acting rather suspiciously lately, so they needed to find out what they were up to. Doyoon confidently declared that he would sort everything out, and soon a new day dawned. Hajin set off for Mount Songju in Bucheon, activating invisibility first, and saw how many people had gathered there. At first, he thought there was some kind of festival going on, but that was weird. They wrote online that this dungeon isn't very popular. He rode up to a man who immediately ordered him to stop, which made him flinch in fear. Could he really see him? But he was wearing gear. Luckily, the man wasn't talking to him. He pointed at some guy and exclaimed, "Who gave him permission to hang around here?" He told him to get out of here immediately. He said he saw the Black Dragon Guild recruiting new members, and MC immediately calmed down, thinking it was a false alarm. He wasn't talking to him. The man turned to the guards, warning them that a new member was entering the dungeon, while Hajin rode past them to the gates and thought he'd heard rumors about them taking over dungeons, but he never thought he'd see it with his own eyes. It's strange that even the Hunters Association isn't doing anything, although it's none of his business. After passing through the portal, he found himself in a dungeon on Mount Huaguo. The navigator told him that the destination was ahead, and he was approaching the location. Having driven up to the cliff itself, he looked around and thought that this was strange. According to the map, it was somewhere around here. He looked up at the very top of the mountain and wondered if he was really supposed to meet the client there. This thought made him uneasy. What if the mountain turned into a monster like last time and ran after him? But since he now had a suit, he wasn't too worried. It would help him deal with the monsters. He took off his helmet and resolutely looked at the top of the mountain, about to begin his climb, but suddenly someone called out to him. He began shaking his head, looking for the source of the sound, and this person told him to look down. Looking down, MC was very surprised. In front of him was a talking monkey head. It looked that way from the outside, but his body was just buried under a rock. He told him not to be so scared. Has he never seen a talking monkey? MC stared at him in shock and then asked if he was the one who ordered the delivery. He confirmed it and added that the guy in the hat said he could fulfill his request. Hajin thought, so is he the one to blame for all of this? His client said that he needs him to get something for him. He can call him the handsome monkey king, the victorious Buddha, whatever he wants, but he would prefer that he call him the great sage or the one close to heaven. MC tried to remember all his titles, but nothing worked, and he sighed heavily and told him to just call him Sun Wukong. Hearing this name, Hajin was even more surprised than asked why he was here. He told him that this is his punishment. That old geezer, the Jade Emperor, did this, and he only picked a couple of peaches. He wanted to check if they were ripe, and he buried it for a couple of pieces. MC asked him what he needed to bring him, and he told him that there was nothing special, that he should just go ahead and stumble upon a big pile of junk. There would be a box hidden there. That's what he needed. Hajin checked the GPS and figured she was about 6 miles away, which wasn't that far. He then got on his scooter and drove off, telling him he'd be there soon, and he gave him a suspiciously sly laugh. Meanwhile, the hunting party came across the boss of Mount Huaguo, the 8 trigrams, which was a huge golem. Fortunately, it was currently inactive. The Black Dragon Guildmaster, ranked 60th, Manhwa, approached him and said they shouldn't be afraid. There was always a way out. Her expression darkened, and she thought that the Yongwan Guild might have overtaken them by clearing the abyss. But if they could defeat this boss, they would quickly surpass them and take their place as the best guild. She waved her fan, ordering everyone to attack, forward only. The hunters approached the golem hesitantly, and one of them nervously said he had a strange feeling, and it hadn't even started to move yet. As someone took another step forward, the golem suddenly shook and then rose to its feet, covering them all with its shadow. Its single eye glowed and it screamed loudly, indicating that the fight was about to begin, and one of the hunters exclaimed, "How were they supposed to fight it?" They hadn't been warned that they would have to fight a boss. One of the guild leader's guards told them to stop dodging and stand in their places. Anyone who moved from their positions would be killed. The man became extremely nervous and exclaimed, "How are they going to defeat it with such junk?" The bravest of them told the others to stand in their places. They would be crushed into pancakes if they were distracted. Therefore, they absolutely must not let their guard down. The others were very scared, but still listened to him. Meanwhile, one of the guards turned to Hua and asked if she thought they could do it. She opened her fan and answered him with a smile that she didn't know. And MC, meanwhile, was halfway to that very box. Feeling an earthquake, he became very worried, and then he saw several monkeys running towards him. They didn't pay attention to him because of his invisibility helmet, and he thought that even monsters run away because of it. And he also sees clouds of smoke. This is definitely not a good sign. But he is wearing a suit, so he decided to go check everything out himself. Meanwhile, the poor inexperienced hunters barely dodged the blows of this large golem. While some distracted him, others shot at him with bows, but not a single arrow could pierce his durable armor. One of the swordsmen exclaimed in frustration that they were failing, and then the same guy from the entrance turned to the guild leader and asked her to protect them. He had actually come to join the guild, not to fight. She said that if they made it out alive, the guild's reputation would skyrocket. He didn't understand what she was talking about, after which her assistant's fist hit him in the face, and she said that they had come to help her clear the dungeon, and it wouldn't be that hard. Meanwhile, The swordsman remained buoyant and told the others not to be afraid. Together they could handle it. After which they all rushed into battle shouting. The man leaped at the golem, striking it with his sword with all his might, causing it to stagger. He then turned to the others and told them to attack quickly. Taking advantage of the golem's fall, all the hunters immediately attacked it, and when it stopped moving, they were overjoyed at their victory. They began to joyfully shout that they were alive, and one of them suddenly said that it wasn't over yet. Everyone immediately turned to this guy, after which one of the golem's eyes began to blink, and its mechanisms began to emit heat. It rose under their stunned gazes, and Hua thought with a smile that it was time for the second round. Throwing off the excess heavy armor, the golem rose and headed towards them, and Hajin, meanwhile, watching this from the bushes, thought in shock. What the hell is this? Meanwhile, Doyun arrived at the mountain. He thought that yesterday he was in Suwon, and today he was heading to Bucheon. At this rate, he could travel around the entire Gyeonggi province. Seeing that the area around the portal was empty, he was very surprised and wondered why there were no guards here. But there was that same man. Doyun approached him and asked where he came from. He responded with annoyance, telling him to watch his language, but upon learning who he was very surprised, while Doyun was angry. He immediately realized that it was the guy from the association, a rat of the Black Dragon Guild. He nudged him with his shoulder, telling him to get out of the way, and he excitedly asked him to wait. Something was happening there right now. But he ignored him and walked through the portal, thinking that if they bribed people from the association to control the entrance to this gate, then they wanted to kill the dungeon boss. He must warn them that the Young One Guild stopped raiding the gates of Mount Hwaguo for a reason. That monster becomes truly enraged when it enters the second phase. MC, meanwhile, was shocked, because this was not some piece of trash, as Sun Wukong described. He backed away. It was too much for him. Even with this suit, he couldn't handle it. He became very nervous and wondered what to do now. His attention was drawn to Jua. It turned out he knew her. She was from the Black Dragon Guild. Meanwhile, one of her assistants dragged the poor guy towards the monster, while he begged for forgiveness and mercy. The man jumped on the golem, and Heijun stared at them intently, unaware of what he was about to do. The man dangled the poor guy from the golem's shoulder, and the flames from the core began to burn his skin. He screamed in pain, and turned to the man in horror, begging him for mercy. But he only said with a smirk that it was not his problem. It was better for him to die in battle. After that, he let him go, but suddenly, Hajun appeared next to him, calling him a scoundrel and punching him in the face. Hua became wary and asked who he was, while the others were surprised that he knocked out a B-ranker with one blow. MC went down to the ground with the guy and asked how he was feeling. He said that he was really grateful for saving him, but he should leave right now. Hajun didn't understand what was going on and looked towards the guild members, and seeing their weapons, realized that he was finished. Hua shouted, "Who is that idiot in the helmet?" At that moment, MC thought that he could just grab the box and run. And in the meantime, this big guy would hold them off. He let the hunter go and told him not to worry about him. He just couldn't watch him get killed, and then thought that it wasn't his fault that they tried to kill him. The fault was with those who tried to do it to him. He thanked him and ran away. Meanwhile, the guild leader boiled with rage and exclaimed, "Why are they all standing there?" Hajun activated his suit and thought that since everything was going downhill, it seemed he had no choice but to try. Hua gritted her teeth in frustration because they were so close to defeating the monster, and it had ruined everything. Her assistant asked what her instructions were. Should he gather archers? She refused and said that first, they needed to gather firewood. The key to defeating the boss was the moment of transition from the first to the second phase. He would be paralyzed for a short time, like now. All they had to do was throw the victim into his fiery core, and it would be over. Suddenly, her subordinate excitedly told her to look at it. She followed his gaze and saw how the guy in the helmet suddenly rose into the air and appeared next to the monster's head. Meanwhile, he noticed something interesting. There was a dent in his head. He headed there, thinking it was definitely a weak spot, and with a loud cry, he punched it. Seeing this, Hua trembled with irritation and exclaimed, "What is this idiot doing? Is he trying to awaken it?" She immediately ordered them to stop him. They could shoot him, whatever they wanted. She didn't care, as long as they stopped him. After that, the hunters fired towards the monster, and all the arrows went straight to Hajin, who was trying to penetrate its weak spot. The system warned him that the suit would be active for another 1 minute and 30 seconds, and immediately after that, a danger notification appeared. He jumped back, then tilted his head to the side, dodging more arrows, and thought, do they really want to kill him? The man turned to the guild leader, indignantly shouting at him for dodging arrows, and she called him an idiot. Does he even have eyes in the back of his head? He continued to gracefully and dexterously dodge those arrows, as if dancing, and one of them hit the golem right in the eye, causing it to wake up. Meanwhile, the man drew his sword and asked angrily, should they get up and hit him now? He ordered the others to get closer to the golem and attack this guy, and he wondered why they were so stubborn. They fired so many arrows that the golem seemed to have hair. Suddenly, he felt a tremor under his feet, and Hua dropped her fan in fear and stared at the golem in horror, saying that they were finished. The golem woke up and entered its second phase, causing its core to begin to burn even more intensely. Feeling the heat, MC started jumping in one place and screaming. Meanwhile, the guild hunters looked tiredly at the monster. He raised his leg above them, then slammed it on the ground with all his might, and the guildmaster's assistant shouted that he had killed their hunters. What should they do now? She couldn't utter a word, because she knew there was nothing they could do. They would all be turned to ash. She stared in horror at her death, but Hajin wasn't giving up so easily. He hit the golem on the head with all his might, causing it to stagger, and the woman's mouth dropped in shock. She hadn't thought it was still alive. Meanwhile, there were 10 minutes left until his suit's effect wore off. He put all his strength into the final blows. First, he dealt it a few blows, then clenched his fists tighter and hit it with all his might, telling it to finally break. There was an explosion, and Doyoon cried out joyfully. Amazing. He actually defeated the dungeon boss, all by himself. This simple courier. Doyoon feels affection because they have a similar fighting style. He never thought he'd meet the courier here. He'll bring him to the Yanwon Guild today, no matter what. Hwa covered her face with her fist and said she never thought this loser could defeat the 9th trigram. The guard asked, "Leader, what should we do?" Hwa said, "As soon as the dust settles, let them grab him right away." He clearly put a lot of effort into defeating the trigram. Even if he's an unregistered high-ranking hunter, they'll catch him without a problem. He'll answer for interfering with the Black Dragon Guild's raid. She wants to see who's so brazen. Suddenly something landed in front of them and she screamed. "What?" Doyoon smiled and asked, "How are you? Black dragons?" Hwa screamed. "Him." "Ha Doyoon?" He began to flex his fists and asked, what did he think those scoundrels were planning? So, they lured a newbie into their guild to sacrifice him to the golem? Hwa thought. How did he know they were here? She ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Their enemy is Ha Doyoon from the Yanwon Guild. Let them be careful with him. Doyoon clicked his tongue and thought. He appeared in front of them with such pathos, but there were a lot more of them than he thought. And where is the courier? He must be nearby. Suddenly there was a shout. "Leader, they are in trouble." Yua asked, "What's there again?" The guy screamed, "Can she see? The man in the helmet disappeared." Yua turned around and asked, "What? Disappeared? Where could he have disappeared to after such an explosion?" Doyoon said sadly, "Well then." The Black Dragon Guild members gathered in front of them, and he thought he had gotten involved in this for nothing. MC put his helmet on at that moment and said he had thought this was his last adventure. He almost woke up on Olympus, but not because he had successfully completed the delivery. Although no, probably, if he had died, he would have ended up in a completely different heavenly kingdom. What was wrong with him? Why did he have to interfere and help this guy? He wasn't even a hunter. He wouldn't make that mistake again. He widened his eyes in surprise and thought, is this not Seongju? Did the dungeon really disappear because he killed the boss? Gates that hadn't been cleared for a long time materialized in the dense world in the form of dungeons. Therefore, it was always possible to enter them again and again. However, passes to the dungeons were given only to carefully vetted hunters. The man stamped the document and said, just let them take a look. This is his classmate from college. MC thought, but this time the dungeon was cleared not even by a hunter, and especially not by a registered one, but by an ordinary courier. He hopes this will not cause a backlash. Wait a minute, and what exactly did he just risk his life for? He sighed and after a while climbed the mountain. The client said, he is back. He thought he could do it faster. Hajun screamed, faster, he says? He would only know what he had been through. The Monkey King asked, through what? He told him to calm down and tell him. MC screamed. He said that what he was looking for was just a pile of scrap metal, but the pile of scrap metal turned out to be a huge robot golem, the top of whose head reaches the sky. And he hasn't even started telling you about the monster's laser beam, which almost burned him to the ground. The Monkey King asked again, what? It's impossible. Could it be that the 9th trigram has gone berserk? Is he sure he didn't provoke the monster without even knowing it? The 9th trigram isn't inclined to move at all, unless the creature is provoked. He remembered Hwa and her subordinates and thought, so if those from the Black Dragon Guild hadn't shown up there, he wouldn't have had to go through all this horror. Those bastards from the Black Dragon. Maybe he should take revenge on them? He could wipe them all out with one blow. Those idiots, how dare they interfere with his work? The Monkey King spoke. It seemed like he was getting at the fact that he still couldn't get his box. He was sure that with the trigram enraged, that would be impossible. MC replied, no, he brought it. The Monkey King asked in surprise, what? But how? Hajun walked up to the moped and opened the bag. He asked, what do you mean, how? He smashed the creature's head in, and that's it. He took out the box and said, here. What's in it, anyway? It looks like a metal box, like the ones they use in Chinese restaurants. The Monkey King laughed out loud and said, what a laugh. He almost killed that monster in the sky, but now a completely ordinary mortal has finished it off single-handedly. What's his name? MC replied, Lee Hujin. The Monkey King extended his hand and said, I see. He hit the box and MC screamed, what? There was a bright explosion and he asked, what is that? He thought he saw a staff fall out of the box. Wait, that's it. The Monkey King stood up and picked up the staff. He said, it's his debt, Hajun. If he hadn't agreed to help, he would have waited a long time for Sanzeng. Who knows how many more years he would have been stuck on this mountain. A golden staff. The Monkey King put his fingers in his mouth and whistled, and then jumped on a red cloud and asked, so, maybe he should get out of here already before the Jade Emperor finds out? If fate brings them together again, they will meet again, Hajun? Bye? MC cried out. What? He asked to wait and thought, He didn't care that he was leaving, but he didn't pay him, the Monkey King. After thinking these thoughts, a small bag fell right on his face. The Monkey King said, "Foolish youth, he, a great prophet and equal to the Celestials, is alien to pettiness. He already paid him, and in this bag is a small reward for his efforts." MC asked, "What's in there?" The Monkey King said, "And now they are really saying goodbye." Hajin asked to wait. "Great prophet, doesn't he even get a tip? He's no longer around. Does he really think this is a normal tip?" MC returned home and heard an announcement about breaking news. Yesterday afternoon, shocking reports appeared that the Black Dragon Guild allegedly cleared Mount Hago using special tactics during the attack on the boss. Hajin displeasedly said, "What idiots." The host said, "Fortunately, the dark deeds of the Black Dragon Guild were exposed for all to see." Here are a few words from a rookie hunter who was present at the scene. The guy let it slip that they were all deceived. No one warned them that they would have to fight the boss. The interviewer said there were rumors that an unknown man in a helmet appeared at the scene. The guy replied, "Yes, it's true. He saved him just as they were about to throw him into the fiery pit, and he was the one who defeated the boss. Without him, they simply wouldn't have survived." MC was sitting at the table and thought it was the end for him when he was suddenly carried forward. Luckily, he kept his identity a secret and saved these people, although his salary is much more important. His current balance is 95,300 coins. From this delivery, he earned 70,000 coins, and it feels like after the fight with the monster, he deserved more. But if you convert all this into real money, it comes to a whole 700 million won. Hajin screamed. With that much money, he could buy any house in Seoul. He even received a special reward. At first, he didn't understand why he needed it. The system window reported that these were locks of stone monkey hair, the hair of the stone monkey from Mount Hago, the great sage Sun Wukong. If you place it in your palm and think about it for a moment, you can summon a clone of Sun Wukong for a moment. There's only one available use. MC looked at it and said, "It's amazing that he can summon Sun Wukong. He's been walking on eggshells lately, facing all the monsters. The post is just a clone, it won't hurt." Hajin screamed, "Amazing. It's like having a spare life." A notification arrived on his phone. He had a new delivery request. MC said, "Just in time." He started getting dressed and said, "Great, then he'll have to work harder today." After a while, Songjin ran down the corridor and shouted, "Doyoon him!" He burst into the hospital room and asked, "Is he okay?" Doyoon asked in surprise, "Sir?" He thought he had already left for Busan yesterday. Songjin replied, "Yes, but he couldn't stay there for so long, especially considering the fact that it was his fault that he ended up here." Doyoon screamed loudly, "What? It's not his fault at all. He should have assessed the situation himself in advance. It's his own fault. He wasn't careful enough." Songjin thought, "Those idiots from the Black Dragon Guild, they really tried to steal a hunter from the Yeonwon Guild. He shouldn't have underestimated their abilities. He should have sent Aaron with him. Next time, he will personally deal with the Black Dragon Guild." He clenched his fist and then calmed down and asked, "How is he?" "Better already?" Doyoon said, "Well, the doctor said the situation isn't very rosy." Songjin yelled, "What? He wants to say that his career as a hunter." Doyoon smiled and said, "He's kidding. He was told the fracture wasn't that bad, so it wouldn't take long to recover. Did he really think he'd retire because of his injuries?" Songjin said, "Doyoon, does he know? He thinks it's time for him to retire." He grabbed his cheek, and Doyoon screamed, "No way." He promised to be with him until the very end. After a while, Songjin asked, "So the guy on the scooter dealt with the boss, all by himself?" Doyoon sat down on the bed and said, "Yes, he saw it with his own eyes. He appeared out of nowhere and chopped off that monster's thick head. He didn't even use a weapon, just a fist fight. He thinks they even look alike. By the way, he heard that some of the guys were sent to Noryangjin. How did it go? Did they find that guy?" Songjin replied, "Well, they searched the entire area, but they couldn't find him anywhere." Doyoon asked in surprise, "What?" "They tracked him on the cameras as he entered the alley, and then it was as if he disappeared." At that moment, MC coughed and asked, "Is someone remembering him with an unkind word? There is always such a change in temperature here. First, he was floating in the clouds, and then he was driving on a burning road." He said, "Hephaestus, he is here." MC looked into the forge and said, "There he is. He thinks he needs to wait until he finishes. Maybe it is because of the sudden heat, but he feels a little sleepy. Such a warm feeling, it reminds him of something. It is as if he is in his mother's arms again." Suddenly, he fell onto Hephaestus's chest, who asked, "How did he end up here?" Hajun screamed in fear, "Hephaestus, why did he become his mother?" Hephaestus laughed and said, "He thinks he's a bit tired. Today's delivery will be quite long. He thinks he can handle it?" MC asked again, "Long? Usually they give a bonus for this kind of delivery." He thought for a moment and said he was ready to travel around the world for the right price. Hephaestus said, "Great." He knew he could be relied on. "Here, let him take it." He had just used the heavenly steel he had asked him for. He held out his staff and said it needed to be done today, so he should hurry. Hajun asked again, "Today?" He thought he should probably go. A cane with a snake's head? And where should he deliver it? Hephaestus replied, "To the pyramid." MC asked again, "What?" He doesn't think it would be easier to send it by parcel. And anyway, how do the pyramids relate to Greek mythology? Hephaestus said he didn't know he was so adamant. He shouldn't think about it like that. His services are sought after, he knows, not only on Olympus. MC ordered him not to try to act cute, okay? He'll deliver it. Let him just give him a couple of hours. Will he be able to get to Egypt today? Suddenly, Hephaestus extended his hand and ordered him to stop. He almost forgot something. something. The client he delivers to is quite picky, so he took the liberty of finding him an assistant. MC turned around and asked, "Assistant? What's that?" Suddenly, a silhouette appeared in front of Hajun and greeted him, saying that she was here on Cupid's orders. Her name is Lucio. She has come to serve Hephaestus. After a while, MC was riding a scooter and saying that he had worried for nothing. The pyramid is within the mythical kingdom, so he doesn't have to go to Egypt. Moreover, in the clouds, he doesn't have to sit in traffic jams. He thinks this delivery will be a piece of cake. Suddenly, a scream was heard. Lucio had been tricked. Lucio thought she was going to help Hephaestus, not to ride on some man's snag. MC thought if only that fool hadn't tagged along with him. He asked, "Little girl, can she please keep quiet? She talks too much." Lucio ordered him not to call her little girl. She's very tall for a nymph. MC thought, why did Hephaestus assign this annoying child to him? An hour ago, Lucio introduced herself and said, "It's an honor to serve Hephaestus." MC looked at her carefully, and Hephaestus asked, "He thinks she won't be of use to him?" Hajun asked, "Is she really his assistant?" Lucio discontentedly ordered him to take action. He shouldn't look down on Lucio just because she's a nymph. Hephaestus said, "It's not that he doesn't trust him, but he can't deny that he's not that good at mythology. But Lucio is very knowledgeable about everything. He thinks she'll help him a lot. He doesn't have to worry about anything." Currently, Lucio was picking her nose and saying, "This is so boring, and why does she have to do all this to help a stupid person?" She kicked him in the back and screamed, "Man, how much longer? Is he ignoring her?" MC thought, what a nightmare. He turned around and said, "Young girl, if she doesn't want him to leave her with the delivery, let her sit quietly and not distract him. He will tell Hephaestus that she has served her purpose." Lucio asked, is he trying to tarnish Lucio's honor? When she studied at Ditchwater High School, she skipped 2 grades. Then she continued her education at the prestigious Streamwater University. Lucio became an elite nymph, like a prophecy descended into the world, so don't let him even dare. Suddenly, a candy flew into her mouth, and Lucio asked in fear, "What is it?" MC said, "How loud is she?" "It's just candy. He will give her more if she sits quietly, so let her keep her head down." Lucio tried the candy and thought in surprise, "What is it? Divine taste? It's like angels are dancing in her mouth." She said, "Human, she hopes he's not lying, that he'll give her more." MC said not to worry, she keeps her word. That's how he knew the way to a child's heart is through her stomach. The navigator said 800 meters to the destination. He needs to follow the path. MC thought, now he can finally concentrate on the road. After a while, he screamed in fear and asked, "What the hell is that?" He saw a large silhouette with glowing eyes in front of him as he made his way through the dusty curtain. Lucio screamed, "Human," just like she promised. She sat quietly. Now let him give her candy. Hajun thought, if only he could just hit her on the head. He grabbed Lucio and screamed, "Child, why didn't she warn him about a danger ahead?" Lucio answered, he himself told her to be quiet. A voice rang out, an uninvited guest. Lucio looked in the direction of the emanating sound and saw a sphinx, who was saying if he wishes to pass, let him solve his riddle. Lucio screamed, "Is that a sphinx? This terrifying monster poses a riddle to anyone who comes close and devours all those who answer incorrectly. The sphinx is a relative of Typhon, the beast that once slew Zeus and nearly destroyed Olympus. Of course, the sphinx isn't that strong, but MC isn't a legendary hero either, so he shouldn't go against it with just a nymph. He feels like he's walking to certain death. His gut tells him that blows are useless against it, but there's no time to think." MC looked at his phone screen, then stretched and said, "Well, he hopes he gets paid enough." Lucio asked, "Where is he going?" Hajun asked again, but she didn't understand. "He's going to solve his riddle," Lucio said fearfully, "but he'll swallow him if he's wrong. He'll die in his churning stomach." MC raised his fist and said not to worry, he won't die. He's not that stupid. Everyone knows his riddle. They came closer and Lucio said, "Creepy." Hajun thought it's so popular that it's simply impossible to make a mistake, although he understands that he definitely won't solve other riddles. Just in case, he has a lock of Sun Wukong's hair with him. What if something goes wrong? The Sphinx asked, "Is he ready to solve the riddle?" MC replied, "He doesn't have much time, so let him speak faster." Lucio screamed in fear. He really accepted the riddle. Guess or die. She, Lucio, an incredible nymph, will solve the riddle by any means necessary. The Sphinx said happily, "Excellent. That's the riddle." MC thought, the answer is obvious. Human, who walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, and 3 in the evening. He's seen this riddle on TV so many times that he's remembered it perfectly. He'll solve the riddle, and he won't even have time to finish speaking. The Sphinx asked, "What sound does a duck make when it falls?" MC screamed, "Answer." His eyes widened, causing the Sphinx to question him. MC asked again, "A duck?" Lucio screamed, "Duck, duck, duck. It makes a quack, quack." No, Lucio doesn't know the answer. She's sorry she can't help. Lucio doesn't want to be eaten alive. At that moment, Pharaoh was watching them through a glass ball. She said, "Those two. She thinks they have curious guests." The Sphinx ordered him to name the sound a duck makes when it trips and falls. MC thought, what? What kind of riddle is this? Like a stupid joke? The answer is so obvious. Although no, it's the Sphinx. This question may have an unexpected catch. The Sphinx said he had 3 minutes to solve the problem. Hajun thought, however, he overestimated him. Lucio burst into tears and screamed. So it's true what they say, that these riddles are impossible to solve. Even she, Lucio, the mega elite, has no idea. Now this Sphinx will eat Lucio, all because of this stupid man. Some time ago she asked, Professor, let him tell me, are the riddles of the Sphinx really that difficult? The professor replied, Lucio, she already guesses it herself. Before Oedipus managed to solve the riddle of the Sphinx, it had already swallowed several hundred people. Lucio screamed. So even he couldn't solve the riddle of the Sphinx, Professor? The professor replied, not only he, even the dean couldn't. If she were unlucky enough to meet the Sphinx, she'd better run as fast as she can, without looking back. At the moment, Lucio was crying and thinking, he warned her, they will never solve this riddle. MC raised his hand and said the answer, after which it began to snow, and Lucio asked, what? She screamed. What is he doing? A human? How could he waste their only try so senselessly? She grabbed his shoulders and screamed, even a complete idiot would never think of such a thing. If he wants to die so quickly, let him do it when she is not around. The Sphinx laughed and said, that's right. Lucio asked again, what? How can this answer be correct? Hajin asked, has she never heard of absurd riddles? The Sphinx said, an alien. He praises him for this solution. He can pass. MC asked, can he shut up? He already solved his terrible riddle, so let him leave. The Sphinx asked, what? Hajun got on the scooter and said, and next time let him come up with something smarter. This is some kind of kindergarten. MC looked at the crying Sphinx and laughed out loud. He asked, is he really crying? The Sphinx said, screw him. Delivery driver Lee Hajin, he just got sand in his eyes. MC started to drive away and thought, the quest with the Sphinx has been successfully completed. The Sphinx is named Behemoth. He needs to be tamed like a cat. MC said, baby, he's speeding up now, so let her hold on tight. Lucio replied, okay. She thought it was a human, but how did he come up with that? After a while, Hajin said, they're almost there. They just need to cross the gorge. Lucio put her fingers together and said, a human. Hajin asked again, what? Lucio said that she apologized for her words. She was supposed to help him along the way, but all she did was judge him for being human. Lucio doesn't deserve to be called mega elite. MC smiled and told her to stop. She has nothing to blame herself for. He heard such things at his job as a courier sometimes, and her words didn't affect him at all. He feels like it's vacation and he's babysitting his younger cousin. Everything is fine, she shouldn't worry. Does she understand, Lucio? Lucio thanked Hajin. After some time, they reached the pyramid, and Lucio said that she had no idea that the pyramids were so huge. She can't even see the top from here. MC looked around and thought, according to the map, they should be waiting for him here. Lucio pointed her finger forward and said to look. There is something written there. MC asked again, what is it? Lucio said, it says here, if there is no guard, you need to ring the bell. Hajun smiled and asked in surprise if she can read Egyptian hieroglyphs. Lucio replied, yes, she is mega elite after all. MC pressed the button and said, this is really cool. A blue glow appeared around him, and Hajin screamed, what? What's going on? Lucio screamed, this is some kind of gravity magic. MC said, but it says ring the bell. They screamed loudly when they fell into the hole that appeared beneath them. MC thought they were falling. Hajin fell to the floor and said in surprise he can't even believe that he survived such a fall. A loud growl was heard behind him, and he turned around and asked, Lucio? She could have at least said that he crushed her with his body. He got up and asked, did he kill her? Lucio replied, no, he didn't kill Lucio. After a while, they got up and walked down the corridor. MC thought, so what now? As if he's not making a delivery but going on some kind of dungeon quest. Lucio looked away and said, Hajun. He asked, what? She means there are traps in the floor? Lucio asked him to point his shining piece of metal here, please. He shone the light and asked, what is it? Is there something written there? He shone the flashlight on it and said, these are frescoes. It looks like there are people and a giant painted here. Lucio screamed, this fresco, what is it? Did he understand something? She heard of a certain evil goddess who likes to kidnap and torture nymphs. These frescoes must have been created by her ancestors to tell about the terrible crimes against their people. MC thought he personally does not see any crimes in these pictures. Actually, it looks more like a holiday. Lucio screamed, they say you meet your enemy when you least expect it. On this day, she will avenge the suffering of her ancestors. Hajin asked, no revenge, understand? Whoever lives in this pyramid is their client first and foremost. Suddenly a voice rang out, revenge, she says. Is this why they snuck into the goddess's house? Little rude people. Pharaoh put her hand to her face and asked, so, which of them wants revenge? MC thought, such a blinding light that he can't even see who is speaking. Lucio clenched her fists and said, her ancestors must be avenged. She rushed forward and used the second-level Mega Elite. Hajun asked Lucio to stop. He thought, impulsive child, why attack right away? Pharaoh looked at her and asked, so she's a nymph? How long has it been since she saw someone like her? She hugged Lucio and said, they nymphs are so cute. Lucio ordered to let her go right now. She is the sworn enemy of her family. MC looked at this puzzled and thought, what is going on? After a while, Pharaoh said, a long time ago she invited nymphs here. She organized holidays and competitions for them. How sweet the young nymphs were. Unfortunately, they are no longer with her. MC asked, is this really how all those nymphs died? By suffocation in her arms? Pharaoh continued to hug Lucio, who had already lost consciousness. She let go and said, she can't stop herself. She always acts like this when she sees something so sweet. MC thought, now he understood what Lucio meant by torture. She started crying and screaming. She almost killed her. A little more, and she would have been on a boat crossing the river Styx. Why didn't he save her, Hajin? MC replied, no way. He already told her she needs to learn to control herself. Lucio screamed. He said that she was like a cousin to him. Why doesn't he protect his sister? MC told the little splinter to stop being capricious already. The mistress coughed and said she doesn't think she introduced herself. She is the ruler of the 2 richest and sunniest countries, the high priestess of all the temples of Egypt, the divine embodiment of the mountain of the all-powerful falcon. Her name is Pharaoh. MC suggested that Lucio settle the matter once and for all. The winner will be considered right. Lucio agreed, and Pharaoh screamed. Did they even hear anything? MC whispered, yes, she is Pharaoh, but he thought that the kings of Egypt were called pharaohs. Lucio said, ignoramus. It would have been better for him to remain silent. There are 2 types of gods and goddesses in this world. There are those like Cupid and Hephaestus. They were born gods. And then there are those who achieve divinity during their lifetime. Like this old woman, for example. Pharaoh asked again, an old woman? A little nymph? Doesn't she think it's rude to call her old? Lucio screamed. Did she hear her? MC smiled and said, Pharaoh, let her forgive her, but they are only here because they make deliveries. Pharaoh fixed her hair and said, she knows. She had been watching them in her crystal ball the whole way. MC asked again, but what? A cane burst out of his bag, and he cried out loudly, a cane. Pharaoh caught it and said, excellent, excellent work, and the shape is perfect. Thank him for bringing this to her, delivery man Lee Hejin. He fully lives up to his reputation. MC thought, reputation? Since when did he have a reputation? Wait, that means that. Hejin smiled and said, he thanks her for using Lee Hejin's delivery service. He asks that the payment and tip be sent to his account. You have to strike while the iron is hot, as they say. Lucio said, he's disgusting. Why is he acting like a market huckster? Hejun, where did his self-respect go? MC asked again, self-respect? You can't spread self-respect on bread, girl. By the way, he'll use the money he earns to buy her the candy she liked so much. Lucio's mouth started to water and she asked again, candy? She copied MC's movement and screamed, thanking her for using Lee Hejin's delivery service. Madam. MC thought he should see what a little capitalism does to a nymph. Pharaoh smiled and said it was nice to see he was friends with these little people. He didn't need to worry about payment. She was a generous goddess, after all. She snapped her fingers and the system window reported, delivery complete. He received 50,000 points. Tip from Pharaoh, 50,000 points. The amount in the account is 195,300 points. In total, that's 19,530,000,000 won. Lucio smiled and said, Hejin. Lucio helped him, so the candy is hers. Hejin asked again, candy? He'll buy her entire candy store. Maybe he'll even open a candy factory. Lucio screamed. Then Lucio gets 90% of the profits. MC asked again, 90? Is she serious? Pharaoh said, let him just look at this little predator. Now, when they leave, they can go out through the main entrance, not through this tunnel. MC asked, what? Pharaoh replied, of course. She was nostalgic about coming down here, but she was already kind of tired of receiving couriers in the basement. Hejin said he thought this was the entrance. Lucio said, but there was a bell at the entrance, and it said, if there is no guard, you need to call. Pharaoh said, well, there hasn't been a guard there for several centuries. They can just leave through the main entrance. MC asked again, really? Lucio said, so this is not the front door. MC said, no candy for her. She screamed, he's angry. The delivery to the pyramid was complete. After a while, Hejin said, they're finally back. He doesn't even know how they survived. He told Lucio to wake up. They've arrived. Her drool dripped onto his hand and he cried out in displeasure. Lucio woke up and asked, are they back already? MC took her hand and asked, what do you mean already? Can't she see? It's already dark. Lucio said, she can't see anything. MC asked, so maybe she should open her eyes, baby? They are in the forge of Hephaestus. Lucio screamed, Hejin. She thanked him for this adventure. It was a lot of fun. MC smiled and asked, what's wrong with her? He thought, it's true. They made a delivery after all, which means it's time for them to say goodbye. He said the same. He had fun with her too. Even though she talks a lot, Lucio asked, why did he say that? He ruined such a touching moment. Hejin answered, but he's telling the truth. She won't deny that she's a little chatterbox, will she? He thinks they've grown attached to each other. She took off and said, Lucio would never work with him again. MC said, and the feeling is mutual too. He didn't expect them to become friends. Hephaestus said happily, his stars. The client has nothing but rave words about them. He then thought, what if they work together? MC asked again, together, with her. Lucio asked if she should work with this person. They both screamed, no way. Better to die than work with this bore. Hephaestus thought, is this a conflict of interest or what? After some time, MC was sleeping and heard his name being called through his sleep. He wondered who was there. Lucio said, Hejun, let him wake up already. MC jumped up in fear and screamed, what is she even doing here? Lucio covered her ears with her hands and asked, why is he yelling at Lucio? Has he forgotten that they are a team now? Hejun thought, exactly, he couldn't refuse Hephaestus. Some time ago, Hephaestus said sadly, he never asked his son for a favor, and all for this. MC had to team up with this kid. Well, he'll have to get used to it. Hejun asked, so why did she wake him up? He was sleeping so soundly. Lucio said, the noise there just won't stop. MC asked again, what noise? Lucio showed him the phone screen and said, she meant this. MC asked again, delivery? The system windows reported many times about a new delivery. MC grabbed his phone and thought, a new delivery. Okay, these are the most common orders. He worried for nothing. Come to think of it, a week has already passed. Lucio asked, what's wrong? Is everything okay? MC replied, it's nothing, no need to worry. Lucio grabbed his t-shirt and screamed, but Lucio wants to know what's wrong. Hajin asked her just not to start whining again. He asked her to wait, someone was calling him. He looked at his phone screen and said, "It's the manager." Well, he should say that he's quitting. He answered, and heard a loud shout from the phone. Hadn't he noticed that he was back at work? Why isn't he taking orders? Hajin replied, "Well, basically." The delivery manager, Dalman Bey, who is 39 years old and balding, was smoking and shouting loudly. Did he even look to see how many deliveries were in line? He should be grateful that he didn't fire him. He was lucky that he was only suspended for a short time. And he sees hasn't learned his lesson. Let him get to work immediately or he will fire him. MC yelled loudly, "Okay, let him fire him." Dalman asked what he said. Is he completely crazy? Hajin screamed, "What if so? What will he do to him?" Lucio said, "Oh my god. Energy level 20,000, 30,000, 40,000. Hajin is not acting like usual. Her glasses burst and she screamed. She can't see anything. Dalman asked, does he think he can still find another job? He will blacklist him and he will be finished. Hajin said he is tired of these angry threats. No wonder with his bald head even his hair is running away. He is tired. Let him do what he wants. Good luck. Dalman asked what? What does his hair have to do with it? He burst into tears and said it was a low blow. Lucio asked, Hajun, is he okay? He exhaled and offered her to go eat. Finally, bye everyone. At that moment, the leader of the Yongwon Guild, Park Songjin, asked, we couldn't find him yesterday either? The captain of the Yongwon Guild's 3rd squad, Jang Suho, replied, they searched every corner. None of them could spot either the scooter or the helmet. If his scooter was so hard to track, maybe he realized he was being followed and changed his ID number? Songjin clutched his head and said, still, thanks for checking. He already had a lot of problems, and now this guy. Suho asked, should they continue the search? Songjin replied, no, they can't waste their energy like that. By the way, what's going on in Busan? Suho replied, things aren't looking good, sir. The squad of 6 A ranks sent on the raid retreated. It looks like the portal will turn into a full-fledged dungeon in 5 days. Songjin looked out the window and said, I understand. A portal appeared on Hyundai Beach a month ago. When the association contacted them, he immediately understood that clearing the dungeon wouldn't be that easy, but he didn't think that 6 A ranks wouldn't be enough. Well, he knew what they had to do. He ordered to tell Aren and the 1st squad to start preparing for departure. Suho shouted, he wants to go to Busan? Songjin thought, he'll show everyone again why they're considered the best guild in the country. He covered himself in mana and said, it's been a while since he's gone on a business trip. After a while, MC said, big deal. He was craving something spicy. He wanted to see the manager's face when he said he was quitting. Lucio said, it's so delicious. Lucio had never tasted anything so delicious. MC said, slow down. It'll stain all her clothes. Lucio ate and said happily, even this soft oval thing tastes incredible. Who would have thought there were so many delicious things in the human world? It feels like Lucio has lived her whole life in vain. MC said, it's just a bowl of noodles. Lucio continued happily saying, oh my god, they must be having a hard time. The guy looked at her and said, it's her first time trying black bean noodles. The waitress said, exactly. Apparently he's a single father. MC thought, what are they talking about? After a while, on the street, Lucio grabbed her stomach and said, she thinks Lucio is going to explode. Hajin wiped her mouth and said, he told her not to eat so much. He thought he really feels like he has a daughter. Lucio screamed, stop it, Hajin. People around were whispering, isn't that the guy who lives across the street? But this building only has tiny apartments, which are definitely not suitable for raising a child. MC thought, this is awful. Everyone in the neighborhood thinks he's a slacker. But since they have to live together now, he should find a bigger apartment. He asked if they should move. Lucio screamed, move? Really? MC asked why she was so upset. Lucio asked if he wouldn't be happy if he moved from some shallow puddle. Hajin said she spoke as if she had lived here her whole life. Lucio asked if they were moving. How about this palace? MC asked again. What? He looked at the apartment building and asked if she was kidding. Did she have any idea how much the apartments there cost? He grabbed Lucio by the cheeks and said, definitely no less than 20 billion won. Lucio screamed. Where did all the money go that Lucio helped get from the pyramid? Hajin looked at the system window, where it was written that the current balance was about 200,000 coins. He thinks he can afford it. Maybe he should buy an apartment. After a while, Lucio screamed in surprise, it's so spacious. Hajin, are they going to live here now? MC replied, he hadn't decided yet. The building is new, so he thinks it's gorgeous. He looked around and asked if he could repeat it again. The man replied, of course. The current owners will be able to move out in 2 weeks, and the rent is about 200,000 won a month. He simply won't find more luxurious conditions. The location of the building is simply gorgeous. It's not too high, schools and transportation are nearby. Let him believe it, he won't regret buying it even in 20 years. MC said, that's enough, thank you. It really is great here, but he would like to look at other places. The man replied, of course, he will show you everything that is available. Hajin thought buying the first place he could find wasn't very smart. He suggested that Lucio go and look at the new place. Lucio asked sadly, so they won't live here? MC grabbed her and said, he already said that he hasn't decided yet. She screamed. Hajin is a liar. He looked at Aaron, who was watching them closely, and thought he knows her. After a while, Lucio was eating noodles and saying, "It tastes divine." She looked at MC and asked, "Why isn't he eating?" MC said he bought a place on the very first day of searching. That's really cool. Of course. After a whole day of searching, he finally settled on the building he saw first. He bought an apartment for much less than the market price, but something still bothers him. That girl he saw yesterday. He's sure he saw her among the hunters in the dungeon. The helmet covered half of his face, so he thinks she didn't recognize him. But still, he took out his phone and asked why he wasn't receiving new orders. Lucio asked, hadn't they already finished one? Hajin replied, nothing new in 2 days. Lucio replied, 2 days? It's not that much, does he know? MC said, but he used to receive at least 1 order a day. Lucio asked in surprise, what? So often? She folded her arms across her chest and said, excessive greed never leads to anything good. He has enough money from the last deliveries. MC said, it was until yesterday. He looked at the system window, where 193,700 coins were. That's how much was left after paying the rent. 19,370,000,000 won. But with the remaining amount, the total comes to 17 billion won just for the apartment. On top of that, he needs to buy new furniture and appliances and pay the realtor. If you take into account all the expenses, all the money went on the apartment. Lucio asked, what? Is this the new tenant's mistake? Overestimating his finances. She screamed, why is the apartment so expensive? He could buy a castle in the heavenly world. MC folded his arms and asked, how should he know? Seoul has always been expensive. Nothing can be done about it. Lucio asked, what should they do now? MC replied, he was sorry to say, but they won't be able to buy candy anymore. Lucio screamed, she's against it. She'll think of something. Hajin said, now she understands what's what. Lucio asked, why doesn't he become a promoter? He asked again, should he become a door beggar? Lucio said, they don't have to wait for a new job. We can go to Hephaestus and ask if he knows any gods or heroes who need delivery. Hajin said, okay. He admits she's very smart. Maybe she's even a real genius. But how do they get to Olympus? Lucio answered as usual. MC asked again, what do you mean? He teleports there when he's given an order. Lucio looked at him puzzled and asked, what? At that moment, the helicopter was standing on the platform next to the first and second squad of the Yanwan Guild. A total of 45 hunters had gathered. The Yanwan Guild deputy leader Baek Arin and Yanwan Guild leader Park Songjin came out, and Songjin said he was sure they all already heard that today they were going to Hyundai Beach to deal with the new portal. He wants them to forget their previous failures and bring glory to the guild again. The hunters shouted, yes, Captain. He turned away and said, okay, they're coming, Aaron. She replied, yes. The helicopter started to take off and Songjin said, Aaron, about what she said earlier. Is she sure that guy is her neighbor now? Aaron replied, she couldn't find out for sure if he moved in, but he clearly visited the apartment. Songjin asked again, really? He thought they searched every corner to find him, and he ended up right under Aaron's nose. He asked, is she absolutely sure she saw him? Aaron replied, yes. Songjin thought, now it won't be hard to find him. They should focus on the portal. Aaron looked out the window and thought, so it turns out he was the one who defeated the boss. She hopes that she can catch him in battle one day. After a while, MC approached the Hephaestus forge and said hello. He asked, isn't he working today? Not even the lights are on. Lucio screamed in fear. Hajin, she thinks they should leave. She was crying and asking what if they get divine punishment for entering without permission? MC asked again. What? But they were already here. And anyway, she told him to come herself. Lucio screamed, but this is terribly disrespectful. MC thought, disrespectful? This is a little girl saying, calling Pharaoh an old woman. Suddenly, a scream was heard from behind them. Who dares come to him at this early hour? Hephaestus said, it's them. MC said, Hephaestus. He answered, but he didn't order delivery. What brought him here? Hajin said, well, here's the thing. He has a request. Hephaestus asked again, a request? MC replied, they thought it would be rude to come empty-handed, so. Hephaestus screamed, is that what he thinks? MC said, here, he brought soju. He remembers that he liked the beer, so he brought this to try too. Hephaestus happily snatched it up and cried out, of course, let him say what he wants. MC laughed and said, he wanted to ask if he could introduce him to any gods or goddesses who might be interested in delivery. Hephaestus asked again, delivery? He had something in mind, but MC asked again, but what? Hephaestus answered, does he understand? He is afraid it will be too dangerous. Hajin ordered him not to worry. He promises to seize every opportunity. There is nothing more dangerous than poverty. Hephaestus said, if he really thinks he can handle it, then let him be teleported. He stretched out his hand and used magic, and MC screamed loudly, stop. He didn't say who. After a while, he teleported to the forest and looked around. He asked, where is he anyway? He threw him away without giving any explanation. What does he even expect from him? The system window reported danger detected. MC looked around and thought something dangerous was heading his way. A huge monster appeared in front of him and let out a loud scream. Hajin thought, what the hell is that? He wouldn't be able to dodge it. He screamed loudly when suddenly a hand with a bow appeared from the bushes and attacked the monster. The creature squealed loudly and Hajin fell to the ground. He asked, what was that? Is it dead? Lucio screamed joyfully. She barely made it. He was almost turned into a human pancake. MC answered, Lucio. He didn't know she was coming after him. Lucio replied, after he disappeared, she was also transported here. Hajin said, well, thank goodness she silently watched him suffer here and didn't even help. Lucio screamed joyfully, But it was such a sight. Olympus boars are known for their ferocity, and he killed the monster with one blow. MC answered, but it wasn't him who killed the creature. Suddenly, a voice came from the side. It was him. Hajun looked to the side and saw a centaur who said, he didn't know there were people here. So a man and a nymph. MC was puzzled, thinking, amazing. Who is this strange horseman? A message came on Hajin's phone and he looked down. The notification said he had arrived at his destination. MC thought, so this strange man, is this his client? The centaur said, it's not often that strangers come here. Maybe they will tell him who they are? Lucio said, lame centaur. She tugged MC's hand and said, Hajin, she thinks she knows who it is. Jason, this is the leader of the Argonauts. Achilles, this is the hero of the Trojan War, and the greatest warrior who led the Olympian gods to victory, Hercules. And this is Chiron, the mentor of all these great heroes. Chiron asked with displeasure, did they just mention Hercules' name in his presence? Do they even know what he went through because of that idiot? MC asked him to wait, he was completely silent. Hephaestus sent them. They came with a delivery, not to cause him trouble. He swears. Hajin asked again, Hephaestus, do they take him for a fool? He started shooting at MC and Lucio, after which the system window reported danger. Lucio screamed loudly, and Hajin said, he's not lying. After a while, he said in the house, that's how they ended up here. Lucio said it was true. Chiron thought about it. Interesting. Hephaestus usually doesn't mention him in front of just anyone. No matter how you look at it, he's not a hero by any means. However, these nymphs, even the most famous heroes can hardly boast a friendship with nymphs, much less having them as their companions on their travels. MC whispered, why is this horseman so suspicious? They already explained everything. Why doesn't he believe them? Lucio whispered, she doesn't know either. They say about him that he has a vulnerable soul. Chiron said, he decided he believes them. Lucio screamed, Chiron, he really is the wisest of sages. Chiron asked, so the two of them can get him whatever he wants? MC answered, well, not literally everything, but a lot. Chiron thought, maybe he needs to be tested. He ordered them to go through the forest to the north. There they will find a giant cave. They need to collect for him the saliva of the lazy oaf who sleeps in it. Hajin grabbed the jar and asked again, saliva? He wants him to collect saliva in a jar and bring it to him? He asked. He hoped. They don't literally need to collect saliva from this man's mouth, do they? Chiron replied, no, literally. Does he have any objections? MC thought, this is of course a completely unthinkable violation of another person's personal space. He laughed and said, sure, let him think he already has the jar of saliva. He grabbed Lucio, who only managed to scream, but that's no reason to refuse the order. Chiron said, pathetic idiot. He didn't even bother to ask what dangers await him along the way. This is a simple test that will show whether he can be trusted. Even if he somehow miraculously gets out of this forest alive. Next, he will have to cross rocky, snow-capped mountains that no human can traverse. If he's a complete idle talker, one look at these mountains will make him give up. Hajun quickly soared into the sky, and Chiron asked, what? The system window reported, racer suit, skill, super jump, single use 1 minute, time remaining 1 minute 50 seconds. MC thought, he's gotten used to the suit already. At this speed, they'll reach this cave very soon. After a while, he pushed off the mountain and landed on the ground. He looked towards the cave and said, destination reached. The system window reported that the racer suit is disabled. Reboot time, 32 seconds. Hajin thought, what a shame. He used the suit's functionality too mercilessly. Lucio said she was dizzy. MC asked, is she really sick? Since they were already here, they needed to get him some saliva. Lucio suggested doing it quickly. After a while, MC thought, they've already descended deep, but he doesn't see anyone sleeping here. He turned on the flashlight and asked if she was scared. Lucio replied, fear isn't natural for mega elites. MC chuckled, and Lucio screamed in fear. Hajin looked at her and told her not to scream so suddenly. She was confusing him. What was she scared of? Just a couple of drops from the ceiling. Lucio shook in fear and brought her hands up. MC said he thought she saw a monster. He looked around and asked, what was that? He saw a huge monster in front of him and said, looks like he won't have to worry about the lack of saliva. Hajin has gone crazy. At that moment, Chiron twisted his ankle and asked, what an idiot. Where did he go? He thought he was an ordinary person. He didn't know that he was hiding such abilities. And yet, he is just a person. Even with his abilities, he can't climb the mountain. He looked ahead in surprise and asked, what the hell? You really went into the cave? You're crazy. He was covered in mana and felt a strong pain in his leg. He flew up and thought, he can't go into the cave. There are immortal monsters in there. At that moment, MC screamed, horror. He burst into tears and grabbed Lucio and quickly ran away from the monster. Lucio screamed, what a terrible monster. The monster was moving after them, and Hajin said he thought it was sleeping now. Lucio asked, how is this possible? A huge snake with several heads. This huge monster is a hydra. Hajin asked again, a hydra. Lucio asked, what did Chiron entrust him with? MC screamed, how could he know? Who knew he would have to get the saliva of this monster? How could he get caught like that? With the Hades helmet, he could still do something, but he had to go without it. A system window appeared next to him, and he asked, what? The system window said that in an emergency, he needs to use the warp service. MC asked again, warp service? The system reported, warp service. For just 5,000 coins, they will transfer the goods he purchased to his current location. Hajin thought, 50 million won just for transferring goods? He bought the Hades helmet for 800 coins. This is brazen robbery. although now is not the time to choose. He spent 5,000 coins and had 189,000 points left. Lucio happily said, Hajun, a helmet just fell from the sky. MC said with tears in his eyes, these are his hard-earned 50 million. He put on the helmet and said, Hydra, it's the end. Hajun went towards the monster, and Lucio screamed, Hajun, what is he doing? The entrance is on the wrong side. MC replied, actually he knows. Lucio asked again, is he crazy? It's the Hydra itself. This monster, the daughter of Typhon. Even the gods of Olympus fear the creature's deadly poison. Hajun thought, so this is the daughter? He said, it looks like Typhon has scattered his seed everywhere. Lucio grabbed it and said, this is not the time for jokes. This time it's different, not like with that Sphinx. MC replied, it's okay. He can handle it, and she should get dressed for now. Lucio screamed, Hajun. She turned around and screamed, Hajun is a real fool and an idiot. Let the deadly poison melt him to the bone, MC said. Now she could have left gracefully, otherwise she left only curses for the end. Okay. Now he will start the delivery. Hajun squeezed the jar and walked towards the Hydra. He said she could sleep normally. Her eyes widened, completely confusing him. He opened the jar and brought it to the monster's face, wincing with displeasure. He thinks it's better not to touch this, otherwise something terrible will happen. And why did he even tell him to get this? MC looked at the can and said, okay. He hoped that would be enough. Let him just try to give him a small tip for the delivery. At that moment, everything around started shaking and Hajun screamed, what's going on? Is the ceiling collapsing? Large stones fell from the ceiling and a loud scream was heard. Hajun asked, is that an earthquake? What? Horror, his can. It broke and all the drool spilled onto the ground. He held out his hand and said, without this, he can't collect the drool. The huge heads of the Hydra reached out to him, after which MC loudly screamed curses. Horror, she woke up. No, he's wearing a helmet. He just needs to hide from everyone. Hydra asked, who is he? The smell of the flayed ghosts of hell. Was he sent from the abyss, baby? MC thought fearfully. Did she smell him? The Hydra laughed and said, don't be so afraid. This wonderful helmet that hides him, it belongs to Hades, right? Hajun thought, what a horror, so she sees right through him? Hydra asked, so what? Why did he come to her? And so far, he swam across the river Styx. MC thought, he came for her saliva. If he said that, she would kill him on the spot. Another head of Hydra asked, so what? Can you swim across the river Styx? Another head answered, what a fool. Hades sent him. The first head screamed, idiot, does she want to die? Hydra asked, why is he silent? She hopes he didn't wake her up because of some nonsense? If so, MC answered, he came to say hello from the abyss. He thought, what a nightmare. He was at a dead end. Hydra asked again, hello? So Chiron sent him? Hajun answered, yes, that's right. It seems he hasn't been able to contact her lately. That's why he asked to say hello. Hydra said, wow, this little brat is wondering how his older sister is doing. She has lived for so many millennia, and this is the first time she has seen something like this. She stepped forward and asked, how is he doing? Isn't he doing well as a guard? MC thought. Elder sister. At that moment, Lucio was flying over the snowy mountains and screaming, Hajun is such a fool. Even Hajun can't handle Hydra. She must go down and ask for help. Suddenly, she collided with Chiron, who asked, what's wrong? Why is she alone? Lucio screamed, Chiron? Chiron, Hajun is now heading for Hydra. Chiron grabbed his head and said, so he finally made it to Hydra. Lucio screamed, we need to help Hajun quickly. Chiron said, even he, a demigod, can't handle Hydra. Lucio said in fear, it can't be. He needed to send him back. Chiron frowned and ordered her to show him the way. Lucio looked at him and asked, Chiron? He replied, he can't let a young man die because of him. At that moment, Hajun looked at Hydra in surprise and asked, is she in human form? Hydra laughed and said, it seems he was surprised by her appearance. After she was sealed here, she can no longer return to her true form. Even her brother hasn't seen her like this, so he doesn't know. MC thought, little brother? Is she talking about Cerberus? What's up with their genealogy? Hydra smiled and replied, exactly. And how is her little brother doing? She couldn't contact him, so she was very worried. MC asked, what's the point of unnecessary words? He eats 3 times a day and gets paid. He is very happy with his profession. He imagined that his nose had grown and thought as a pet. Hydra asked again, really? She is glad to hear it. MC replied, well, since he said hello, he should go. He thought, if he stays here, he might get caught lying. Hydra asked for a minute and enveloped MC in her mana. She said that since he came at her brother's request, she couldn't just let him go. What will happen to her reputation? MC stood there and thought, he can't move. He turned around and asked, reputation? What reputation? Hydra stuck out her tongue and said not to refuse. She turned her back to him and ordered him to take it. There are scales in the middle of her back that are a different color. He can pull them out and keep them for himself. MC thought in surprise, was she suddenly asking him to rip out her scales? Hydra ordered him not to be afraid. Her scales contain dangerous power. It will be useful to him. Hajun thought, if so, could it really be some kind of object, like Sun Wukong's tail? Then he has no reason to refuse. He held out his hand and said, well, I never. It can't be helped. He wondered why it wouldn't come out. He was shaking and wondering if she was doing it on purpose. The system window said, activate riding suit. MC managed to pull out the scale and thought, it's working. He almost fell and thought how slippery it was. He fell and happily said, it worked. He did it, Hydra. She replied, well done. But isn't he too greedy? Hajun looked down and saw that he was lying on top of her. Hydra said, slightly embarrassed, she never thought he'd had his eye on her too. Well, let him do as he pleases. MC jumped up in fright and screamed, yes, that is no, this is a misunderstanding. Chiron stood behind him and said, "He can't believe it." Hajin turned around and asked, "What?" Chiron screamed, "Did he defeat Hydra itself?" MC thought, "Chiron?" From Chiron's side, Hajin looks very strong. He asked, "What is he doing here?" Lucio screamed, "Hajin." She rushed him and screamed, "How good it is that he is alive." MC asked again, "Lucio, it's dangerous here." He told her to wait outside. After all, she is loyal. Lucio screamed, "It hurts. She is in pain." Chiron thought, is it true, a human defeated Hydra? Even Hercules had a hard time dealing with her. This Hephaestus, he sent a real monster. MC was happy with Lucio and then turned around and asked Hydra to forgive him. "They are too noisy, right?" Hydra smiled and answered, "Nothing. By the way, is this his nymph?" Hajin asked again, "What do you mean, his? She's just a kid from the neighbor's house." Lucio screamed, "Yes, such a one. Like her, considered the most nymph-like." Hydra asked joyfully, "Little one from next door? How unusual. And besides, they haven't seen each other in a while, Chiron, and he's aged. Does time really not spare even immortals? Or did her poison affect him?" MC asked again, "Poison? What happened between them?" Lucio replied, no longer surprised by his ignorance. "He wants to receive it? It's a well-known story. Hercules, the poisoned arrow, Hydra, and then the death of Chiron. It was an accident. That day Chiron lay among his fallen comrades, his leg pierced by a poisoned arrow. It was less an accident than retribution for raising a monster. Returning to Zeus, he asked him to take back the immortality he had granted him. He knelt before him and, showing him the traces of poison, said he could no longer bear this torment. Zeus thought for a moment and agreed, saying that, considering he had raised so many heroes, he would give him a constellation. Chiron clearly wasn't expecting this, and he became indignant. Zeus extended his hand to him and said he couldn't die. He would understand everything later. Chiron called out to him, trying to stop him, and thus ended the sage's life, and he became a deity who ruled the constellation Sagittarius. He became the constellation Chiron. The Hydra said that the poison kills all living things, and he, infected with this poison, was able to reach this place. She said with a sad smile that he probably held on thanks to the power of the constellation. He called her snake tongue disgusting, and asked if she wanted him to cut it off too. She laughed, and in response noted that his tongue was so disgusting, and he used to be a gentle man. She looked at Hygiene and clarified his name, after which she reached her hand into her chest, which made them blush. She immediately closed his eyes, ordering him not to look at her. This sight is not for children. The Hydra took out a flask with purple liquid from that place and asked, he needed her saliva, right? Was this Chiron's request? The centaur frowned because of this, and Hajun asked, so she knew everything? She smiled and told him that he smelled of centaur. After that, she looked at her brother and told him to take it. He became wary and asked what she was up to. She couldn't just give him the antidote. She said that he mistook her for some kind of villain, but in fact, it wasn't she who poisoned him, but Hercules. He remembered what happened that day and felt uneasy, and MC asked, this is his student, right? Hydra approached Chiron and handed him the flask, saying that she had been waiting all this time for him to come for the antidote. He looked at her face with doubt and thought for a moment, after which he decided to take it. He immediately uncorked the flask and drank its contents, and then felt a change. Hydra's saliva spread throughout his body at lightning speed, and the bandage on his leg fell off. His consciousness suddenly clouded. He staggered, which made Hajin worry, and then fell unconscious to the ground under the Hydra's gaze. MC called out to her in horror, thinking she'd given him poison, but then he heard Chiron crying. He grabbed his leg and burst into tears of happiness, as his body had returned to its previous state. 3,890 years. All this time he'd endured pain in the world of constellations. Finally, he could put an end to this torment that had lasted an eternity. Hydra stroked his head and with a gentle smile told him he'd had a lot to endure. Realizing he was fine, the two rushed to his side. Afterwards, they returned to the house and waited. Chiron had disappeared. Hajin was getting nervous and considered withholding the delivery fee, but Lucio immediately scolded him, saying he was talking nonsense and speaking disparagingly of him. In fact, Hydra had given him the antidote. He couldn't claim the delivery fee. He sighed in frustration, after which Chiron finally came out of the room and apologized to them for the long wait. He showed them the bow and said with a wide smile that he was looking for something, which is why he was late. MC said upset that he was gone longer than he thought, and Lucio, covering his mouth, said with an awkward smile that they did not wait at all. Hajin asked, so he was talking about this bow? He confirmed it and said that he was going to give this bow to Hercules, but he thought this would suit him better. He was upset. It would be better if he gave him money, but he did not refuse the reward and said that no matter what, he would accept it with gratitude. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a god appeared on the threshold. Chiron exclaimed in fear who he was, and he, apologizing to him for the sudden arrival, entered the house. Lucio immediately recognized him. It was the god of war, Ares. He said that he would tell him the details later, and MC asked, is this Ares, that fool from Olympus? Upon hearing his name, Lucio became worried and asked if he had gone crazy. Ares is the son of Zeus and Hera, meaning he is a prince among the gods. Ares turned his attention to them and said that it was them, a man and a nymph. So he is Hajin? He nervously confirmed this, after which Ares immediately rushed to him, saying that he had finally found him. MC was very scared by his sudden movements, and then Ares unexpectedly fell to his knees in front of him and asked him for help. Hajun certainly didn't expect this at the age of 27. He is the first person among people to whom a god has knelt. After clarifying all the details, he went to carry out his task on a high-speed train. Lucio looked out the window and delightedly said that this car is so fast. He tiredly told her that it is not a car, but a train, and let her be quiet. They are not alone here. She immediately shut her mouth and said that she understood and would definitely follow the rules of conduct in public places. He sighed tiredly and thought that he hadn't been able to sleep a wink, and now there was another delivery. With this lifestyle, he would die before his time. Suddenly his phone beeped with a notification. He had received 100,000 points from Chiron for the delivery and an additional 100,000. Now his account had about 400,000 points. Of course, this immediately made him happy, and all his fatigue disappeared. He laughed so loudly with joy that the man behind him asked him to be quiet, and he had to apologize. Lucio took the opportunity to be sarcastic and said that he himself had told her to be quiet. He asked her to shut up and said that he was scared because the payment for the delivery had been delayed for a long time. He still couldn't calm down, seeing such numbers on his account. He was paid 20 billion won for the delivery. Thanks to this, he doesn't have to worry about bills or bankruptcy. He looked down at his phone and thought that he would be even calmer if it weren't for this. He needs to save a hunter under the protection of Ares, who is in danger. The remaining time for completion is 5 hours. When they first learned about this task, they were very surprised. Ares told them that he looked at his threat of fate and he will die today. MC asked, since it is so urgent, then maybe he himself will save him? Lucio explained to him why this will not work. It will violate the law of causality. He did not understand what she was talking about, and Chiron said that a god cannot personally influence the life and death of a person. No god is allowed to break this rule. He turned to Ares and said that the one called the god of war cannot not know this. Even if he is sad about it, he must accept it. He said with a gloomy expression that this cannot be. He has put everything he has on this hunter. Constellations can invest points in hunters. If they performed feats, gaining fame through public recognition, the constellation would receive several hundred times more points than they originally invested. But if a hunter completed their mission and died, they lost everything. Upon learning this, Hajun looked at him with pity and asked, so he could lose everything he invested? So that's the gambling addiction of the gods. Chiron became very angry and called him an idiot, saying he deserved it. He might be a constellation, but he just sat there and gambled like that. He looked away in shame and asked them to help him just once. He even secretly invested his father's points. MC asked, isn't this father Zeus by any chance? Lucio exclaimed in shock that he was the greatest god of Olympus, and he stole his points. At this point, Hajun put his hands behind his head and said that he couldn't solve everyone's problems. How did he think he should save the constellation hunter? He sighed and thought that if he fulfilled the request of a god like Ares and earned his favor, he would surely receive a huge tip for this task. Lucio worriedly asked where they were going, and he, showing her the ticket, told her that they were going to Busan. Meanwhile, in the dark and damp dungeon, a pile of bodies of monsters that Songjin and his guild had defeated already lay. He warned them that they were still coming to prepare for battle, and immediately after that, sea monsters ran out of the darkness, roaring loudly. One of them pounced on Songjin, jaws wide open, and he swung his sword, quickly dealing with the threat. But that was not all. While he was dealing with one monster, another attacked him from behind. His eyes flashed. He made many rapid swings of his sword and killed the monsters in the area. To catch his breath, he thrust his sword into the ground and leaned on it, then cursed, thinking that they were cutting them down, and there was no end to them. Meanwhile, Aaron ran forward and attacked the monsters with 2 daggers, then stopped and caught her breath. Songjin called out to her and asked if she was okay. She confirmed it and said she had finished off the ones behind her. Since there was no longer any danger, he declared a break. After another battle, they all sat along the wall, and Songjin asked how much longer it was to the boss room. Han Sung told him that they had already arrived and would see him soon. He glanced at the leader and said that, whatever the case, they had done a good job. They had arrived here twice as fast as the vanguard. He replied that it was all because he had led them well. He had heard that 6 A-rankers from the vanguard had been forced to retreat. Was the monster really that strong? He replied that it was quite large, approximately 10 meters in size. If they had fought the monster from the very beginning, they would have been able to clear this gate, but the entire squad was exhausted from fighting the small creatures. He thought it would be difficult for them, to say the least. Songjin said that it was good that they had managed to assemble such a squad, after which the guys stood up and suggested that they continue. He wanted to get this over with quickly and call his mother. They continued through the cave and reached the huge doors, with the boss room right behind them. Songjin immediately became serious and told the others not to be afraid, and they enthusiastically punched the air. On the leader's orders, the tanks would go first. The doors opened, revealing the boss room. To their surprise, there was no one inside, or so it seemed at first glance. Songjin walked inside, looking around, and asked Oh Sung if he was sure this was the boss room. He confirmed it, after which a drop fell on Aaron, and she looked up, wondering why water was pouring from the ceiling. Her eyes immediately widened in fear, and she turned to the guild members and, in a panic, told them to run. A huge drop of purple slime fell on her from the ceiling. Songjin called out to her worriedly, and the others suffered the same fate, with half the squad down in seconds. Songjin, in a panic, called out to Oh-sung and asked, "What the hell is this?" They hadn't been told about this at the briefing, but something strange was happening to Oh-sung. His eyes rolled back, he started mumbling something, and then tentacles came out of his mouth. He turned to his mother and said that he brought them all. Did he do well? And then Songjun became very nervous. He looked at the huge monster hiding on the ceiling and realized that they were trapped. Meanwhile, Hajun had already arrived at the place. Lucio looked at the portal and asked, "Is it here?" He confirmed it and, flexing his fists, said that he would quickly save him and go to bed. But it turns out he decided to go without the little nymph. This made her indignant and asked, "What is he saying? Why can't she go with him?" He told her to calm down. That gate is even bigger than the gates of Tartarus. She began to stomp her feet in indignation, saying that he is abandoning her again, like last time. He remained silent and thought, what should he do with her? He hadn't felt this bad in a long time, but it was probably because of yesterday. The last time she went with him, they met a hydra, and then an idea came to him. He gave her money and told her to buy her favorite candies with it and wait for him here. She looked at the bill with irritation, then threw it in his face and exclaimed, "Does he think she can be bribed? She also wants to enter the gate." He asked in response, "Isn't it a bit small for this?" Actually, she could buy 50 candies with it. Hearing this, she immediately started drooling and asked, "Is that so much?" And so she proved that everything can be bought and sold. He gave her money again and went to the portal, saying that he would be back soon. If a stranger approaches her, what should she say to him? She answered him that she should refuse him, after which he laughed and remarked that it was the right thing to do. As soon as he was on the other side, he immediately noticed how dark and damp it was. He turned on the flashlight and walked forward, looking around, and then his foot stepped on something slimy and soft. He squealed loudly in fear and, shining the light at his feet, asked, "What the hell is that?" Looking up, he was slightly surprised and thought that judging by these affairs, the hunter of the god of war was clearly in trouble. But for good pay, it was worth it. However, the entire road was littered with bodies. How was he supposed to get further? His suit was still on recharge, so he would have to make do without it. If he had a scooter, he would have managed somehow. He became nervous and wondered what he should do. This was only the beginning, and already it was so difficult. The system told him that in an emergency he could use the local store, and he immediately opened it. There was a scooter on the list, but it cost 100,000 points, which made him feel sick. That was a whole 1 billion won. He remarked that it was somehow too expensive for a mere mortal. Was there anything else useful there? Someone snuck up on him unnoticed and then whispered in his ear a question about what he was looking at so intently. Hajin screamed loudly in fear and accidentally pressed the buy button, and Lucio, pleased with his reaction, asked if he was scared of her. But MC was not so much scared now as devastated, because he had lost 1 billion won. At the moment, he had about 290,000 points left. He turned to Lucio and exclaimed, "What is she doing here?" She shrugged and told him that she said she wanted to go together and with him. She had been following him from the very beginning. He asked in shock, "So she really followed him?" He thought she was calmly waiting for him outside. At that moment, something flashed behind him. She excitedly told him to turn around, and he saw his new scooter in this divine glow. He stared at his new vehicle in amazement, after which he exclaimed in delight that it was so cool. It was a whole motorcycle. But the joy was short-lived. The monsters approached them and he turned to them, realizing that he had completely forgotten himself. After that, he sat on the scooter and told Lucio to hold on to him tighter, after which the two of them rode forward at top speed, gradually breaking away from the monsters. Meanwhile, the half of the squad, incapacitated, was still alive, and Songjin came face to face with this huge monster. He cursed and asked, how were they supposed to cope with this? Everyone was caught except him. He needed to save them as quickly as possible. At that moment, slime flew at him from the ceiling, but he managed to jump to the side in time, immediately after which he delivered several blows. But it did not harm the slime in any way. He retreated to a safe distance and thought that this monster did not even give him a chance to attack. The entire ceiling, that is it, only they described it completely differently. Besides, the association never said that there are monsters that can get into a person's body and control them. If this creature manages to get out, a real disaster will occur. No matter what, he must defeat this monster here. Meanwhile, Erin was struggling to get out of the slime. She opened her eyes, then sharply swung her daggers, getting rid of the trap, and Songjun immediately ran to her, noticing that she managed to free herself. How is she feeling? Is everything okay? She answered him that she would like to say that she was fine, but that would be a lie. They needed to deal with the boss as quickly as possible, otherwise everyone who had been captured would die. He agreed with her, after which she looked at the monster and ran, saying that she would distract the boss, and he could use it. Seeing her as a threat, the monster began to attack the tentacles, but she quickly dodged them all and, getting very close, landed several blows. Then she looked at the guildmaster and thought that now was the perfect moment. He assumed a fighting stance, activated the powers of Ares, causing his sword to glow red, and then used a special attack, called Mars Punisher. Swinging his sword upward, He sent a bright flash of energy at the monster, which, upon contact, quickly spread across the ceiling and then exploded. Songjun knelt down to catch his breath and thought that it was just in time. The divine skill, Mars Punisher, is the true reason why the Youngwon Guild has managed to maintain its lead so far. No monster has ever survived this attack, but this one did. A huge eye appeared right in front of him. He stared at it in shock, and Aaron immediately ran up to him, telling him to get up quickly. He sadly lowered his gaze and apologized to her. It seemed this was the end. In the end, he couldn't save them. The monster began to use its powers, but the eye suddenly bulged. And then Hajin burst out of it with a roar of an engine, joyfully exclaiming that the delivery had arrived. The two of them stared at him in shock, clearly not expecting this. MC landed softly not far from them, then immediately turned around and stopped. Aaron looked at him in shock and asked, "Is this person by any chance the guy on the scooter?" Lucio jumped off the scooter. She laughed and said that they were barbarians, and clearly had no talent for naming things. Her name was Super Elite Racer. They were very surprised by the presence of a little girl in a dangerous dungeon, especially in such a costume. She called them fools and asked why they were so stunned at the sight of her. She smirked and told Hajin to come here. He should see it too. They're so funny. Someone came up behind her and said hello. When she saw this guy with tentacles coming out of his mouth, she almost passed out from fear. MC grabbed the guy and calmly asked, "What kind of squid is that?" He pulled the tentacles out of his mouth, then looked at it with disgust and exclaimed, "Was that thing inside a human?" The guy's body fell right on Lucio, causing her to squeal in fear, while Hajin finally noticed the monster from whose eye it came out. He was very surprised by its size and asked, "Is that the dungeon boss? Looks like they really made it in time." He turned around, calling out to Songjun, and he awkwardly told him it was him. He clarified, "He's a hunter of the god of war Ares, right?" As soon as he confirmed this, he immediately began to circle around him, examining him from all sides, and noticed that he looked unwell. "He's not injured, right?" He answered that he only had a couple of bruises, and he said that for some reason, he seemed familiar to him. Have they met somewhere before? Songjun's face darkened. MC remembered that they met in Tartarus and laughed, noting that the world is so small. Songjun was starting to get tired of all this. He ordered him to stop talking. First, he had to defeat the monster. If he didn't deal with it as quickly as possible, then other people could be in danger. He asked in response, why should he do that? Hunters are supposed to catch them. What can an ordinary delivery guy like him do? In his thoughts, he added that, moreover, his suit was still on recharge. Aaron pulled out a dagger and said suspiciously that she thought he was sacrificing them, and he waved his hand excitedly, saying that it was completely wrong. He tried to say that it was not he who should fight the monster, but Songjun. He responded by exclaiming that all this was complete nonsense. His weapon was broken, and at least he has a scooter. He took out his phone and told him not to worry about the weapon. He had something for him. He transferred the Ares weapon from the app to reality, after which a bright flash appeared in front of them, causing the hunters to become wary. As soon as Songjun saw the sword appearing in front of him, he was very surprised. After all, it was the great sword Ares, which existed only in myths, the one that ends war. Since Hajin gave him the goods, he said goodbye to him, and he excitedly asked him to wait. Who sent him this sword, and why is he walking around the dungeon so calmly, even though he is not even a hunter? Who is he, anyway? He picked up the frightened Lucio and turned to him, saying that if he wanted to know his name, he should call him the god's delivery man. After that, he got on the scooter and said goodbye to them, and Songjun asked him to wait. Watching his retreating silhouette, he noticed that he was talking nonsense. The monster behind him roared loudly, and he immediately turned to the weapon, thinking that he had no choice but to use this sword. As soon as he took it, a bright column of light enveloped him, after which Ares' armor appeared on his body, and he prepared for battle. The energy emanating from him delighted Aaron. She thought his strength was simply incredible. What happened to him? The huge monster roared loudly, but Songjun was no longer afraid of it. He raised the sword with a serious expression, and Aaron thought that it looked like they would not lose this fight. He activated Ares' powers. His sword immediately burst into flames, and he swung it, while the monster fired a beam of energy at him. The two forces clashed, but the deity's power was clearly stronger and quickly reached the monster's already crippled eye and incinerated it. After that, there was a flash, followed by an explosion, roaring throughout the cave. Aaron looked in shock at the hole through which sunlight entered the cave and asked how he managed to break through the ceiling. After that, the armor on his body collapsed. He immediately lost all strength and fell, but the girl caught him and said that he did a great job. She looked again at the hole in the ceiling and wondered who that guy on the scooter was. More precisely, a delivery man for the gods. Meanwhile, he was already driving through the city and told Lucio that he was hungry. Maybe they should get something to eat. A new day had dawned, and the news reported on yesterday's incident. Yesterday afternoon, the gates to Hyundai and Busan were opened, and now they've been informed that they've finally closed. The dungeon breach was stopped by the best guild in the country, Young Ones. Songjun watched the news and noted that all day there had been nothing but news about the gates. If it weren't for the god delivery man, they wouldn't have been able to stop the dungeon breach. He glanced at the sword and wondered who the hell this person was. but he was able to deliver this to him. At that moment, Doyun was running down the hospital corridor. As soon as he got to his room, he called out to him with tears in his eyes and asked if he was that injured. Seeing that he was okay, he clicked his tongue in displeasure, and he remarked that he seemed disappointed. He told him that wasn't true at all. He was very happy, but he heard that he had done an excellent job this time too. After all, not everyone manages to take third place in the hunter rankings. He noticed his new sword and asked where his previous weapon went. He told him that it broke, and he exclaimed in shock, "Is that true? But that sword cost more than 10 billion won." Songjin said that it doesn't matter. Instead, he now has this sword. Doyun asked, "Is it that good?" He replied that the guy on the scooter gave him the weapon, and he exclaimed in shock, "Is he serious?" The guy on the scooter entered the gate. Songjin asked him to be quiet and said that whatever the case, it's good that he is here. He has a favor to ask of him. He found out who the guy was, and he wants him to find where he lives. Doyun asked why he needs his address, and he answered with a smile that they need to recruit him into the guild at all costs. Meanwhile, MC returned to the god of war, and he happily greeted him at his temple, asking if he managed to deliver his sword. He confirmed this and added that he had delivered the weapon safe and sound, so he needn't worry. Ares sighed with relief and said that it was worth entrusting him with this matter. Let him go inside. It's time to find something to give him in return. He turned to the temple, and Hajin looked after him with a smile and said that everyone said he was rude, but he disagreed. Lucio said that of course he wasn't rude. Ares was polite. He was a prince. Let him not call him that. It was blasphemy. MC thought she was right. He was a prince. After that, he followed Ares, but at one point he stopped and called out to the nymph. This made her nervous, and he told her to wait for them here. Only Hajin could go with him. She was very upset, but she didn't complain to the god, and MC gloated over her. After this, Ares led him to the treasury. He was very surprised by the size of the doors, and the god said that by human standards, each of them weighed more than 3 tons. He asked how to open these doors, and he asked in response, "What kind of stupid question is this? He just needs to push them." He opened the doors, and Hajin noted that everything here is so simple. After which he entered the treasury and saw a pile of jewelry. Ares said that everything here is the jewelry of the rightful heir to Olympus, the god of war. MC had already begun to estimate how much it all cost, and asked if he could take anything he wanted from here. He asked in response, how can he pay him with only one thing? This will have a bad effect on his reputation. Hajin was very happy, and, starting to dig through the gold, he said that he was sure he left it somewhere here. He took a gold box from a pile of gold, and handed it to him with a smile. He was in no hurry to open it, and asked what was inside, and the god answered that he himself didn't know. Because of this, he became indignant and asked if he was really giving him something he himself didn't know. God laughed and told him not to worry about it. He didn't open it because it was too precious even for him, and what was inside couldn't be anything bad. When his father personally handed him the box, he said that it was one of his most precious treasures, so he himself was curious about what was inside. MC opened the box and his face was lit up with a golden glow, and the god asked if he liked it. He pretended to be surprised, but his face gave him away. Ares said that he knew he would be delighted, but noticing his reaction, he became confused and asked what was wrong with him. Hajin took a wooden stick out of the box and asked what kind of nonsense was that. Ares himself seemed surprised to see this, and he asked with displeasure. He must be joking with him, and this is what he calls treasure. It's just a club. He was very disappointed. Meanwhile, someone's ship was caught in a storm. The great explorer Jason approached the bow of the ship and said the situation was too serious. During the voyage, they encountered sirens. They sat on the rocks and began singing songs, trying to lure him underwater. He wondered if he should have trusted that person with his mission. Meanwhile, MC started waving his stick in a rage and ranting at Ares, completely ignoring the fact that he was a god. After that, he returned home. As soon as morning came, he stretched and with a heavy sigh said that his back hurt so much it seemed like he had slept too long. After meeting with God, he returned home quite late. He glanced at Lucio, who was sleeping on the floor and asking for candy, and wondered if nymphs also talk in their sleep. He covered her with a blanket and thought that she must be very tired. Let her wait a little longer. As soon as they moved in, she could sleep in the bed. After that, he went to the store, paid, and was already heading for the exit, but noticed a poster about the national exam for hunters. It would be on the 15th, which meant there were still 3 days left until then. He was interested in this poster, after which he went outside and thought that before he didn't really want to become a hunter, but he can't continue to infiltrate the dungeon, hiding his identity. Maybe he should give it a try? By the time he returned, Lucio had already woken up. She rubbed her eyes and asked where he went. He showed her the bags and said with a smile that he bought them food, and she immediately began to unpack his purchases, but there were no candies inside, which made her upset. He said that all her teeth would fall out like that, and at that moment a new delivery request came on his phone, this time from Hephaestus. He was happy, thinking that he wanted to have a drink with him again, and then went to his house. He happily got off the scooter and happily waved to him, and he remarked that he arrived quickly today. He answered him that of course he arrived faster to him. After all, he was his regular customer. The man smiled and remarked that lately a lot of people began to contact him. He heard he helped heal Chiron's leg and sorted out Ares' problem. He was slightly surprised that the news had spread so quickly, even though it had only been a couple of days, and with an awkward smile answered that he was just lucky. So how could he help him? Footsteps were heard behind Hephaestus. A man came out of his hut, and he noticed that he was already there too. Seeing this man, Lucio became very excited, and Hudgeon asked if they knew each other. She asked if he didn't know him. Fast shipping by sea, safe delivery. He was from the leading shipping company Olympus, Jason, a representative of the Argonauts. Jason said that he was known not only as an Argonaut, but also as an outstanding traveler. The voyage on the ship Argo, in which the greatest people of ancient Greece took part, and they were called the heroes of Hellas. Jason approached Hajun and said that he had heard a lot about him. He had healed his adoptive father, for which he was very grateful. He said that he shouldn't thank him. He gets paid for his work after all. The guy smiled and noted that the rumors weren't false. He was a very humble person. They were sorry, but he didn't have much time right now. Could he get straight to the point? There was a small problem with their service. They can't carry out cargo transportation because of the sirens that they encounter along the way. MC thought it looked like they could be called Argo sea transportation. Jason continued, saying that in the past, when they had problems with them, he asked Orpheus to deal with it, but now that was impossible since he was on tour. After everything he heard about him, he decided to immediately ask for help. Hudgeon asked, what's so special about him? Was he really asking him to get rid of the sirens now? He confirmed it, and he slouched tiredly, thinking why he was asking an ordinary courier to deal with all sorts of monsters. He refused him, saying that he didn't know what they were saying about him, but he wasn't someone who knew how to fight. Jason smiled confidently and asked if he could make a final decision after learning about the reward. He was sure it wouldn't disappoint. He would receive 500,000 points for getting rid of the sirens. He immediately agreed, saying that although he wasn't skilled in fighting, he enjoyed it much more than delivering food. The reward was too good to refuse. Hephaestus warned him that the sirens were found in the sea, and it would be difficult for him to fight them in the water. He was very surprised to hear this, and Lucio asked, did he think they lived in fire? Hephaestus told him not to worry. It was time for him to show what he could do. After that, they set off and arrived at the Sirens' habitat, the Singing Rocks. Jason said that cargo ships were forced to sail only along this route, and MC assured him that he would deal with them, so he shouldn't worry. The man laughed and said he wanted to ask him to destroy them before dawn tomorrow. He would give him a boat to reach these rocks. He told him that wasn't necessary, then called Lucio and jumped off the ship with her, which scared Jason and exclaimed, what are you doing? While he was in the air, he summoned a scooter and rode it across the surface of the water. It turns out that shortly before setting out to sea, Hephaestus had upgraded his helmet, allowing him to walk and run on water for a limited period of time. Jason watched him go, thinking that this man was so unpredictable, and Hudgeon asked, so, these rocks are where the monster settlement is? To find out if he was completely stupid, Lucio asked, he knows what sirens are, right? He answered that they were singing mermaids, and she sighed with relief, noting that he knew the basics. But if the sirens were ordinary mermaids who sang well, could Odysseus, the hero of the Trojan War, have escaped them simply by covering his ears? The sirens are experts in underwater attacks. A few can even turn the great sea monster Kraken into a snack. Now MC understood why the reward for the quest was so large and said that they weren't going empty-handed. He took a stick from behind his back and decided to deal with these insidious monsters the old-fashioned way, and Lucio supported him. Meanwhile, the sirens had already spotted them. One of them peeked out from behind the rocks and said that there was a human and a nymph there, and they were already very close. Her sister said that she would deal with them, then jumped into the water and crept up on them from below. Seeing a dark silhouette underwater, Lucio warned Hudgeon that something was approaching, and he replied that he felt it too. After that, the siren jumped out of the water with her mouth wide open, and MC immediately hit her on the head with a stick, causing her to fall back into the water. Ares told him that although this stick looked flimsy, it was a gift from Zeus. This club was probably not as simple as it seemed at first glance. He told the mermaid to taste the destructive power of the Olympus club with 99 points of damage, but the blow did not harm her at all, which surprised even herself. She asked him what kind of stick it was, and then he realized how Ares had set him up. What kind of firewood did he slip him? After that, they disappeared somewhere, and the mermaids began searching for them all over the area. Lucio cautiously peeked out from their hiding place, and Hajin noted that they almost got into serious trouble. They only survived thanks to his helmet. How are things there? The nymph answered him that they had swum far away, and he suggested that she try to get out then. As it turned out, they were right now in front of the siren base. Jason had previously told him that there was a siren queen in the sea temple. It would be great if he could get rid of the beast. Her death would be a huge blow to the others. Lucio worriedly asked if they could really leave now, since the club Ares had given him had turned out to be useless. MC looked at the stick and thought it was true. It would be better to take at least a stone with him. It would be more useful. However, there was another way. He opened the store and said that there were no problems in this world that money couldn't solve. The system recommended the Zeus lightning bolt, which costs a whopping 150,000, and a bolt of lightning immediately appeared in front of him. Lucio was very surprised to see this, and he smiled, thinking that he had lost 150,000 points, but would instead earn 1.5 billion. Meanwhile, the queen's loyal subjects came to see her. One of them said indignantly that they had been without food for 10 days, so they came to ask her permission to go hunting, but she firmly forbade them. Orpheus, who had recently ruined the hunt, had left, and such an opportunity might not arise again. If they attacked everyone indiscriminately, people would stop going to sea for a while, so they needed to hunt the big ship right away. They needed to wait a little longer. The Argo would soon pass here with a ton of people. Hajun, it turned out, was also present at the meeting, but under the influence of an invisibility helmet. He noted that she spoke so casually about such cruel things, and Lucio worriedly said that they wanted to eat the entire crew. He declared that they couldn't allow that to happen, after which he asked if she remembered the noodles they ate last time. Remembering the magical taste of it, she immediately began drooling, and he said that if she helped him this time, he would buy her spaghetti, which was even tastier. Hearing this, she was very surprised and exclaimed, "Is there really such a thing as an even tastier dish?" Of course, she agreed to help him, after which he whispered the whole plan into her ear. She looked at him worriedly and asked, "Will this really work?" It seemed like it would be very dangerous for him. He took off his helmet and put it on her, saying that she would do everything. He believed in her. After that, she flew away, exclaiming that she would definitely succeed. And he looked after her, thinking that the helmet's effect only extended to those who were near him, which meant that they could see him now. He called out to the sirens, calling them stupid fish, and they turned to him in surprise, asking how he was able to enter the temple. He began to tease them, slapping himself from behind, and said that if they wanted to taste him, they should catch up first. Of course, such a provocation angered the queen. She ordered her subjects to immediately seize him, and they, baring their fangs, swam towards him. He started running, and the system informed him that without the helmet, the ability to walk on water would soon disappear. He called out loudly to Lucio. She was hovering nearby and told him that she was ready. After that, she commanded Zeus's lightning to strike them and quickly retreated. Ball lightning, then everything exploded. Luckily, Hajin managed to run out of the temple. He screamed and thought that they were more powerful than he thought. Meanwhile, the sirens who remained in the temple were crushed by rubble, and he, looking at the destroyed temple, thought that the original goal was only to kill the queen. But cutting down the weeds would also help the sailors. Lucio landed nearby and joyfully exclaimed that they had succeeded. He praised her for a job well done, and peering into the ruins said that they did get rid of the queen, but there was still no reward. At that very moment, her hand emerged from under the rubble, grabbed Lucio by the leg, and furiously demanded, "How dare they do this? They wouldn't be able to take another breath." MC called out to his little assistant in concern, and the siren opened its mouth wide, ready to swallow her whole. Hajun immediately rushed to her aid, opening the second phase of the suit and even activating the power mode. With a loud scream, he pounced on this angry woman, then hit her in the face with all his might, throwing her several meters away. After that, he caught his breath and, examining the suit, thought, "So this is the power in the second phase?" He didn't expect the force of the blow to be so great. Lucio said there was no time to stare at the suit. The queen had gone somewhere. At that moment, air bubbles appeared on the surface of the water near the rubble. Lucio warned Hajun of the danger below, and the queen immediately jumped out from under the water and pounced on him. She grabbed his leg and said with a smirk that he was caught, which made his face darken for a moment, and then she dragged him under the water. She swam with him to the very bottom, and laughing said that she would drown him. He was already starting to choke, which made him panic and think, is he really going to die here? After all, he had just recently signed a contract to buy an apartment, and he had so many points on his balance. He can't die like this before he even started living. He took out his club, after which the system informed him that it was responding to power. Power output, 100%. He hit the queen on the head with all his might, causing blood to pour out of her mouth, and she, clutching the wound, exclaimed that he hit her right on the bone. MC began to beat her with his hands and feet, wishing her a quick death, and a glow began to emanate from the two of them, which even went beyond the water. After seeing this, Lucio became very worried, and then Hajin jumped out from under the water and exclaimed that justice had triumphed. That's how the last siren was destroyed by his hands. After successfully completing the task and sea adventures, they went to a restaurant to eat spaghetti. As soon as Lucio tried it, she said with pleasure that it was so delicious. MC smiled and told her to eat more. Maybe she wants something else? Everything is on him today. She was very happy and told him to be prepared for new expenses, and he, remembering everything that happened, thought that he did not expect that with her help, they would be able to defeat the sirens. But of course, he made a greater contribution to the destruction of the queen. Although he almost died, he told the nymph to eat as much as she wanted. She deserved it. After all, she helped him earn 500,000 points. If he exchanged them for money, it would be 6.3 billion won. He can even buy the Zeus ball lightning for 150,000 points. They brought him food, and he started eating it with a smile, thinking that, of course, he got paid more for destroying a monster than for a regular delivery. And then he remembered the announcement about the exam again. Lucio reached for his plate and asked what it was, and he told her that it was pork in sweet and sour sauce. It was quite tasty. She immediately took a piece and exclaimed that she would eat it all, and he, pointing his finger at the sauce, said that it should be eaten with this. She dipped a piece of pork in the sauce, then put it in her mouth, and immediately felt an incredible taste. Sour, yet sweet, the taste of crispy fried pieces of pork. He smiled, watching her, and told her to eat slowly. No one would take her food away. She ate a few more pieces and asked why make things so complicated if she could just pour the sauce on top. As soon as she tried to do that, he hit her on the head and told her to forget about it. He didn't think she was capable of such a nasty thing. After that, they returned home, but since they were so full, they couldn't even move and lay down on the floor. Lucio said that she was going to die, and he noticed that she ate all the pork by herself. He closed his eyes and thought that yesterday, the day before, and the day before that, he worked tirelessly, so today he could rest comfortably at home, but no such luck. There was a knock at the door. He immediately stood up irritably, asking who else was there, after which he warily trudged to the door and thought that no one comes at such an hour. Maybe the landlord came to inspect the room? He opened the door, asking why he had come, but instead of the landlord, he saw a suspicious man in glasses, a mask, and a hat. He immediately closed the door in his face, saying he wouldn't buy anything, and the suspicious stranger started knocking on the door again, calling his name. Hajin trudged back into the room, disgruntled, saying that these people even managed to find out people's names. It's so creepy. Lucio cautiously peeked around the corner and asked who it was, and he answered that he didn't know, some kind of merchant. The stranger knocked on the door again and exclaimed that he came here because he knew everything about him. After all, he was a delivery man for the gods. Hearing this, MC immediately opened the door, asking who he was, and he, with a crazy smile, holding a flaming sword in his hands, said that it was good that he opened the door. He was already planning to take it out by force. Hajun was horrified. A crazy psychopath was at his doorstep. Recognizing his sword, he immediately realized it was Songjun and asked what he was doing there. He hid the weapon and with a smirk, asked what he thought after everything that had happened. He came to invite him to the Youngwon Guild. After that, they went to a cafe. And before getting to the main point, Songjun took an envelope from under his clothes, saying that this was his reward for helping him. It was not much, but he asked him to accept it. Inside was a check for 500 billion won. The MC wiped his nose with satisfaction and said that people should help each other in dangerous situations. He thought that he should have started doing this earlier, and the guy said with a smile that he was glad that he liked the reward. Now they can discuss his joining the guild. If he joins them, then for signing the contract, he will receive 20 billion won immediately, plus 30 billion as an annual payment. There are also bonuses for effective work. How does he like this offer? He thought that there would be no guild in the industry with better conditions than theirs. When he was discharged from the hospital, Doyun said that this guy didn't even have a hunter's license or any work experience, so how was he able to go so deep into the Tartarus dungeon and kill a monster? Moreover, he doesn't know whether he entered or exited the Hyundai Gate, but if he joins their guild, in the future, they will earn even more money with his help than he is offering him now. He asked what would happen if he refused, and he laughed happily, saying that he knew he could be relied on. Now he is officially a member of their guild. Realizing what he just said, he immediately stopped and asked in confusion what this means. He took out his phone and told him with a smirk that he does not want to sign the contract. After that, he left the cafe and Songjun followed him, asking him not to refuse and to think it over again. If he wasn't satisfied with these terms, he could reconsider them. He replied that this was his final decision and that he wasn't interested in the guild or anything like that. He still had things to do, so he needed to leave. Songjun ran after him and exclaimed, "What other things? Is there anything more important than this?" He showed him the notification about the new order on his phone and answered with a smile that in fact, he did have such things to do. After that, he pressed the accept order button, and a bright light started emitting from it, blinding the guy, and he thought, is it the same light he saw in the gate? When everything calmed down, he was very surprised, because it suddenly disappeared somewhere. Time passed. This time the application sent him to the mountains. They had already managed to walk through them, but Lucio was very tired and asked, he said that they were going to rest today, right? He caught his breath and told her that he really was going to rest, but some idiot ordered delivery straight to the top of the mountain. He checked the delivery address and thought that usually he appeared right in front of the customer, but today, for some reason, he was teleported to the foot of such a high mountain. Lucio said that he always responds to any order. Maybe that's the thing? He told her that this time, he just wanted to get away from there as quickly as possible. He didn't expect Songjun to personally show up to him, and also offered to join the guild. Of course, this was a very tempting offer, but people would immediately realize that he wasn't a hunter endowed with divine power, but was using items from his side hustle. He didn't need this guild at all, if he was getting billions for every delivery. While he was thinking about all this, he finally reached his destination. Lucio, who hadn't been walking on her own and was just sitting on him, was also tired for some reason. Poor Hajun caught his breath and wanted to look at this psycho who had summoned him to such a place, and his eyes widened at what he saw. In front of him was a pile of monster bodies, similar to those from the dungeon. Feeling him stop abruptly, Lucio asked him why he was so scared, and upon seeing the monster bodies, she exclaimed, "What kind of creatures are these?" He approached them closer and told her that he didn't know. He had just arrived here too. He stepped on the tentacles and thought it was strange, but this thing had a very familiar texture. Could this really be the same monster that was at the Hyundai gate? He turned to the nymph and asked if these creatures also hailed from Greek mythology. She answered that it wasn't so. She had never heard of such monsters. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. One of the monsters pounced on him with a loud scream, and he turned around in horror, thinking, was this creature alive? But then his client quickly came to his aid. The god leaped high into the air and, illuminated by divine radiance, rushed forward like a comet and struck the monster. MC had to cover his face from a sharp gust of wind, and the god sighed heavily, saying that his back hurt. Apparently, the years had caught up with him. His body is no longer what it used to be. Seeing Hajin, he immediately approached him and noted with a smile that he was the hero from the rumors. MC immediately noticed his tall stature and wondered if this guy ordered the delivery. Lucio became very excited when she realized who he was, and he asked if she knew him too. She exclaimed in response, "But he himself can't understand? He, who completed all 12 tasks of the gods, the great hero of Olympus, who then ascended the throne and brought victory in the war of the gods with the Titans, the hero of all heroes, Hercules." The guy smiled and said that he was a little embarrassed by the reminder of his past exploits, but Hajin felt uneasy. After all, he was the one who shot the poisoned arrow at Chiron. Hercules said that he heard the news. Wasn't he the one who healed his teacher? He nervously answered him that in fact it was a hydra, and he, swinging a friendly blow on his back, thanked him. The system immediately warned MC that the suit could not withstand such damage, and he thought he was crazy. He had incredible strength. Hercules said he used to be a demigod, but as the nymph said, he became a constellation protecting Olympus. MC introduced himself in response, and Lucio happily told him her name, adding that she was honored to meet him. He smiled and told Hajin that he had called him here for a reason. He wanted him to find out something for him. He turned around and pointed at the passage that had appeared from behind the Titans and said that monsters were using it to try to invade Olympus. And recently, tentacle monsters have been coming through this hole very often. Every time he sees these unknown creatures, he feels like one of them is trying to invade here. He approached the still living monster, then kicked it with all his might, and MC wondered if this could somehow be connected to the appearance of the gate in Hyundai. Hercules said he needed him to find out where all these creatures were coming from, after which the system notified him of a new task. He needed to find out the reason for the monsters appearing on Mount Olympus, and he had 24 hours to complete it. If he failed or gave up, heavenly punishment would befall him. He would receive 200,000 points as a reward. He nervously clenched his teeth and thought, should he now have to solve such problems? Even if it cost him 200,000 points, he should abandon the task. He glanced at all the scars and muscles on Hercules, then said he would immediately go on reconnaissance. He laughed and said he liked his attitude. It was exactly as his wife Hebe had said. Hajun immediately understood who he was talking about. This was the goddess from whom he had received his first delivery order. So she was his wife then. Hercules said that she tells him every time that she is sorry that she underestimated him. He laughed and said it was okay, it happens to everyone. Let him tell her it was okay. He thought it was amazing how all the heroes of Greek mythology appeared here, after which the system informed him that the route was built. He looked at the map and noted that it seemed like something was wrong here. He turned to the cliff and said that the map said he should go in this direction. Hercules confirmed this, then picked him up in his arms and said that he would launch him into the depths at great speed. He became very nervous and asked him to wait, but he ignored him and threw him down with all his strength, wishing them a safe journey. MC, horrified, grabbed Lucio tighter and mentally called him a crazy idiot. Meanwhile, Doyun burst into Sungjun's office and excitedly called out to him, and he asked if this place was a playground for him or something. He ignored his remark and asked if he signed the contract or not. He waved his hand in disappointment and told him to forget about him. He turned out to be a heartless person. Doyun was surprised and asked why he had done so much. He told him it wasn't him. He had suddenly received a delivery order and said he had to go to work. He exclaimed indignantly. Did he believe that? It was a typical excuse. He thoughtfully said he didn't know. It didn't look like it. After all, he had come to deliver to the Hyundai dungeon, and then he received a message from Ares himself, because that was exactly what he had asked for. He said that, no matter what, they would continue to look for new hunters for the guild. Let him tell you what was going on with his errand. The sacred relic that Ares had given him through Hajin had been his spare sword for a while, but since he no longer needed it, he put it up for auction. Besides, He needed money to pay for the contract signing, but he still hadn't managed to persuade the courier to join the guild. Doyoon asked if he hadn't received the message. They had a buyer, he heard, from Japan. Hearing this, he perked up a little and said that then they would proceed as planned. Lately, serial thefts had become a problem in interguild trade. During the transportation of equipment, particularly valuable items were stolen. And this sword can't be bought for a few won. They'd be better off hiring mercenaries to transport it. He remembered Hajun and thought he called himself a delivery man, right? And then a great idea formed in his head. MC, meanwhile, was falling down the cliff. He screamed and asked, couldn't it have been done differently? The system informed him that in a few moments he would reach his destination, and he wondered, is this what awaits him at the bottom of this cliff? If he kept falling like this, he'd just crash. He summoned his scooter and saw a dead end ahead, and then he crashed to the ground. Luckily, his scooter cushioned his fall, and he nervously remarked that this all-terrain vehicle was worth the money. They only survived thanks to it. He called Lucio and told her to get up since everything was okay, and she, sighing heavily, said that she thought they were going to die here. After that, they got off the scooter, and he looked around, asking what they were supposed to find out from these bare rocks. Lucio said that they needed to tell Hercules something when they got back, and he furiously told him to go to hell. That crazy idiot had thrown him off the cliff. At that moment, someone's stomping was heard behind him. He got scared. Everything started shaking, and he thought that maybe there was a monster here that couldn't be seen from the top. And that means they'll die, and no one will even know about it. The stranger asked, were they just talking about Hercules? Lucio turned to the man and excitedly called out to Hajin, and when he turned around, he saw a giant holding a stone on his back. He became very nervous and thought that he was almost as tall as Mount Wagwan. Where did this giant come from? The giant asked what his connection was with Hercules, and he nervously answered that he had nothing to do with him. He just asked him to find out how the monsters got out of here. He said that he could find out here. The giant smiled, then laughed loudly, and the stone on his back glowed. And then he asked how it all started. Was this kid planning to look for him? He should be ashamed. MC thought that this giant would obviously be able to answer Hercules' question, and asked if he could tell him what he knew about it. The giant asked angrily why he should help solve this idiot's problem. MC didn't understand why he was so stubborn, and asked Lucio why the giant answered him like that. She hid behind his back in fear and asked if he really didn't know this giant. His name was Atlant. He lost the War of the Gods and Titans, and as punishment, he was forced to hold the firmament on his shoulders. It's obvious that he's feuding with Hercules, the son of Zeus. Hajin was very indignant and thought, shouldn't he have warned him about this? Why are all the gods such hopeless idiots? Atlant asked, well, is he done chatting? He laughed nervously and asked, so he listened to them. The giant noted that this nymph told the truth. Even if monsters get into the outside world, it has nothing to do with him. MC was starting to get irritated by all this. If he can't convince the giant, he won't be able to make the delivery, and heavenly punishment will await him. He smiled and asked, how could he refuse such a cutie like him? On the contrary, the giant almost threw up from this. And Hajin said that he wasn't asking for information for free. He would definitely repay for the help. Maybe he wants him to fulfill some request? Atlant became interested, and Lucio began to wave her hands indignantly, saying that he had gone crazy. After this, the giant laughed and asked, does he think he'd trust such a task to an ordinary person? He suggested that he just try, and he grinned and remarked that he was quite a brave man. In that case, let him bring him a golden apple. If he gets it without crossing the river Styx, then he will tell him what to do with the monsters. MC thought, this golden apple sounded somehow familiar, and Lucio excitedly exclaimed that it was impossible. He couldn't agree to this. Golden apples are a real treasure. They grow on the tree that Gaia gave Hera as a wedding gift. Finally remembering where he heard about golden apples, he shut the nymph's mouth and asked, will that really be enough? Atlant confirmed this and even swore an oath on the honor of the Titans, after which he said that since he was making a promise, then let him swear by the river Styx, like a man. The giant liked his words and swore, after which Hajin, grinning, took out his phone and said that now he couldn't go back on his word. He kept wondering where he had seen this golden apple, and it was one of the items he could buy in the store. After that, he bought a golden apple for 1,000 points, and it immediately appeared in his hand, and he showed it to Atlant with a satisfied smile. He was shocked and completely confused as to how he had gotten such a hard-to-obtain apple in such a short time. Meanwhile, Hercules continued to fight the monsters. He defeated another slimy creature and sighed, thinking that this was the last one. He glanced toward the cliff and wondered if they had returned yet. Atlant wasn't so easy to persuade, and then he wondered if he had warned them about him. Deciding not to dwell on it, he laughed and said that they definitely wouldn't pass by him, immediately after which a glow appeared below. He turned around and saw the delivery man jump onto the top of the cliff on his scooter. He nervously exclaimed that they almost died there, and Hercules, clapping his hands, said that it was simply fantastic. Unfortunately, MC couldn't stop in time and ran him over. Realizing what he had done, he knew he was finished. After a while, He knelt down and shouted that he had made an unforgivable mistake, dear customer. Lucio, next to him, also knelt down and, bowing her head, shouted that she begged him to forgive this rude man. In response, Hercules laughed and said that everything was fine. They think something like that could harm him? MC looked up at him and said, but it's because of him that his face is damaged. He smiled and asked, what's wrong with that? The protagonist thought, but it's turned into a bloody mess, hasn't it? Then Hercules folded his arms over his chest and sighed, saying, whatever the case, apparently Atlant hadn't given them any information. He thought this mission would be too difficult for them. He thought, maybe he's still mad about those stolen golden apples. So many years have passed and he's still mad. Then he lowered his gaze and said, since they failed the mission, he'll have to subject them to heavenly punishment. MC asked, no, didn't he hear? He asked, what? But how? Why did Titan give them the information so calmly? The protagonist reached behind his back and said, about that. He took out an apple and added, he nearly went crazy when he gave it to him. Hercules cried out in surprise, a golden apple? But how did he get it? He answered, well, how can I say it? Not long before, he was holding a golden apple in his hand and holding Lucio with his other hand. He said, here's the golden apple. Atlant looked at it and said, it can't be. How did he get that? The protagonist asked, an apple. He bought it at the store. He said he'd tell him what he wanted. Now he had to give him the golden apple. MC waved his index finger and said, he can shut up when he gets this, right? So first he had to tell him why the monsters started appearing. He replied, that's not true. He even swore an oath on the Styx River. Then the protagonist held the apple to his face and said, well then, he'll eat it himself. He replied, okay, he'll tell him everything. In the present, the protagonist raised his index finger and said, that's what Atlant said. He listened to him, but didn't give him the apple and ran away. Hercules remarked that he really had no business ethics. He thought, ever since he heard that he healed his mentor's leg, he realized he was no ordinary person. The protagonist added, but he saved 10 million. Lucio asked if it was possible to make candy from a golden apple. Hercules grinned and thought that this guy reminded him of himself in his youth. He liked him. Then he clenched his fist and asked, but what did Atlant tell him? Where did these monsters come from? He replied that he didn't know. He didn't seem to be asking a riddle, but he said something strange. He asked what exactly. He answered, the earth divided into 7 branches, a place where a blue flame burns in every corner. He said that the monsters come from there. Hercules thought this problem was getting more and more complicated. Looking at these monsters, he immediately realized that they were from another world, but he couldn't even imagine that they would be from there. Hajin, then, is a person who can move between Earth and the mythical world, and as if by the will of fate, this person who violates all boundaries is accompanied by a nymph. The 3 goddesses of vengeance, the Erinyes, are very cruel. How could they put such a heavy job on such a small man? Then he looked ahead in surprise and asked what he would do now. MC extended his hand to him and with an awkward smile, said that he knew. He smiled and added, he completed the task, dear client. He must pay him. After some time, Hercules stood on a mountain of monster bodies and, folding his arms over his chest, thoughtfully looked into the distance. He heard a voice behind him. So how did it feel to see this with his own eyes? Much more useful than he thought. He turned around in surprise and asked, Hermes, how long has he been here? He answered, right from the moment those guys left. Then he raised his hands and added, he better tell him, Hercules. How much longer will he speak to him respectfully? He hated such formality. He answered, no, he wouldn't dare. He had helped him complete the tasks so many times. He asked if he even knew how difficult this made it for him to look at his relationships with his brothers, especially with Ares. Had he heard that he hadn't even answered him lately? Hercules scratched his head awkwardly and said that he picked a fight every time they met because of the past. He would only treat him like a brother when he started acting like that. He replied, but they both liked to fight. And was he still feuding with grandfather Atlant? He folded his arms and asked how he could simply come down and make peace with him after all this. And even if he did, he wouldn't want to mend things. Hermes thought he'd like them to make peace, but it wouldn't be that easy. Then he added, was what grandfather told him about the place they were both thinking of? He replied, the land divided into 7 branches, and a place where a blue flame burns in every corner. That's what the prophecy spoke of. They also need to prepare. Then Hermes took off from the ground and said, okay, then he will report on what happened today. Hercules looked at him and said that he was already busy. He could go himself. He replied, no, he himself. Who will deal with these creatures if he is not here? Especially since delivering news is his job. Well, he flew. He must say hello to his wife from him. He replied, yes, good. Then he concentrated the energy in his body and said, well, now it's time to get rid of this trash. With these words, he looked at the monsters. After some time, Lucio was enjoying sleep. The protagonist threw the blanket off her and shouted, it's time to get up. She rose to her knees and, wiping her eyes, said, 5 more minutes. He was indignant. What 5 more minutes? It was time for them to go already. She should quickly wash and get dressed. She took a soda from the refrigerator and asked where they were rushing to so early in the morning. He pointed his finger at her and asked, where? He said the hunter exam was today. And when he told her to wait for him at home, she protested, so she should get ready. She took a sip of her drink and noticed it was true. But what was he going to do at the hunter exam? He looked at her and said, so she asked him to take her with him, but she didn't know what she was supposed to do there. She clenched her fists and asked, Won't it be boring for him to go there alone? And if he left, there would be no one to cook for her. He was indignant that he wasn't her cook. Then he took his things and said that he would took his ID, took his exam pass, and this baton. He doesn't want to just carry it around with him, so he'll leave it here. Then Lucio shouted happily, Hajun, Lucio is ready too. He looked at her and thought, where? Then he threw the cap on her head and shouted for her to at least put this on. After some time, they entered a high-rise building. Then the protagonist, looking around, said how many people there were. Lucio, looking at him, asked, are all these people the reapers of the gods? He asked, reapers? Oh, she means the hunters in myths. As far as he knows, many of them are simply martial artists. Then the host shouted, well, now he will announce the beginning of the hunter abilities test. The first participant, he must approach the cage. The next second, a guy entered the arena, holding an axe in his hands. A huge number of goblins surrounded him, but he dealt with them with ease. At that moment, the protagonist, holding Lucio in his arms, watched from the audience and thought, 3 goblins, probably because of security issues. Even an ordinary person can handle such monsters. So the point of this test is not just to pass. It's important how they do it. All he can do is attack them with his suit. That'll do just fine. And then the host announced, contestant number 38. The protagonist raised his hand and said, yes. He then walked into the arena and thought, first of all, he should make it as inconspicuous as possible. He activated his motorcycle suit, and the judges looked at him. After a while, the host shouted, contestant number 36, 2 minutes 52 seconds. The man asked, what kind of martial art is that? He has excellent balance. The guy in front of him asked, looks like he did some exercise before waking up. At that moment, one of the judges held out his hand and said, it's fine, but martial arts alone won't be enough. He had been fighting just 3 goblins for too long. The man next to him thoughtfully said that this guy lacks character. Hua noticed all the noise these old men were making. She also had something to say about their guilds. Voices were heard around her. Was that Yua from Black Dragon? Had she personally come to look for hunters for the guild? She wondered, how did she even end up here? Until recently, Black Dragon was ranked 2nd in the country, but the guild lost most of its sponsors due to numerous scandals, and now it has to search for new hunters itself. She hopes that today she will see someone worthy. Then she sighed and the host announced, next, contestant number 38. The MC entered the arena, and Lucio joyfully shouted, go Hujin. He smiled at her and replied, okay. He took a stance and thought that passing the exam was important to him, but if he was too conspicuous he might start to irritate them. He would concentrate his power and pass the exam without any trouble. Then the goblins ran at him, and he thought, here we go. He easily dodged their attacks and used danger detection and avoidance. He thought that compared to the sirens, these creatures attacked much more slowly. Would he be able to avoid a hit without the help of a suit? Then Hua said, wow. That number 38 moves pretty well, huh? She glanced to the side and thought she'd seen that kind of dodge before. At that moment, the protagonist continued the fight, raising his fist and thinking he should hit lightly so as not to kill them in one blow. Then he struck, and the goblins vanished into thin air, shattering into tiny pieces. At that moment, Yua thought, she's found the perfect candidate. The protagonist smiled awkwardly and said, damn. After a while, everyone gathered in the hallway. The protagonist looked at his ID, and then an employee approached him and said that she congratulated him. He passed. Hajin? His result was the 3rd in history. They're eagerly awaiting him to prove himself as a hunter. He thought that he hadn't expected anything else. Was it really that easy to become a hunter? At that moment, Lucio, raising her hands, shouted, Hajun, he's so cool. When are they going to eat? He asked. She just wants to eat. Then he picked her up and she pointed forward and said that Lucio really liked Tangsuyuk back then. The protagonist asked, this is the Gangnam district, isn't it? There's a cafe nearby. Then Yua came up to them and said that she was glad to see him, Hajun. They looked at her in surprise, and then she introduced herself, slightly adjusting her hair. The protagonist thought, Hua is the same woman he met on Mount Wagwa. She said that, at first glance, his technique looks quite good. Doesn't he want to join Black Dragon? With them, he can fully develop his abilities and... Before she could finish speaking, he walked past her and, sticking out his tongue, said that he didn't want to. She turned around in confusion and shouted, what? He has to wait. Black Dragon is also recruiting new hunters. The protagonist walked on and said that he has no plans to join the guild now. Good luck. She clenched her teeth in irritation and thought, damn, every single one of these talented hunters is important. She must lure him at any cost. Then she extended her hand to him and shouted, 5 billion won. She will pay for signing a contract with him. She thought he should be paid. A cash attack. Then the protagonist stopped, and she thought, did it work? He asked again. 5 billion? She folded her arms across her chest and answered, exactly, 5. She thought that she was not surprised. For people, there is nothing more important than money. And then he picked his nose and said that she was greedier than he thought. What does this amount to him? Lucio added that they are not some kind of street musicians, auntie. They went out into the street. She ran after them and was indignant. Street musicians? He probably doesn't know, but these are unprecedented conditions for a newcomer. Does he think they will offer him more elsewhere? He replied that they have already offered him. Young One offered him 20 billion. Isn't that the basic offer? She screamed in surprise. How much? She sank to the ground in despair, wondering, The Youngwon Guild offered a newbie that much? Then the MC stepped forward and Lucio said, Tansuyuk. The guild leader thought, who the hell is this person? After a while, the news anchor said, a new talent has emerged from the recent exam for potential hunters, beating the previous third-place result. The incident is currently being hotly debated. The protagonist looked at the TV screen and said, wow, it hasn't even been an hour, and they're already talking about him on the news? Then he picked up the menu, looked at it, and said, it's probably a shame they came here now. Lucio, what would she like to eat? She replied that she already said she wanted tangsuyuk. He asked, where would you get tangsuyuk at a roadside cafe? Then she pointed at a dish on the menu and said, then she will have this thing that looks like meat. The protagonist raised his hand and said, miss, she must take their order. The next second, Songjin approached them and, holding out a plate with a dish, said, yes, here are 2 servings of fried meat. The protagonist was surprised. Ah, is it ready already? Songjin smiled, holding the second plate, and said, the fried meat in this cafe is quite tasty, and they cook it quickly, and the portions are big. The MC thought in surprise. Songjin, he asked, did he now get a job as a waiter to stalk him? He replied that he was not stalking him at all. He just suggested having lunch together. The protagonist tried the dish and said that last time he said he would not join the guild. He is not interested in it yet. He asked, is that so? But he heard that he took the hunter exam. The MC reached out to him and shouted, there are reasons for that. Then he continued eating and thought he had finally attracted attention. He said, be that as it may, he wasn't going to join the guild, so he should leave him alone and let him eat in peace. Songjin said, it seemed he had misunderstood something. That wasn't why he had come to him this time. He needed a courier. The protagonist thought, do they need a delivery? Then Songjin said, the day after tomorrow, an item needs to be delivered to Japan. Originally, they were going to send it by plane, but now they are being hindered by an unknown thief. He hopes that he can escort this cargo to its destination. The protagonist said thoughtfully, well, he really does specialize in delivery. Of course, he is a little embarrassed to ask this, but how much will he pay for his services? He replied that he doesn't need to worry about money. They can pay as much as he is comfortable with. The protagonist asked, can I get some numbers? Songjin held up 2 fingers and asked, how about that? He asked, 2 billion? Well, that's how it is. Songjin added, not 2 but 20. The protagonist bowed his head sharply and cried out, oh, dear customer, the day after tomorrow he will escort his cargo by Super Express. In response, he laughed and said that he expected nothing less from him. At this moment, Lucio continued to enjoy the dish and thought, there is nothing more delicious than tangsuyuk. It is the best in the human world. Meanwhile, Choi So-yoon jumped onto the window and said, everything is ready. She is awaiting his order, Mr. Hermes. After some time, the protagonist and Lucio arrived at the port. She looked ahead and said in surprise, wow, Hujin, how many square things there are. He noticed that this was true. Could all this be goods from the guild? He never thought he would sail on a cargo ship. So, this is not a delivery, but simply an escort of cargo? Then they approached the bridge to the ship, but the man held out his hand in front of them and told them to stop. He needs to check his ID. He needs to prove his guild membership. The MC came closer and asked, guild membership? He was sent here by Youngwon's guild. They said they'd understand when they saw it. After that, he held out the card, and the worker was surprised, thinking, Youngwon's VIP card? Then he and his partner bowed and shouted that they were begging for forgiveness. He confirmed his identity. After that, they walked forward, and Lucio, taking the card in her hand, said, wow. The protagonist thought, why such ceremony? After that, they walked further, and Lucio said, up close, this boat looked so spacious. He replied, but Olympus has a lot of ships too, the Argo, for example. Lucio raised her fist and said, but not every god has a ship like that, who knows? And if they do, of course it must be big. He thought, it's just a big boat. Is that something to be proud of? Then they approached one of the containers, and the MC said, is this here? He held out the card to the device and thought, but isn't it too obvious? It's as if they're practically begging a thief to steal what's inside. The next second, the device said, Youngwon Guild. Confirmed, doors opening. The protagonist walked forward and, smirking, said, well, now I understand why they advertised this so much. He looked at the glowing sword bound with chains and asked, how do you steal this? He placed his hands on his waist and thought, the security is top-notch. Would there really be a thief who could steal this sword? At that moment, Lucio hugged his leg and asked, why is this sword here? The protagonist asked, is it something special? She asked in surprise. Doesn't he know? A glittering golden sword, exuding divine power. It's Charlemagne's famous sword, Durandal. He sat down next to her and said, it's incredible. She really does know everything in the world. She clenched her fists and asked, isn't that unnatural? Lucio, actually. Before she could finish speaking, he smiled and said that he knew. She was a super elite nymph after all. Then she looked at him and asked what he was going to do now. He asked, what do you mean? He would make sure no one stole it. She shouldn't sleep either and had to keep an eye out. What if some fool decided to rob the ship? 20 billion won were at stake. She was indignant. Who did he take her for? He thought 20 billion was a huge sum. If the sword was stolen, they could demand even more compensation from him. He needed to concentrate and keep his eyes open. Then he smiled and said, okay, looks like the ship has already set sail. Lucio, he's offering a bet. Whoever falls asleep first gets a flick on the wrist. She replied that they had agreed. Meanwhile, the guards outside were monitoring the situation. One of them wondered in surprise, Why did he suddenly feel sleepy? With these words, he fell to the floor, dropping his weapon. His colleagues passed out in the same way, and Seo-yoon entered the ship and said that she was there. Meanwhile, the protagonist fell asleep inside the container. Lucio gave him a flick on the wrist and told him to wake up. He sat up and was surprised. What? How did he fall asleep? She raised her fists and shouted. Fog appeared. He and everyone outside were asleep. He asked. Fog? He thought. Was it sleeping gas? Then he looked at the sword and thought, Durendal? Thanks Zeus, everything is fine with that. Thanks to the suit's power, he should be immune to the effects of certain substances. So could a thief really have a similar ability? With these thoughts, he opened the container door and, looking outside, wondered in surprise, what the hell? Seo-yoon folded her hands in front of her and said, oh my god. She asks that this allow her to be a worthy thief today. He thought, what kind of crazy woman is this? Then he said, open the store. He thought that if he caught this thief, the delivery would go like clockwork. He paid 10,000 and thought he had no time to waste. Then Seo-yoon rose to her feet and said, okay, now it's time to get to work. The next second, a magical rope bound her body, and she thought, rope? No, this is no ordinary rope. It completely bound her, like a spider web. MC, holding the rope in his hands, said, got you. Lucio shouted for her to surrender. She thought in surprise, are any of these people still awake? At that moment, the protagonist held the Arachne rope in his hands, a magical rope woven from the threads of the weaver Arachne, who defeated Athena in a dispute. Whoever the opponent is, the rope immediately binds them. The more the enemy resists, the tighter the noose tightens. The rope can only break if the enemy significantly outweighs him in strength. MC thought how easily the 10,000 coin artifact had dealt with her. Then Seo-yoon asked who he was. How could he withstand the divine gas? And where did he get that rope? Also created by a deity? The protagonist came closer and, hitting her on the back of the head, said that for a thief, she was talking too much. She was indignant. She was not a thief. He should untie her and let her go. She had to take something from here. The protagonist asked if she thought he was completely crazy to let her go. After all, she was a thief who came to steal someone else's property. She replied that she only steals what really needs to be stolen. After all, it's a good deed. He noticed that she was definitely crazy. She was going to justify her crime. Wow, really? She answered. Right? He knows the thief from that fairy tale? She's just like him. She takes things and gives them to whoever really needs them. The protagonist looked at Lucio and asked, is she serious? She replied, it seems like she's really out of her mind. Then Seo-yoon shouted, enough. This is all to counter the impending threat. Lord Hermes said the sword must be returned to its original owner. The MC was surprised. Hermes? Lucio said, Hajun. And isn't this girl a messenger from the god Hermes? The protagonist thought, so this thief was sent here by Hermes? Then he said, she must wait. This threat she mentioned. He thought she had leaked too much information. She said she wasn't given it for use in a situation like this. At that moment, a small pill appeared between her teeth, and she added that she would make him regret what he did today. With these words, she bit into the pill, and a powerful explosion occurred. The protagonist covered his face with his hand and shouted, what kind of power is that? He thought, aha, a regular smoke grenade, just with really thick smoke. This girl is tied up with an Arachne rope, so she can't escape. Then he looked in surprise at the rope lying on the ground and thought, has it disappeared? At that moment, Seo-yoon flew forward and said, her expensive pill. Does he even know how much that costs? She used the elixir of the astral body. When consumed, it frees the soul from the physical body for a limited time and transfers it to an astral state. The remaining time is 4 minutes 30 seconds. She said that she will never forgive him for this. Pervert. He did who knows what here. Hermes Hunter, Seo-yoon. Then she flew forward and, sighing, said, I barely escaped. The effect of the elixir of the astral body wore off. She thought her plan almost failed when she encountered this strange guy. What kind of pervert is this from a special effects movie? Then she looked in surprise at the system window, which said, the constellation of the cunning messenger asks if everything went according to plan. She replied, ah, Mr. Hermes, there was a small problem, but she stole the item he asked her for. Then the Heiju ring appeared in her hand. She thought it was one of the items found in the story of King Arthur, which belonged to the Lady of the Lake, who gave the king the sword Excalibur. She couldn't even imagine that the ring from legend could actually exist. Then the system window said, the constellation of the cunning messenger asks in a confused voice about the problem. She hesitantly answered, ah, well, she's sure she used that gas correctly. But someone still woke up. The system window said, the constellation of the cunning messenger claims that the gas should definitely have worked effectively. The cunning messenger constellation asks about that man with a puzzled expression. She said thoughtfully that he was dressed in a costume like those superheroes in movies, and he had a strange, almost magical rope. Because he tied her up, she could do practically nothing, so she had to use the elixir he gave her. The system reported that the cunning messenger constellation frowned, thinking about something. The cunning messenger constellation asks if there was a small child with the man. She answered, yes, that's right. A cute little girl with blue hair was with him. She wondered, how does he know so much? Could he really be such a famous person? The system window said that the cunning messenger constellation laughed at such an amazing coincidence. The cunning messenger constellation asks not to worry, as this is also part of his plan. She sighed and smiling asked, part of the plan? Really? Good. She thought, wait, if he said that, does that mean he's her hubei? She clenched her fist and thought that the next time they met as a sunbae, she would teach him some manners. After some time, the protagonist stopped on a scooter. His phone said 20 billion won had been deposited. He happily said, "Wow, money." He thought about how the Young One Guild had been worried, and how there had been a commotion due to the thief's appearance. Then the guards screamed. The ring was gone. The protagonist, smiling, said that they were fine. Lucio asked, where was his humanity? He thought the sword had arrived safely in Japan. He grinned and said, but now there was no need to worry about the card balance. She smiled and asked, will she be able to eat as much candy as she wants every day? Then she asked, why is he going to Hephaestus? He replied that it was simply because he could meet him in person. He used almost all the scales the Hydra had given him. After a while, they drove up to the house, and the protagonist stopped at the door and said, Mr. Hephaestus, they've arrived. Then he thoughtfully asked where he had gone. The light inside seemed to be on. Well, they arrived without warning. Lucio suggested not waiting for him and going out for some fried meat. He asked since when her favorite dish wasn't sweet and sour pork. At that moment, Hephaestus asked, Hajun, is that him? He smiled and said, ah, he's here, Hephaestus. Then he looked surprised, and Hephaestus said, what an incredible coincidence. And they were just talking about him. There's the very friend he was talking about. The girl next to him asked, so it's him? Nice to meet you, Hajun. Her name is Freya. Hephaestus added that Freya is the main goddess of the Norse family of gods, leads the Valkyries, and taught Odin magic. MC shouted in surprise, Hephaestus, what is he doing? Like Zeus? He asked, what the hell is he talking about? He replied that he's cheating on Aphrodite with her. He was outraged. What nonsense is he talking about? Why would he cheat on her? She's his client and wants to order delivery from him. And please, he has to put him down. The protagonist thought, a client. Then Freya laughed and said, as she had been told, he was very funny. He thought she was having an affair with Hephaestus. He awkwardly apologized, then knelt down and hitting his head on the ground, said that she was such a beautiful goddess that he had made such a mistake. She held her hand out in front of her and said, no big deal. If Aphrodite were here, disaster would have happened. So, she would like him to deliver a letter. With these words, she handed him the letter. A system window appeared in front of the protagonist, instructing him to deliver a letter to Hel, the ruler of Helheim, to find out the situation in Valhalla. Time limit, 120 hours. Reward, 500,000. He asked, Valhalla? Where is Helheim? Then Lucio said fearfully, Helheim, it's the world of the dead, like Tartarus, where he was, Hajun. This is a very dangerous mission. He asked, really? Then he thought that before he would have accepted the order without even thinking about it. But now, he doesn't have to risk himself to deliver something. He has a good place to live and a lot of money. Even if he no longer works, he can provide for both himself and Lucio. Then Hephaestus added, speaking of which, apparently even he won't go to Helheim. After that, the protagonist asked, does it have to be delivered right now? He thought, he can't just refuse 5 billion won. He laughed and then added, any order for their money. At that moment, Lucio hit him in the back with a nymph kick and shouted, is he really obsessed with money? Sometime later, in the world of the dead, MC stopped on a scooter and, looking around, said, maybe it's because this road leads to the afterlife. The atmosphere here is really creepy. Lucio said that's why she said it was dangerous to come here. She hugged him from behind and, sighing, added, he really has gone crazy. Norse mythology is too ruthless. He turned around slightly and told her not to be afraid. Why was she saying more and more depressing things every day? She replied that it was all because of him, Hajun. Every time she was around him, she felt like her life was getting shorter. He wrote on and said that for an elite nymph, she was a bit too timid. He thought that Valhalla was like a paradise where warriors who died on the battlefield go. Helheim is the afterlife where people go who died of natural causes or from illness. He thought that since he had never heard of Helheim, it probably wasn't that dangerous, right? Then the device said that there were 10 minutes left until the entrance to Helheim. He said, okay. Then he drove onto the bridge and said that they would get there once they crossed it. Lucio said they would die on the way, but he stepped on the gas and they moved forward. The next second, he thought terrified. Why was he suddenly so afraid? His whole body tensed up at once. The nymph screamed in fear. Hajin, she can't move. He wondered if she felt the same way. At that moment, they heard a voice. Very strange things. The living are trying to cross the Helheim bridge. A huge female head fixed its gaze on them from the side, and she asked, what is so strange? It smells like life. He is not her man. Has this guy already died? The protagonist asked fearfully. Is she talking about him? That day, the rain was pouring down. He knows better than anyone that making deliveries in such weather is dangerous. However, he kept receiving rent notices, and of course, this forced him to take the job. At some point, a car cut him off. He indignantly shouted, what the hell? He skidded. Then he stopped and grabbing his helmet said, who drives like that in such weather? Let a truck hit him head on. The next second, the protagonist looked back and thought the order fell through. Damn, after the fine, he will go into the negative. Then he looked to the side in surprise and noticed a huge truck heading straight for him. In the end, he was hit. Hajin died at 27. That's how he died. Delivering food. In the present tense, he shouted, did she think he would tell her such a thing? Is she really going to kill an innocent man? She said he smells of rotten decay. Does he mean to tell me she was mistaken? He answered, of course. Lucio said, Hajun, maybe because he had recently been to Tartarus? He asked. Tartarus? She said, just as the nymphs who live by the stream smell like the stream, the nymphs who live by the ditches smell like the ditches, and the nymphs who live by the rivers smell of rivers, leaves, and herbs. Lucio, the river nymph. She clenched her fists and said that Tartarus and Helheim are from different myths, but the afterlife is the same in both. Maybe that's why she smelled death on him. He thought, the smell of death? He doesn't smell that at all. And yet the Hydra said that he smelled like a spirit from hell. Then the woman said, wow, I see. She heard of a man who met with Hades and Tartarus. So they met. In that case, he can't help but know her. The one who guards this place and this bridge. The protagonist thought he had no idea who she was. But Lucio said, guarding the bridge to Helheim. That job could only be done by an evil warrior or someone tired of fighting. The captain of the guard guarding Gjalarbra, the bridge from Midgard to Helheim. She is Lady Modgud, right? She said, clever child, so she even knows her name. So why did she need to cross the bridge? Lucio showed the letter and said that at the request of Lady Freya, they were carrying this letter for Lady Hel. She asked, a letter from Lady Freya? So that's it. Okay, they can pass. The protagonist thought in surprise, what? She let them through so easily, hearing that they were carrying a letter from Freya. Whatever the case, he was glad they were let through. They need to leave quickly before she changes her mind. Then she looked after them and said, so it is them. A difficult journey lies ahead. The next second, MC thought, it looks like they are getting closer. Soon they will reach hell. Then he shouted, how cold it is. This really is hell. Lucio sneezed loudly, and the protagonist indignantly shouted at her not to sneeze on him. He thought, it's immediately clear that this is hell from Norse mythology. A place similar to the North Pole. You should have warned him about the local climate right away. This Freya is a liar, although she doesn't look like one. Then Lucio shivered from the cold and said, I think she read about this in textbooks. Unless he's a dead man who has already forgotten what the cold feels like, you'd have to be a frost giant to survive in Helheim. He turned around slightly and asked, what? Why was she only talking about this now? She told him not to yell at her. She just remembered. Does he remember absolutely everything he learned in school? He answered, well, not everything. Then she asked if maybe he could buy something at the store. Like last time? He wondered if the brat was already eyeing his wallet, but she's right. They have no other choice. And then he ordered the store to open. He wondered what goods could defeat the cold. Then he said, okay, I found it. He chose a down jacket with wolf skin, enemy of the ice world. A black down jacket made from wolf skin. It keeps you warm, no matter how cold it is or how strong the wind. He thought in surprise, 200,000? This scooter cost 100, and some cape cost 2. Although he has no choice. The system reported that he bought a wolfskin down jacket, minus 200,000. The remainder was 622,700. Then he took the down jacket with tears in his eyes and thought, points earned with blood, sweat, and tears. After that, he put on the down jacket and said, well, no matter, he'll still get 500,000 once he completes the delivery. Then Lucio shouted, Hajun. He was surprised, huh? She happily said, the jacket is so warm. He was surprised, so she got the down jacket too, Lucio? He thought it was because it could share effects, like the invisibility helmet. Well, it was a win-win. After all, he'd still make money on this delivery. After that, they set off. He said, okay. We've dealt with the cold, so all that remains is to get to the destination. The nymph shouted, let's go. He thought, go. After some time, he, continuing to control the scooter, asked why there was such a strong blizzard here. Lucio said that she couldn't see anything. He thought, even though the down jacket made the cold bearable, because of the wind, the scooter wasn't moving forward at all. He asked, will they even have time to get there today? Damn it, and the navigator isn't working. This won't do. They need to make a break. Then they stopped and hid behind a block of ice. Lucio said that if they stayed here, they would get buried in snow. He replied, yes, it will. He'll just warm up the phone and they'll move on. She said now would be a good time to eat fried meat. Then MC looked at the phone screen, which said a delivery task from Freya. Remaining time, 41 hours, 17 minutes, 36 seconds. He thought, even though they still had a long way to go, they might make it. Everything seemed to be going smoothly so far. Then Lucio called out to him and he said, oh, come on. She thinks he'd sleep here? She pointed to the side and yelled for him to look. Get up quickly and look. He peeked around the corner and asked, what on earth happened? Then he looked in surprise at the naked body of the man running ahead and wondered what kind of man he was. He ran up to them and shouted, hey them, if they want to live, they have to run. Right now, several angry wolves were running after him. The protagonist thought, damn, why is he running in their direction? Then the protagonist got on the scooter with the nymph and they headed forward. He shouted at him not to run here. Psycho. Sigurd ran at the same level as him and said that while he was running he shouldn't talk to him. He was already having a hard time. The MC thought in surprise. He was able to keep up with the scooter, which was going at full speed. Then he asked, why, of all possible directions, was it running in his direction? Lucio added, that's exactly it. If he decided to die, he should die alone. The protagonist smiled and said that she had gone too far. Then Sigurd laughed and shouted because he was glad to see him. Since he came to this strange place, he had seen nothing but ice and wolves. The protagonist shouted, what kind of idiotic reason is this? Lucio asked, did he decide to become food for the wolves? Then the protagonist looked ahead and thought in surprise, the hut, we need to go there. After that, he rode through the gate and said that they were saved. Sigurd ran after them and shouted for him to wait. He was going there too. The protagonist thought, yeah, a naked man. Then he turned his attention to the wolves and thought, damn, They almost caught up with them. Then he closed the gate and shouted, "Damn." He thought that he saw him for the first time today, but soon he will become food for the wolves. He awkwardly walked away from the gate and said that they would die because of him. He would never forget it. But at that moment, Sigurd asked, who was going to die here? MC was surprised, and Sigurd jumped over the fence into the hut territory. The protagonist shouted in surprise, how did he jump on a 7-meter wall? Lucio shouted, amazing. He landed and, smiling, said that he was saying something strange. There was no wall in the world that he couldn't overcome. MC thought, this idiot is cool. Lucio noticed, but his underwear is stupid. Then Sigurd approached them and said, whatever. He was late with the introductions because of their run. The protagonist replied that they didn't need to meet at all. Then he said that he was a descendant of the greatest man in the world, the king of the gods, a glorious warrior of the Volsung clan. He is Sigurd. The protagonist replied, oh yes, well, his name is Hayun. Then Sigurd clenched his fist and said, okay Hayun, nice to meet you. At that moment, Lucio looked at him with admiration and said, Sigurd. The protagonist looked at her and said, and he was wondering why she doesn't get off him? She said that if his name was Sigurd, then he was the hero of the Volsunga saga, who slew the evil dragon Fafnir. That's why they called him the Dragon Slayer. He was the Dragon Slayer himself. At that moment, he awkwardly scratched the back of his head and, laughing, said that he wasn't such a hero to deserve such an introduction. They should talk to him without pathos. The protagonist thought he liked him. Then Sigurd pointed to the hut and said that they wouldn't stand outside and maybe they should go inside first. MC asked, huh? They can't go in without even knowing who the owner of this hut is. But he walked forward and said that there was a blizzard outside and they were surrounded by man-eating wolves, which meant it was more important for them to escape from them. Lucio said that if something happened, it was his responsibility. Then the protagonist looked at the phone screen and thought, fortunately, this place wasn't that far from their destination, so they could wait out the snowstorm here for a bit. After a while, they lit a fire and settled down on the floor. Sigurd asked, so what business were they in such a dangerous place for? Judging by their appearance, they weren't warriors. The protagonist scratched his cheek and replied that he'd been asked to deliver something to someone who lived here. He could consider them on a mission. He asked, were they given a mission? Quite unusual. After that, the MC pointed to the side and asked, so Sigurd, why were those wolves chasing him? He's a dragon slayer. Lucio clenched her fists and added, really, wolves are just small fry to him. He replied, because this is Helheim. The protagonist was surprised. Helheim? What do wolves have to do with it? He replied that this is a world inhabited by the dead. So why fight those who are already dead and in the afterlife? Fighting them would only exhaust him, and then they'd eat him alive. He says it's better to just run away from them. The protagonist remarked that this was logical. Sigurd asked, so who and what should he deliver? He was familiar with these places, so he suggested leaving at sunrise. At that moment, Lucio put her hand on the protagonist's arm and, looking at him, asked if it was Sigurd. Maybe he should trust him and tell him everything. He thought she was right, and then said that Freya had actually personally asked him to deliver her letter. Sigurd clarified, was the letter from Freya? Then he looked at the letter in the protagonist's hands and thought, this seal definitely belongs to Freya. He said, in that case, he should have told him right away. The protagonist asked how he could simply entrust information to someone wearing only underwear. The next second, they heard a loud sound and turned around abruptly. The protagonist, noticing the animals, thought, are those wolves? Damn, how did they all gather here? Sigurd looked at the protagonist and shouted, Hayun, he'll deal with them, and they should escape through the back door. He was surprised. What? It's impossible to even kill them. How can he stop them alone? He replied that he shouldn't worry about it. The next second, he concentrated energy in his hand, and MC wondered, what is this? He answered, the Dragon Slayer's sword Gram. Lucio shouted, it was with this wonderful sword, Gram, that he killed the dragon Fafnir. The protagonist thought, right, they called him the Dragon Slayer. At that moment, Sigurd swung his weapon, releasing powerful energy around. Then the protagonist said, crazy. He killed all the wolves with one blow. Sigurd said that it's not like that. This is not the end. At that moment, parts of the wolves gathered into one large creature. The protagonist shouted, damn, what is this? He thought, so this is what he meant when he said it was impossible to die in Helheim? Then Sigurd looked at them and shouted, Hayun, he has to run. He will buy them time. At that moment, he jumped up and said, damn it, there are 8 of them. He wondered if the nymph and Hayun would escape. He thought that would be the right decision. Then he looked ahead in surprise and saw MC leap at the creature, swinging his club. Club, power, 100%. He screamed loudly, creating a hole in the huge wolf's head, and then landed in the snow. Sigurd, surprised, said, that can't be true. The Helheim wolves, now considered immortal animals, have completely disappeared from the face of the earth. Then the protagonist looked in surprise at the club in his hands, and Sigurd thought, what kind of person is he? He ran up to him and shouted, hey, what is he doing? The protagonist looked at him and responded by simply swinging his club. He said, it's unbelievable. Death in Helheim, really. Not even Hel, the mistress of these lands, can rule this territory. The protagonist thought, did he mean to say that he was blessed with such talent? Even though it was late, he had finally shown talent as a hunter? After that, Lucio clenched her fists and said that she understood everything. He asked, so what? Did he really become an S-class hunter? She answered, a baton. All thanks to this. He asked, didn't Ares give him this? She said, it was mistletoe that long ago killed Baldur, the second son of Odin, the king of Asgard. This artifact is so highly valued that it is incredibly rare in myths around the world. A myth-class weapon with which one can kill an immortal, the branch of destruction. This is mistletoe, he thought. Can he kill an immortal? Isn't this item the ideal? And Durendal, which guarantees his safety, is worth 20 billion. So he means to say how much a weapon capable of killing an immortal costs. After that, he joyfully waved it and shouted, wow. He thought, 10 times more? 20? Or maybe 100? At that moment, Sigurd put his hands in front of him and shouted at him to stop waving that. Was he going to kill him too? He replied that he wasn't, and laughed awkwardly. Then he added, without even knowing it, he was treating him like an idiot. He apologized for being so ignorant, Ares. Then he got on his scooter and shouted, with that attitude, let's go straight to hell. Sigurd ran after him and shouted at him to wait. He shouted that they were already close. Sigurd ran after him and thought, it's not safe to send this man to hell like this. After a while, MC stopped near the stairs leading to the building and said, we've arrived. This place is much bigger than he imagined. Lucio said that she, too, was seeing the Helheim Tower for the first time. At that moment, Sigurd caught up with them and shouted, Hayun, he has to stop. He turned around in surprise and asked, Mr. Sigurd? He tried to catch his breath and said it was too dangerous to go there alone. The protagonist asked, had he been running after them this whole time? He replied that he hadn't intended to stop. He had no other choice. Then the protagonist stood in front of him and said, so can you come with me? What's the problem? He asked in return, does he think it's that easy to enter Helheim Tower? He replied, just open the door and step inside. At that moment, Sigurd looked behind him and said, oh, there they are. The warriors ran towards them shouting, they must stop. Who are they? The protagonist thought, oh shit. There were guards at the entrance to the tower. Then Sigurd stood before them, holding his hand out in front of him and saying he was glad to see them. One of the guards asked, oh, Lord Sigurd? He replied that these were Lady Freya's messengers who had come to deliver a message. He said, I see. In that case, he would open the gates. Then the protagonist asked why they were being so polite to him. He asked in response, isn't it obvious? Garm is the garrison responsible for the territory of Helheim, and he is its general. After some time, they went inside the tower, and the protagonist said, it seemed like a castle in the afterlife, but there was nothing special inside. Lucio asked, does the afterlife necessarily have to be gloomy and scary? At that moment, the MC stopped near the maid and she said, they told her everything, Lord. The guests brought a letter from Lady Freya? He answered, that's right. Is it possible to meet with Lady Hel? She walked forward and replied, of course, the lady is already waiting for them. They should follow her. The protagonist replied, yes. Then the protagonist looked at Lucio and asked, is she also some kind of god or hero? She replied, Lady Ganglot is not a goddess or a hero, but she has been Hel's servant for a long time. Then she smiled and said, Lady Ganglot, how did she manage to stay by the goddess's side for so many years? Lucio wants to learn this too, but she continued to walk forward silently. Lucio said indignantly, so there will be no answer, and she was asking such diligent questions. What a terrible waste of words. At that moment, Ganglot thought, cute. Then she stopped at the large door and said that Lady Hel was here. They should be careful. Sigurd said that he would only accompany them so far. Inside, he was to give Hel a letter. In response, the protagonist thanked him. Then he looked ahead and thought, when he met Hephaestus, Ares, and the other gods, this never happened. Perhaps because she is the goddess of death, he is so nervous. After that, the maid stepped forward and said, her deathhood, Lady Freya's messengers have arrived. The goddess smiled and said, a strange aura emanates from him. Neither alive nor dead. Is he the same guy? The one who upset the balance in Helheim. MC took out a letter and said that he came here to give her a letter from Lady Freya. She asked, a letter? The next second, she pulled it towards her and began to read. After that, she said thoughtfully, child of the outside world, is everything written here truly true? He replied that he did not know. He was only asked to deliver, and what it says, he has no idea. And why is she asking? At that moment, Lucio raised her hand and shouted, how is he doing? He asked. But what? He was just asking. Then Hel stepped forward and said he was unusually confident. Fine, if he was so curious, she'd tell him. Someone was apparently disguising themselves as Helheim's dead to get to Valhalla. This was the work of outsiders. The people of Helheim had nothing to do with it. With that, she tore up and burned the letter, then added that there was only one place in the entire universe where someone could have committed such a vile act, interfered with the cycle of life and death. A place where the earth split into 7 parts, and everything around was burning with blue flames. She smiled, and placing her hands on her waist, said, it was their fault. The protagonist thought, this brat rules Helheim? At that moment, Ganglot blushed with embarrassment and said, cutie? After a while, Hel sat on the throne and, resting her head on her fist, asked, so, did they leave? Ganglot replied, yes, they opened the warp so they could get to Olympus directly. She replied that she thought she'd found a funny guy for the first time in a long time. By the way, Freya is quite the villain. She came up with the idea of sending living people to Helheim. Ganglot explained that he's called the god's delivery man. They say he visits various myths, and carries out the god's errands in exchange for points. The goddess asked, "A messenger, huh?" Then she jumped off the throne and added, "In any case, they've confirmed their existence, so there's no point in sitting still. Ganglet, she needs to be ready to go." She looked surprised. Really? She folded her arms across her chest and, releasing energy around herself, declared that she would personally go to the very epicenter of events. After a while, Hephaestus asked if he was sure about that. Perhaps he had misheard. MC replied that he wasn't, and that he had heard correctly. Lucio clenched her fists and added that she was also nearby and listening very carefully. At that moment, Freya nervously bit her nail and said, "The place where the earth split into 7 parts, and everything around is burning with blue flames." This prophecy sounded so absurd, so she thought it was just a fantasy. Then the protagonist wondered, why were everyone so serious? Come to think of it, when he told Hercules about this prophecy, he reacted exactly the same way. Then Freya said that she apologized to Hephaestus. Unfortunately, she had to go back. She would come later for the goods. He replied that there was nothing to be done. The problem was serious. She thought it would be better if he didn't know about it, but since he already knew something, she had to tell him. Didn't anyone notice that the situation had gone too far? Someone deliberately turned a blind eye to this. No, everything will turn out like Ragnarok and it won't benefit anyone. At that moment, the protagonist placed his hand on her shoulder and told her to stop and wait. Dear customer, did she happen to forget anything? Hephaestus extended his hand and asked, "Hey, what's he doing?" He looked surprised, huh? Didn't she have to pay him back? She asked. How dare he, a mere mortal, touch her body without her permission? With those words, she released a terrifying energy, and the MC thought in fear. Unbelievable pressure, but he couldn't possibly be left without money after going through such hardships. The next second, he performed his signature move, asking for his hand to be gilded. This is Hajin's unique skill, which was born from customers who ran away without paying. Research showed that if he accepts this benefit, his chances of receiving money increase by 95%. Then the protagonist added, "Before leaving, you need to pay." She said, "Oh right, I completely forgot." The system reported that 500,000 had been awarded as a tip for delivery. 250,000 had been awarded by Freya. The protagonist looked at his phone screen and happily said, "Oh my god, there's even a bonus. Remaining points, 1,372,700. He clenched his fists and thought joyfully, finally his first million. If converted into cash, that's more than 10 billion won. At that moment, Lucio kicked him in the back and shouted, "Hajin, his greed knows no bounds." He shouted indignantly, "Does she want to break his back?" Then Freya sighed and said, "They're funny." She walked to the exit and said that they really should go now. "Hephaestus, she's caused a lot of inconvenience." He said, "Well, it happens. He'll send a message when the goods are ready." Then he added, "He's incredible, either crazy or brave." The protagonist scratched his head and asked, "Is that so? He thinks so?" He folded his arms across his chest and replied that it wasn't so. Since time immemorial, it was believed that a man should be insanely brave. The main thing is not to slide into feeble-mindedness and courage. He answered, "Exactly, Lord Hephaestus. He wants to ask about something." He asked what else he needed. He asked what happened in that place where the earth is divided into 7 parts. Why is everyone so surprised when they hear about it? This time, even Hercules had a strange expression on his face. He asked, "Hercules, what is he even talking about?" He replied that he had business. Then Hephaestus shouted that he didn't understand. If such a thing happened, why did he tell me about it? He replied, "Well, he didn't ask, and he doesn't even know what this place is." He said, "That's how it is." He thought that sooner or later there had to be a meeting of the gods. In any case, she is to blame for everything. The meeting of the gods is literally a gathering of 12 gods where they discuss heavenly plans. This is the first meeting in 389 years, and he begins to understand why. After that, the protagonist said, "Mr. Hephaestus, so what?" He told him to forget about it. He was surprised, and he added that this story is not a pleasant one. The very fact that he knows about it can cause problems. MC was surprised that he told him not to be too upset. The gods are primarily responsible for this. He will find out about everything when the time comes, because he visits various myths, after all. Eventually, he will encounter this without wanting it. He frowned and thought, of course, it would be better if this did not happen. After some time, Lucio happily said, "Hajun, he must open quickly." He replied, now, she should wait a little. Okay, the password is 389. Then they went into the room, and Lucio happily said, "Wow, very spacious. That ditch is nothing compared to this place." He thought that now that the previous tenant's belongings were gone, he felt like this was his home. If he'd known this would happen, he probably should have stopped by the furniture store on his way to the hunter exam that time. Then Lucio shouted that she liked this room. The protagonist folded his arms and said that she had more impudence and daring than height. The biggest room should be his, really. She turned to him, waved her finger, and asked why this. They should decide fairly. Rock, paper, scissors, he asked. Was she asking for trouble? He picked her up and added that this room would be his anyway. He was thinking of going furniture shopping. She should come with him. She shouted, "How mean." Then he looked ahead in surprise and thought, Who is this? He just moved in, so he's not expecting guests. Maybe someone from his management? Then he grabbed the door handle and said, yes, he's on his way. Who? He was surprised to notice Erin. She was holding a pie in her hands and said, hi. He thought, Erin from the Youngwon Guild? He asked in surprise, why did she come here? The nymph said, this girl. They saw her when they delivered Lord Ares' sword. He thought, perhaps she was their neighbor. He had been so busy lately that he had completely forgotten about her. Then she handed him a dessert and told him to take it. The god's delivery man. He asked, what is this? She replied, a housewarming gift, a rice cake. He answered, but he didn't even throw a housewarming party, didn't invite anyone, and didn't organize a party. And is that really what they do on moving day? She asked. Isn't it? He replied, of course not. He thought, why is this rice cake so green? At that moment, Lucio pointed to the dessert and asked, rice cake? Is this something to eat? Then she snatched the plate from the protagonist's hands, ran into the back of the room, and said that this was now her rice cake. The protagonist reached out to her and shouted for her to give it back, and she started eating the cake and said, Ha-jun, because of the move, he forgot to feed her. She's having lunch. She's really hungry right now. Then she thought in surprise, that taste. The next second, she emptied her stomach, and the protagonist reached out to her and yelled at her not to do that on the floor. What's wrong with her? She looked at the cake and asked, what is this? It tasted disgusting. Like she ate chocolate and washed it down with mouthwash. The protagonist said that she constantly puts everything in her mouth, and she indignantly clenched her fists and said, do people really eat this because it's healthy? Erin took a small piece of cake and said, it's mint with chocolate. It's delicious. The protagonist looked at her in surprise and thought, so it was mint with chocolate? Then he asked, so why did she drop by his house? She answered, an assignment, an investigation. Songjin asked her about it. He was surprised. An investigation? She said he promised to pay any price and that he should ask the guild leader for details. He thought, wow, that's Songjin again. Then he folded his arms and added, maybe she didn't know, but his services were expensive. It was very expensive. She held up 2 fingers and he asked, 2 billion? Well, his services had actually gone up in price. She held up 2 more fingers and said, twice as much. He shouted, 4? After that, he asked, where's the gracious Mr. Songjin now? He thought it was impossible to resist such a sum. After some time, they were sitting in the car. Erin said that they had arrived. MC thanked her and then got out of the car. Lucio stood in front of him and asked, Hajun, didn't he say that they were going to buy furniture today? He replied that the furniture wouldn't run away, especially since they had no business in the evening. She was indignant. How could they have no business? They were planning to have a delicious dinner in the evening. He said that they could eat whenever they wanted. How many times will they get the chance to make 4 billion? She said he was a liar. Then Erin came up to them, holding an item in her hand, and asked if they wanted to take it. Lucio asked, what is this? She replied, a coupon for the cafeteria. They could eat there after the meeting. The food was delicious. Lucio replied, hooray, it's the best. She thought she was stupid for eating mouthwash, but she was so good. The protagonist looked at her and thought she was just obsessed with food. And then he looked toward the huge building and thought that this was the first Youngwon Guild in the country. He thought he would never come here again in his life. After a while, Songjin smiled and shouted, these people. He heard they moved into a new apartment today. He congratulated them. Then he extended his hand forward and said, here. He prepared this for them as a gift. The protagonist replied, okay, about the gift. We need to discuss the 4 billion. He had a child with him now, asking him to hurry up. Lucio held the coupon in her hands and suggested they hurry up and go to the cafeteria. Songjin laughed and said, okay, then let's get straight to the point. They should sit down. MC sat down across from him, holding Lucio in his arms, and thought, he's afraid? Why is he smiling so widely? He's about to be given a very difficult task. Then Songjin handed him the documents and said that he'd first explain the problem. The protagonist looked at the documents in surprise and wondered if the dungeon difficulty levels had changed. Songjin said they probably remembered that boss monster that appeared in the Hyundai dungeon. Like that monster, the difficulty of the other dungeons had also increased significantly. If nothing was done about it, the worst-case scenario could be a dungeon breakthrough. And if that happens, monsters will enter their world. He folded his arms and added that this could jeopardize the very existence of the country. It was hard to imagine the further consequences. The protagonist took the document and said that he himself understood that the situation was dire, but he wouldn't ask him to find out why this happened, would he? He replied that that was not true. He wanted to give him a very easy task. They would move on to the next point. He asked, to the next point? He replied that he simply needed to go to the dungeon specified in the contract and simply investigate the monster. The protagonist looked at the document and asked, is this a joke? He wants him to find a red dragon? He thought, a red dragon is a level 7 monster, the highest level in the Republic of Korea. Even if all the A-rank hunters united, it wouldn't be enough. Then he asked why the #1 guild in the country was entrusting such a task to a common delivery man. He replied, of course, that he wasn't asking him to do everything. They'll take care of the terrain and other small things. He'll only take care of the red dragon and the lizard king. The protagonist asked, who the hell is that? He replied, the monster next to the dragon. Maybe he'll take them both at once. At that moment, MC grabbed Songjin by the clothes and shouted indignantly, this is outrageous. He has to do such a dangerous job for 4 billion. He replied that he has to wait. He has to let him finish. 4 billion is an advance. After completing the task, he'll pay him twice as much. He was surprised. Double? Then he hit him on the arm and said, shake stakes. He thought he couldn't resist such a sum. Meanwhile, Heimdall folded his arms and looked ahead. He noticed Alberto and asked why he was so late. He was sitting on his horse, holding the monster in his hand, and said, "Something happened on the way back." Then he threw the monster down and said, "I caught it down there." Now they've started appearing in Northern Europe too. Heimdall spoke. They're already there. It happened faster than he expected. It's time for them to take action. He thought he'd known for a while that the end was coming, but he didn't think it would come so quickly. Then Alberto said he had other things to do. See you later. He was surprised. Things to do? Where? He replied. Lord Odin said there was a problem in Valhalla. He asks for a one-time trip to Helheim. He's already late. It's time to leave. He replied. In that case, he shouldn't worry so much. He'd heard that Freya had been helped by a hero from the Greek gods, and judging by how Sigurd had praised him, that hero had done his job well. He said, if he was Greek, then was it Orpheus or Achilles? He replied that wasn't true. Judging by what he'd been told, he was an ordinary man, like himself. He said, an ordinary man. He thought, so that means another man also delivers something to the gods. So he works for the Greeks. How dare he encroach on his territory? Now he wants to see what kind of impudent person he is. Meanwhile, the MC happily said, 8 billion. The nymph joyfully shouted that they were going to eat. After some time, the province of southern Chincheon, Non-Sun Gate, the protagonist stepped forward and said that he promised himself that he would not take a step in this direction. Here he is. Damn it. At that moment, Lucio looked at him and asked, had he already been in this dungeon? He replied that he hadn't, but for about a month, he lived in a place even worse than this. She asked, had he lived for a month in a place worse than a dungeon? She knew he was no ordinary person. Hajun. He replied that he had been to the bottom. Then he pointed his hand forward and, smiling, said, okay, they should go inside. The next second, a scooter appeared in front of him, and he thought they were going to ride a customized scooter. A system window appeared in front of him, saying, a very durable scooter, a new product for elite delivery drivers. Masterfully crafted from new materials. While driving, the duration of all status effects on the driver is reduced by 90%. Just in case, he asked Hephaestus for a favor. Then he handed him the crystal and said he'd like to use it. He replied that he could rely on it. He thought he couldn't have imagined that he would receive such incredible abilities. And although the scooter's durability had increased, he didn't want to risk exposing himself to effects, as in the case of Modgood. Then they drove up to the portal, and the protagonist laughed loudly and shouted that now he was afraid of nothing. He didn't care if it was a lizard man or a red dragon. Lucio shouted that they would defeat everyone. After a while, they found themselves inside, and the protagonist smiled and asked, was it all thanks to this tuning? They were driving through a swamp, but the wheels weren't getting stuck at all. At that moment, Lucio, holding onto his back, screamed. All the dirt was flying at her. He replied that he couldn't help. Then she let out a loud yelp and started calling him. Can he see what's going on there? A huge city appeared before them, and he said, wow. He thought, holy shit, how huge? She asked, had she lived on the bottom like this for about a month? He replied, no, of course not. It was like playing Maltupaki. She wondered, what was that? He replied, well, it took a long time to explain. He thought, the report said he'd be able to meet a lizard man by going through this gate. It sounded so simple, it was even suspicious. There would always be someone guarding such a place. Then he noticed several lizard warriors and thought, he knew it. He could have learned this pattern by now. Then, one of the lizard men looked at the entrance and was surprised. The protagonist abruptly hid behind the wall and said, damn children, always the same thing. Can things ever be simpler? Lucio pointed forward and said, whatever, these lizard men. He responded, but they weren't horses obviously. She had to get off him. She flew in front of him and asked, so what are they going to do now? Like usual, destroy them all? He peeked around the corner and thought that he hadn't been tasked with destroying the monsters, only studying them. So he didn't have to take the risk and attack them head-on like last time. They were simply observing the Lizard King and would complete the first part of the mission. Then he walked on and, turning slightly, thought, fortunately, they hadn't noticed him thanks to his invisibility skill. He hoped he could get to the main monster's location without any problems, and he could still buy things at the store, right? Might as well flex, since he was getting paid 8 billion for this mission. His phone said there was a delivery order. He thought in surprise. What the hell? Why now? At that moment, Lucio shouted in alarm. Hujin, they've been spotted. A multitude of lizardmen with weapons ran straight towards them. The protagonist, holding his phone in his hand, shouted, damn it, why won't it turn off? They started running, and the nymph shouted for him to do something to them. Then he thought, stop. He stopped abruptly, and she turned around in surprise and asked why he stopped. He smiled and told her to stay here. He didn't just stop for no reason. At that moment, one of the lizardmen pointed a weapon directly at his phone, and he said, wow, they need to stop for a second. Didn't their boss send this order? His phone said the customer was the king of the lizardmen. One of the lizardmen looked at him in surprise. Then they started talking. After that, Lucio, clenching her fists, said in surprise, the king ordered delivery from Hajin? He replied that that's what it said on the phone. He smiled and thought it was strange, of course, that the order came from a monster and not from a god or a hero. But what difference did it make to him? He would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He said, well, there is no time, so they should quickly take him to their boss. The lizards pointed their fingers forward. He asked, Why are they pointing their fingers like that? Then he turned around and said, could this really be their king? Behind them stood a shaking lizard, barely able to stand. He thought that this did not at all resemble the incredible description in the report. It was even embarrassing to call him a boss monster. He said that he was somehow embarrassed. What was he even telling them? He wondered if there was anything in the store that could help. If he wanted to order a delivery, he needed to hand over the item and tell him the destination. Then Lucio asked if she should translate. He was surprised. What? Did she understand what he was saying? She smiled and asked, wasn't it obvious? She learned the Naga language a long time ago. Even translating this dialect is a piece of cake. He replied, of course, an elite nymph. Then the king said something again and she made a few sounds. The protagonist asked what he said. She replied that a long time ago, a disaster happened in the lizard kingdom. The lizard people's babies, the young and the old, every single one of them was exterminated by a cruel invader. The MC pointed at himself and asked, so they want him to deal with him somehow? The other lizards looked at him and he thought, wow, why are they suddenly so cute? Then he waved his hand and said that he can't. They can't look at him like that and ask for that. He's not that good. Meanwhile, the king said something else. Lucio said that if he completes the task, they will give him all the treasures of the kingdom. He said, oops, what treasure is there? In any case, they can rely on him. She said he told him to follow them into the dungeon. Then the other lizards knelt before him and he said, okay, they don't have to worry about this criminal and just leave everything to him. After a while, Seoyun found herself in a room full of treasure and said, I wonder if there's anything useful in here? Maybe she'll just steal it all? There were only 10 seconds left until the Hermes thief and the Hermes knight met. After a while, they stopped near a large door. The protagonist looked forward and said with a smile, judging by how the treasure is protected, there must be a lot of it, right? Lucio said that it looked like the treasury of the gods. Then the king reached forward and activated the device on the door, after which it opened. The protagonist's mouth opened in surprise and said, so much. There's as much wealth here as Ares. At that moment, the king and Lucio were talking about something. Then she turned to the protagonist and said that he said that these treasures were taken from the people who came here. The protagonist asked, is this just bragging? Well, whatever, it's all theirs. Then he wondered in surprise, what was that sound? He looked at Seoyun, who was holding the treasures in her hands, and she looked at him in surprise. She waved and asked, hello. He thought, well, hello, damn. Then the lizard warriors started to get aggressive, and Lucio said that they said she was a thief. Grab her. MC said there was no need to translate. The lizard warriors then pointed their weapons at Seoyun, forcing her to kneel. The protagonist asked how she got here. Lucio said it was very rude to steal treasure from monsters. Seoyun clenched her teeth and thought, what should she do? She didn't know why exactly, but it was important to her to get the treasure. She couldn't escape using her astral body. Thus, she said, Hubei. He remembers her, right? If he also came here on a mission from Hermes, he should explain to them why she's here. At that moment, the king said something, and Lucio said that he was asking if this thief was his colleague. MC shouted, of course she wasn't. He pointed his finger at her and shouted, what kind of Hubei is he to her? He graduated from an all-boys junior high school. He didn't have any senior girls. Lucio asked why he was crying. He was indignant. She said that Hermes sent her. She thinks he'll fall for that. With these words, he folded his arms across his chest, and she thought, so he doesn't know anything? Why didn't Hermes tell him anything? Then she said, so they can do this. If he is here to help, she will do everything he asks. He asked, really everything? The nymph said, you can't trust a thief. But the protagonist thought for a moment and smiling said, okay, she must swear on the river Styx. If she does this, then he will help her. She cried out in surprise, on the river Styx? Does he even understand what that means? He said, she doesn't want to, as she wants. Either they will cut her down here, or she will rot alive in their dungeon. She noticed the weapon pointed at her, and then clenched her teeth and cried, okay, she will take the oath. Him. If he saves her from the lizard men, she swears by the Styx River that she will definitely repay him by fulfilling one of his requests. He said, okay, Lucio, she must explain everything to her. She replied that she was not sure it was worth it. After some time, the warriors raised their weapons, and Seoyun sighed and said, not even a year has passed. She was grateful. No matter what, he remembered her promise. She shouted, so what does he want, you little pervert? He shouted, what did she imagine? Then he looked in surprise at the system window that appeared, which said that he must fulfill the prophecy of salvation, passed down from generation to generation of lizardmen, and destroy the cruel invader. Time limit, 3 hours. Tip for delivery, royal treasures. He thought in surprise, only 3 hours? How can they give so little time to kill a monster? Then he ran and, turning around, shouted, Lucio, she must move her wings. We must catch the monster quickly. She asked if he wouldn't even look at the promised reward. He replied that he had already told her. There was no time. Then Seoyun extended her hand to him and shouted for him to wait. She asked why he was pretending they didn't know each other. After that, she turned her gaze to the king. Meanwhile, the protagonist mounted the scooter, and the system reported that the destination was 30 kilometers away. He thought, that's still so far to go. Even if he drove at full speed, he would reach his destination without any problems. But once there, would he be able to defeat a monster he knew nothing about in the remaining time? At that moment, Lucio held onto his back and shouted, too fast. He replied that she must hold on. They were in a hurry. At that moment, Soyun appeared in front of them, and waving her hand, asked, "It seems things aren't going so smoothly." He shouted, "Where did she come from?" Then he stopped abruptly and looked at her, asking, "What do you want?" She should take what she needs and get out of here. She winked and asked, "How could she leave like that?" She thought she could help solve the problem. He replied that he wasn't going to relieve her of her debt, so she shouldn't do something stupid and leave, okay? Lucio clenched her fist and said that she'd already been told to leave. Soyun replied, "Will they be able to say the same after they drain her?" The monster they were about to kill was actually a red dragon. The protagonist shouted in surprise, "What did she just say?" He thought, if this is the same red dragon Songjin asked him to study, it's a monster of the highest level. That's why he sent him to study the lizard people and the red dragon. Then Seoyun thought that she didn't really want to run into a creature like the red dragon, but she would only get the lizard people's treasures if she won their trust by completing a task. She said she could show him a shortcut to the red dragon and help him catch it. MC asked how she could help if she only knew how to steal. She replied, "Darling, he only sees the tip of the iceberg. Helping isn't just about fighting, he'll see. Thieves have their tricks." After a while, the sun was setting. Soyun, sitting on a scooter behind the protagonist, said they had arrived. The red dragon was sleeping. The protagonist noticed that it wasn't blind and was snoring loudly. Lucio asked if they could really catch it. The protagonist put on his invisibility helmet and said they'd have to attack. The system reported that the suit's power mode, super jump, had been activated. The next second, he pushed off the ground sharply and, raising his fist, thought, "This dragon is very strong." He struck, and the next second the dragon screamed loudly, waking up. MC grinned and thought, "Well, here we go." Then he struck the monster's head again, and Seoyun covered herself with her hands and screamed, "No way! How did he even do that?" She thought, since Hermes chose her, she'd overcome more trials than other hunters could ever dream of. But what she was seeing now was simply incomprehensible. The next second, the protagonist struck the monster again, knocking it to the ground. Seoyun thought, a red dragon. The association had rated this monster at least level 7. In all the dungeons and gates that humans had managed to clear so far, the number of appearances of such dangerous monsters could be counted on the fingers of one hand. If he were a Hermes envoy like her, then he definitely couldn't have become so strong so quickly. Nowadays, to reach that level, you need to be a hunter for at least 15 years. And even if you look at it from a mythological perspective, everyone has more than one patron deity. But this guy in front of her hasn't even been there for a year, and he's already on par with her, or even surpasses her. There's something strange about this red dragon. Even though Hajun is right in front of it, the beast seems completely unaware of it. She wonders if it's an invisibility helmet. Then the dragon screams loudly again and raises its paw to attack, delivering a powerful blow. The protagonist jumped up and said, the dragon doesn't know where he is, so it decided to destroy everything around it? What a monster. Then he raises his fist and, flying forward, shouted, "This means it's definitely going to enjoy this." He delivered another powerful blow, then jumped to the ground and, sighing, said, how tired he was of him. The next second, the dragon was heading towards him, and he said, "What tough skin it has." At that moment, the system window said the remaining time for using the boost was 1 minute 32 seconds. He thought, damn it, there's almost no time left. Even though the invisibility helmet hides him, without the suit's power, he can't fight this creature. He just has to deal with it in the remaining time. Then he charged again and summoned his baton. He shouted, "It must die." The next second he struck, but the dragon didn't care. The protagonist thought, did he dodge it? But a helmet. Could it be because of that baton? The invisibility doesn't apply to this? He was surprised when the dragon's paw was above his head, and then it struck. Soyun shouted, "That idiot! Why is he stuck in one place?" She thought, then he wouldn't have been able to avoid this attack. She took out a potion and said, "It's time to stop being so overconfident." At that moment, Lucio said, "Silly girl." She looked at her in surprise, and she added, instead of ruining everything, she should just stand back and watch. Soyun was surprised. When had she been here for so long? She replied that Hajun would definitely be fine. She shouldn't worry. He had found himself in so many difficult situations, but he always pulled through. In the end, he received recognition from many gods and heroes, so he would never lose to this monster. Soyun apologized and said, but that attack wasn't that strong after all? She knows he's strong, but what if she just watches? Then she was surprised, looking at Lucio, and thought, is that the baby shaking? Of course. She raised her voice a little, but what can she do if she's so worried? It's good if she intervenes and helps him. Then she was surprised to hear a sound, and MC shouted that he clung to his stomach. She thought he climbed onto the dragon's stomach. She asked how and why. At that moment, Lucio clenched her fist and shouted, she knew he could do it. At that moment, the system window said the remaining time to use the boost was 57 seconds. The protagonist continued to hold on to the monster and said, damn, he was able to climb on it, but he didn't have any time left. Then he thought in surprise, what is this? What are those strange scales on its neck? Lucio shouted, he should attack it. Hajun. The protagonist thought, attack? Its weak point. Then he said, open shop. Golden apple 1000, lead arrow 1000, golden arrow 5000. He thought he could definitely defeat it with this, and then he turned around and shouted, "Lucio, this monster is considered a dragon, right?" She was surprised. Why is he suddenly asking about this? He replied, "Hurry up, there's no time." She said that she herself doesn't know. After all, she's never looked into such details. But it looks like it's a kind of dinosaur-like dragon. He said, "Okay, but he's still a dragon, right?" Then he clicked on the system window. The remaining points are 1,372,000. He thought that would be enough. The remaining points are 1,072,000. He took out his sword. He looked at the weapon in his hand and thought, purchasing a magic sword. Purchase completed. At that moment, Soyun shouted, "It can't be. How did this guy get the legendary Gram sword from Norse mythology?" The protagonist gritted his teeth at that moment and thought that that sword would be enough to hit the dragon in its weak spot. Then he swung the weapon and shouted that he must receive. The next second, the dragon concentrated and MC looked at it in horror. Fiery energy gathered around the dragon, and the protagonist thought, "He's ignited?" He flew back, covering himself with his hand, and thought, "Damn, he even had a trick that up his sleeve?" Then he fell to the ground and thought, now he can't even get close to him. At that moment, Lucio screamed, "This is too dangerous." Soyun ran out of the bushes and shouted that this was his second phase. He couldn't win alone. She ran up to the protagonist and offered to join forces, but he told her not to come any closer. She couldn't hide from him. She replied that she told him thieves have their ways, right? Now she'll show him. And then she threw forward a potion, Tears of Demeter, an ice potion, a mysterious liquid containing the divine power of the goddess of Olympus, who controls nature and the earth. Applies a freezing effect. The next second, the dragon was covered in ice. Soyun clenched her fist and joyfully shouted, how could he handle that? Demeter's tears can freeze anything. Then MC rose to his feet and said in surprise, she could have taken him out with that potion right from the start. She replied, idiot. Isn't it obvious that she was waiting for the second phase? He asked, wouldn't it have been better if she had used the potion from the start? At that moment, Lucio pointed her finger forward and shouted, relaxing too early. The ice is melting. The next second, the ice flew in all directions and the dragons screamed loudly. Manat, the protagonist, thought, damn, he's freed himself. Soyun screamed, this can't be happening. It's impossible, just destroy it. The protagonist said, it said the potion could freeze anything, but there was nothing about ice being unbreakable. She said it was true. The next second, the dragon began concentrating fire, and MC asked, well, what else are thieves capable of? The system reported that the remaining time for the boost was 20 seconds. He gritted his teeth and thought that now the suit's boost really was gone. Soyun took the second potion bottle and shouted that she'd think of something he should distract him for now. She thought she only had one Demeter remedy left. She'd have to take a chance. Then she threw it forward. Demeter Tears, a plant potion. The dragon screamed loudly, and the system announced, calling on the forces of nature to bind the target. Soyun shouted, now? The protagonist ran forward and shouted that he understood. He kicked off the ground and, swinging his sword, was already aiming directly at the dragon's weak point. He thought, Hajin the delivery man, the invulnerable level 7 boss monster. He said he won. He thought the red dragon's attack was complete. After a while, Doyun said, there's a wyvern gorge in Kosan, Gangwon province. After investigating, they found that neither the place nor the boss monster posed a threat. Songjin recorded it and replied, good. He did a great job this time too, Doyun. He can leave work early today and get some rest. He added, by the way, boss. He heard about it from his colleagues in the elevator. So is this rumor true? He asked. What is it about? Well, he knows. The bomb that the association slipped them. Songjin scratched his head and asked, the lizardman's dungeon? He shouldn't say, he'll soon go crazy over this. He thought everything was fine until they contacted him and said the task was completed in less than a day. Then he shouted in surprise, what? The research is already complete? The protagonist replied, no, not the research. The red dragon. It seems he accidentally killed it. His mission is considered complete, right? At first, Songjin thought he was joking, but after the guild members went to check, they confirmed it was true. He never imagined that this monster could be defeated. How was he supposed to report this to the association? He was certainly glad he'd managed to kill a monster that could have caused a future catastrophe. But the problem was, it was too powerful for them to handle. One of the conditions was keeping the delivery men's identities a secret, but the association would definitely suspect them of entrusting the assassination of a level 7 monster to an outsider. Who could even defeat such a monster? Then Doyun clenched his fist and said, first those giants, now the red dragon, shouldn't everyone else be demoted? Songjun asked, so he didn't mind if he demoted him to rank A? He laughed and shouted, that's too much. He worked hard too, so he can keep his rank, right? Songjun replied that wasn't true. He thought anyway, since the red dragon was defeated, research on the lizardmen is still ongoing, right? Meanwhile, the lizard warriors knelt down, and Lucio looked at the protagonist and said that they were very grateful for them protecting their kingdom. He replied, oh, come on, he didn't do anything special. And then he knelt before the king and taking his hand said, it's okay, he can stand up, dear customer. He's the king, you don't need to do this to him. Then the king began to cry, and the protagonist added, well, by the way, when will he give him the promised reward? After that, the lizards began to talk among themselves, And then one of them opened the chest in front of the protagonist, and he, looking inside, thought, "What is this? A purse?" Then the king asked if he liked the gift. The protagonist was indignant. He asked, did he like it? They made him go through all this for this? At that moment, Lucio said that this was an unusual purse. He asked, "What kind of purse? From a local designer?" She replied, "This purse can hold large, heavy things. It's a magic purse." He thought, magic. The next day, the lizardmen wished the protagonist a safe journey, and Lucio replied, "Bye everyone." The protagonist thought he'd received a call from Songjin this morning. Then he said, "Mr. Hujin, can he speak?" He said the gate that appeared in Nonsan had disappeared. Perhaps the gate was the lizardmen's salvation from the destruction of their kingdom. Now that peace has reigned there, they no longer have a reason to move anywhere. Moreover, if there's a way to get rid of monsters without torturing and killing them, why would people fight them? If only all the problems on Earth were resolved peacefully, just thinking about it makes your head spin. At that moment, Soyun looked at the protagonist and congratulated him. It seemed he'd won a nice prize yesterday. He replied, something like, "By the way, how are you?" She spent her expensive potions and got nothing in return. She said she doesn't work at a loss. With these words, she showed the object on her hand. MC asked if this was a bell by any chance. Before he could finish speaking, Soyun appeared in the air and said that they had fun with him yesterday and today. Thanks to him, she was able to get what she owed. They would see each other again, with luck. Lucio watched her go and said that she really couldn't keep her hands to herself. The protagonist asked if she had anything missing, right? Oh well, they should go. She asked if they were going home. He replied, "Not quite. Maybe they should go get the money first." Then 8 billion won arrived in his account. After a while, the phone said they confirmed everything he had said earlier. The remaining amount was transferred to the specified account. They would process the red dragon's body and transfer a portion of the proceeds to him. The protagonist looked at the phone screen and was surprised. So the body was worth money too? He thought that all this time he had been entering the dungeon without a hunter's license. And now he learned that he could get extra money from monster carcasses. Then he heated up the food and asked, he can't just walk past monsters now, right? How can you just turn down the profits from selling the byproducts of killing monsters? Then Lucio asked, did something good happen so early in the morning? He looked at her and asked, are you awake? Nothing. She should be sitting down to breakfast, Lucio. She was surprised. Breakfast? Oh, that aroma, it's chicken. He said that it was as if she had never eaten this before. They just ordered this yesterday. Then she took a piece of chicken and shouted, it's hot. He held out a can of soda to her and said, my God, this is steaming. Of course it's hot. And then Lucio said, she almost died. He replied, little one, she should eat slowly. Did she really die of starvation in her past life, huh? He tried the dish and said, yes, how delicious. He thought, they say that expensive chicken is tasty even when cold. Reheated, it tasted the same as yesterday. Until recently, he could only afford 2 servings of chicken because they weren't rich. He can't believe he can now buy chicken for 30,000 won and have as much as he wants. Money is a good thing. At that moment, the nymph asked if he was crying. Maybe it was because Lucio hadn't asked permission and eaten both legs? Then she handed him a bone and said there was still half left. He could have that too. He asked if she was tired of life. Then a notification sounded on his phone. A delivery order had arrived. He thought it was a new order. Lucio, still eating the chicken, asked if they were really going to leave right now. He answered no, and he thought that before, he would have immediately stopped eating and gone to work, afraid that he would lose the order. Then he looked at his phone screen and said that they would eat leisurely and leave. He thought, now that he had 10 billion won in his account, even missing a couple of orders wouldn't change anything. Meanwhile, the island of Crete was covered in fire. The warriors shouted, they must stop the intruder. They can't let him inside. Meanwhile, a subordinate shouted, Lord, their warriors are trying their best to stop the attack, but it seems it's not enough to stop this monster. He needs to escape from here before he breaks inside. Minos asked, what's wrong with the heroes? He replied that he sent a message to everyone he could, but they won't arrive here for at least 3 days. He shouted, why is it taking so long? The heroes are needed now. Are they just waiting for their deaths? The next second, everything around them shook. A subordinate shouted, Castle Wall. At that moment, the monster appeared in the room with them. And Minos said, Poseidon. The monster headed towards them and screamed loudly. The ruler added, why did he leave them? At that moment, MC walked through the gate and asked, what? Is there anyone here? Lucio put her hands on her waist and asked if they left because they were too late. He asked if it was because she kept heating up more and more chicken. She answered, but they couldn't just leave it like that. He told her not to make excuses. Then he walked forward, looking at the phone screen and thought, judging by how many times the delivery request had been sent, it was urgent. Did they get tired of waiting for them and leave? Then Lucio turned around in surprise, reaching out her hand to the protagonist and said, Hajun, he has to look there. The protagonist was surprised. Mr. Hephaestus, he asked, did he actually come? He thought in surprise. What? Why is there such a bad energy coming from him today? He asked, did he order delivery? He thought he must be angry that he arrived late. He said that he called him because it was urgent. This task might be too difficult for him. He better go inside and discuss the details there. With these words, he turned around, and the protagonist replied, okay. After a while, they sat down at the table, and Hephaestus stroked his beard and said, He doesn't even know where to begin. The protagonist extended his hand and asked, "Hey, where did all this tension come from between them?" He just had to say what he thought was right. He'd take charge and get it done. He thought that until now, he'd only been nervous when he met Chiron, and he hadn't shown it, and his nervousness was making him uncomfortable. Then Hephaestus said, "Hajun, does he remember what he talked about with Freya when he returned from Helheim?" He asked what he advised him to forget. He answered, "Exactly." The protagonist thought they'd clearly said something about splitting the earth. He remembered, the place where the earth split into 7 parts, everything around burning with blue flames. But they themselves told him to forget about it, so I remind him. Hephaestus said he wanted to deal with this problem only among the gods, but the situation was too serious. Apparently, they had reached a point where they were no longer able to help. That meeting was the result of a gathering of 12 gods, who had gathered to discuss the recent problem of emerging tentacles. They had taken root not only in the world of the gods, Greece and Scandinavia, but also in the world of humans. It was unknown whether the seeds of this thing fell to the earth from above. Even the gods could do nothing about what had already grown in the earth. The principle of causality. The gods should not interfere in earthly affairs trivially. Then Hephaestus folded his arms and added, "Fortunately, they could move at will. At best, the seeds that had already been sown would simply sprout." And then the protagonist asked, "Lord Hephaestus?" He apologizes, but what is he saying now? Who are they, and what kind of seeds are they? He was surprised, so he really doesn't know? Right. The next second, MC was surprised. What did he just say? Lucio noticed that she seemed cut off for a moment. She couldn't hear anything at all. He thought about it. He knew it. They weren't supposed to know. Apparently, in the past, the gods joined forces to seal the knowledge of their very existence, and now even revealing their name is forbidden. Then he added, "Be that as it may, there's no need to rush to find out all the details. What they're about to ask him, brother, could have something to do with them. Actually, offerings from Crit were supposed to arrive today, but they haven't received anything yet. And fortunately, they definitely couldn't have forgotten about it because of their meeting with Uncle. But if he finds out about this, he'll be very angry. It would be worth finding out what happened before Uncle found out. And of course, he would pay him handsomely for it." The protagonist said, "Yeah, well, it doesn't seem like too much of a problem. Maybe the offering was delayed for some reason. Is it really that urgent?" Lucio looked at him and said, "In other places, you could turn a blind eye to such things, but not when it comes to a minotaur." He asked how he was supposed to know that. She asked if it wasn't a well-known story. The story of the queen who encroached on Poseidon's offering, which greatly angered him. He was surprised. "What? Really?" She said it was all true. "The story is about a terrible labyrinth. Once you enter it, you can never get out. And about a monster, a minotaur." After some time, MC set off on his way. Lucio, holding onto his back, asked if they were definitely going in the right direction. He answered, "Strange." He was following the navigator. He used the invisibility helmet. Modification, seize. Time remaining, 30 seconds. He thought, right, moving across the sea with the invisibility helmet has a time limit. Then he noticed an island and shouted, "They finally found a place to stop." Lucio happily shouted that they were just lucky. After that, they walked to the shore, and the protagonist, sighing, said that he already thought they would drown. Lucio noted that he never prepares properly. What if he forgot about the time limit? He replied that it would be much more convenient if Hephaestus sent them to their destination right away. She folded her arms and said, "Mr. Hephaestus can only move them to places that are associated with his constellation." Then the protagonist called up the system window and said, "For starters, he can't even swim. Maybe he should buy something for this? Open a store." The system window said, "Theseus's boat, 30 million. Argo, 50 million. Noah's Ark, 100 million. He thought, damn, those aren't prices, they're rip-offs. Then Lucio asked, "What should they do now, Hajun?" He asked, "What do you mean? They'll have to sell something." He suggested they explore the area first. Then he took out his pouch and said he knew this would happen, so he took this with him. He thought, the magic pouch he got from the king of the lizard people. He said even though he'd packed everything he needed into it, there was still a lot of empty space. With that, he took out his binoculars and thought it was definitely worth the effort he'd put into destroying the red dragon. He looked through the binoculars and said he'd see if he could see anything from here. "Oh, what's that? Looks like there's a place nearby where people live." He thought all he had to do was go there and find out how to get to Crit. At that moment, he noticed a warrior who shouted indignantly, "What are they doing here?" He thought, what? The warriors stood in front of them. One of them shouted that they were invading their lands. The protagonist thought, it seems they have problems. Then he put his hands in front of him and told them to calm down. He was just looking for a boat that would take him to the island of Crete. They asked, Crete? Didn't he know about what happened there? Then Theseus put his hand on the warrior's shoulder and told him to wait. Can they tell him more about themselves? The protagonist looked at him and thought, who is this? He said that he just wants to know who their guests are. The warrior was surprised. Lord Theseus? MC asked in surprise, if this is Theseus. Lucio said, the famous hero who defeated the Minotaur. Theseus. He is the legendary hero who defeated the Minotaur and escaped from his labyrinth. He was the king of Athens, who performed many feats, so he earned great respect among the gods and people. Then he said, judging by that strange outfit, is he the god's delivery man he's heard so much about? The protagonist was surprised. Did he know him? He replied, of course. He's wearing such an interesting outfit, the kind you rarely see. He's the aspiring hero the captain was talking about. He was surprised. Captain? Lucio said he was probably talking about Jason from Argo. He asked, the one who tasked him with killing the sirens? He thought, even though the sirens almost drowned him, he earned a lot of money thanks to this task. Then he asked, but why did he call him aspiring hero? He was surprised. Was he unaware of his reputation? He exterminated the sirens in their lair, even defeated the Hydra to heal Chiron's leg. Besides, he heard that he reached Helheim at the request of the Norse gods. He's already famous. He thinks there's no one who hasn't heard of his achievements. The protagonist ran a finger under his nose and said, well, yeah, he's done a lot. Then the nymph clenched her fists in anticipation and asked, and Lucio? Maybe they're saying something about her too? He replied that he didn't even know. He seemed to have heard something about a nymph accompanying the novice hero. She desperately dropped to all fours and asked, so she's just an escort for everyone? MC smiled, looked at her and said, oh well, she needs to cheer up. Then Theseus asked, so he's going to crit, huh? Then he should read this. The protagonist looked at the piece of paper in his hand and asked, what is this? He picked it up and asked, Lucio, what does this say? She looked at the text and was surprised. Wow! It says a warning that the monster from the terrible labyrinth on Crit has been resurrected. MC was surprised. What? Didn't he defeat the Minotaur, Mr. Theseus? He replied that he hadn't killed him, but locked him up, and he didn't know why. But it seemed the Minotaur had been released. So tomorrow morning, he was going to go again and catch him. Well, the god's messenger, would he go with him? He thought he'd hoped that at least this time he wouldn't have to fight. Then he said he would go. He thought that, as always, everything had gone wrong. After a while, the Minotaur grabbed Minos and walked forward, making a loud noise. After a while, the protagonist approached the nymph's bed and called to her. She answered sleepily, 5 more minutes. He must give her 5 more minutes. He didn't give her a chance, asking, what minutes? The boat would be arriving soon, so she should get up. She sat up and, rubbing her eyes, asked, are the sailors really awake? It was dark outside. He said, the captain decides when they set sail. Enough, already. She should go wash up and start packing. She stepped forward and replied, yes, I understand. She already did. Then he opened the window a crack and asked how she managed to become lazier every day. He looked out the window and said, I wonder if Theseus managed to find them worthy companions. Shortly before, Theseus folded his arms and said that the boat was leaving at dawn, so they should go and get a good night's sleep, and he would try to assemble a crew. MC replied that he understood, but he was curious about something. Hadn't he already defeated a Minotaur in the past? He lowered his gaze and replied, yes, but the princess of Crete, Ariadne, helped him. The Minotaur, his form, is a heavenly punishment for trying to deceive the gods. The shame of the royal family of the island of Crete, the fruit of a forbidden relationship, so vile that it is difficult even to speak of it. According to legend, the monster should be dead, so why has it returned and terrorized the island again? Theseus said that, in fact, that's why they're in such a hurry to begin their journey. If possible, he'd like to kill it himself. The protagonist was surprised, huh? So there's no need to gather a whole group. He replied that he'd thought so too, and then heard it from Hercules' messenger. In the present, the protagonist folded his arms and wondered what he'd just heard. Perhaps it had something to do with what Hephaestus had tried to tell him, something that had split into 7 pieces and sowed seeds everywhere. Then he clutched his head and said how tired he was of fighting monsters. He'd unknowingly signed up for some kind of nonsense. The next second, Lucio ran up to him and shouted that she'd washed her face. He thought, carefree little thing? After some time, the warriors were moving boxes onto the ship. MC, noticing Theseus, called out to him and he asked, have you arrived? He was about to follow them. Then Nymph said that Hajin had overslept. He looked at her and asked, is she tired of living? Then Theseus said, they're sailing soon, so they should board and wait there. They'll be shown where their cabin is. They replied, yes, sir. Then the protagonist looked ahead and said, wow, that looked quite large even from afar. But up close, it was simply enormous. Lucio added that it would also be her first time traveling on the hero's boat. The protagonist thought, but they were both on the Argo, and this ship looks like a ship from an anime. Then a voice next to them said, isn't it obvious who this boat belongs to? The protagonist looked at Lucio and asked, what did she say? She extended her hands to him and said, she was silent. He scratched his cheek and thought, strange, the voice was very squeaky. He thought it belonged to a nymph. Then the voice said, here, here. Who is this nymph from the ditch with her master? They are even going crazy over such a boat. The protagonist turned around and thought, that brat. Luber put his hands on his waist and said, this is just lame. MC thought, what kind of fairy analog is this? At that moment, the nymph said, Lubor, they haven't seen each other in a long time. The protagonist was surprised. Did they know each other? She approached Lubor and holding out her hands to him, said that she heard that his tyrannical nature was a hero, so it was Theseus? He also held out his hands to her, irritably telling her not to act like a fool, hillbilly. The protagonist continued to stare at them and thought that, besides Lucio, this was the first time he saw a nymph. Then he said that she said she was tall for a nymph. It turns out that she was nothing of the sort. At that moment, Theseus approached them and asked Lubor what he was still doing here. He turned around in surprise and cried out. Theseus added, it seems he told him to show the guests to their cabin. He replied, sir, he. Then MC put his hands in front of him and said, oh, it's okay. These two seem to know each other, so he let them chat. He asked, is that so? Well, okay. He apologizes, Lubor. Be that as it may, they will be there soon, so they should get settled in quickly. At that moment, the protagonist looked at Lubor and asked, so maybe he should ask him to do it now? He replied that they should just follow him. After some time, he showed them to the cabin and said, look, they can settle in this cabin. The protagonist said in surprise, wow, this place is really nice, huh? The nymph said that the cabin is even better than the rooms they spent the night in. Then Lubor said he was grateful that he covered for him in front of Mr. Theseus. The protagonist replied, oh well, it's fine. His friend Lucio is like a little brother to him. She flew forward and asked why her friends are like little brothers to him. He replied, well, he's not older anymore. She said it was the first time he'd seen him in his life. Doesn't he think calling him a little brother is a bit much? At that moment, Lubor flew forward and said, Lucio, she really met a wonderful hero. MC asked what suddenly happened to him. Maybe Theseus is treating him badly? Lucio said that couldn't be true. She heard that Lord Theseus was kind to everyone. Generally, they, the nymphs, are just helpers, so he is a very unusual Hajun. He said that she should help properly. Then he thought, of course, the gods and heroes he met treated them like objects, and Greek myths came to them from a time when slavery was the norm. It is difficult for modern people to understand this. After some time, Theseus looked ahead and said, here they are back to the terrible labyrinth. Then they stopped near an island and walked into a crumbling city. MC asked, is this the island of Crete? Total ruins. They walked forward, and he thought that people died here. A terrible death. What happened here? Theseus approached them and said that the Minotaur did all this. He must find survivors as soon as possible. Then the nymph pointed his finger forward and shouted, there. That building is intact. Theseus said, the temple of Poseidon. It seems he decided not to touch it. And indeed, if the Minotaur had destroyed the temple, it would not have ended with a simple punishment. Then they approached the temple doors, and Theseus looked ahead and thought that the bloody footprints ended before these doors. So maybe the Minotaur is inside. With these thoughts, he opened the door, and there were many people inside. They were screaming and begging for salvation. Theseus sighed and said, fortunately, there are survivors here. The girl in front of him was surprised. Mr. Theseus? The people were screaming that they were saved. They will live. Then Theseus approached the protagonist and told them to take the survivors to the ship. He said, it's good that the people are safe. He replied, but there are too few of them here, and King Minos is not here. At that moment, a man approached him and said, Mr. Theseus, he apologizes. He turned around and asked, what? He said that the monster grabbed the king and dragged him away. The protagonist asked, but where? Will he let us know? He replied, into a terrible labyrinth from which there is no escape. Theseus gritted his teeth and thought, damn it. He didn't think he'd have to go there again. If they don't hurry, disaster will happen. After a while, the protagonist stopped and looked ahead, saying, this is the labyrinth. Theseus said he didn't think that this creature would hide here again. If he had known that, they wouldn't have had to save only people. The labyrinth of the island of Crete. A mythical labyrinth built by Daedalus at the request of King Minos. They say that no one who entered it could ever come out. That's why it was called the labyrinth that devours people. What the hell is he even doing here? MC said, this is huge. He looked at the phone screen and thought that he just had to find out why the offerings hadn't arrived from the island. So he had already completed his task. At that moment, his phone told him to follow Theseus into the labyrinth and find out the truth. He thought, why the hell should he investigate? Theseus said, so, before they enter, they need to tie this to the post. The protagonist was surprised. What should they tie it to? He held out a thread and said, tie the knot tightly so it doesn't come undone. The protagonist looked at the thread in surprise and replied, exactly. He'd heard of that. So, on the way back, they can follow this thread? Theseus looked at the thread and replied, that's right. Otherwise, they'll wander this labyrinth for the rest of their lives. He thought, Ariadne, Princess Crete, the eldest daughter of King Minos, who had once been his lover. Although they say she left him to marry the god Dionysius, he hadn't forgotten the way out of the labyrinth that she taught him. Now he looks at the ball of thread left by her and realizes that he'll have to go through these corridors again. After some time they went inside, wrapping themselves in thread. Lucio stroked her hands and said, how creepy it is here. The protagonist noticed, that's an understatement. The atmosphere was chilling. Then Theseus looked ahead, holding a torch in his hand, and the MC, following him, asked, Mr. Theseus, why did you suddenly stop? He replied, something's wrong. He asked, be more specific? He said he didn't remember it being so stuffy here. What was the matter? Lucio added, by the way, she'd smelled a strange odor before. It was more viscous than the smell of blood. Huh? She definitely smelled that somewhere before. Then she looked up in surprise, and a huge creature was staring down at her. She screamed loudly in fear, and the protagonist shouted, Why is she scaring him so? Then he looked up and, gritting his teeth, thought, that creature. It's definitely the tentacle monster they saw at the gate in Hyundai and at the place where they met Hercules. Then the monster screamed loudly and sent energy forward. The protagonist thought that the presence of this monster here was definitely related to what Mr. Hephaestus had said. At that moment, Theseus reached for his weapon and asked what kind of creature this was. He thought, since when did other monsters inhabit the labyrinth? He'll have to destroy this thing. Then he suddenly pushed off the floor and jumped up, delivering several slashing attacks. MC said, unbelievable. He finished it off with one blow. Then he sheathed his sword and asked, Hajun, does he know what this is? He replied that he had encountered such a creature a couple of times already. It was something small, and they had encountered ones that reached several meters. Theseus thought, so such creatures might appear in the future. Then he said that he thought they would have to retreat and come back when they had come up with a plan. It was too dangerous to continue while they were inside the labyrinth. Then they looked up in surprise, and MC shouted, is that an earthquake? Theseus shouted, damn, has it already started? The protagonist shouted, already? What does this mean? At that moment, Lucio hit him on the shoulder and shouted, Hajun. He must look ahead. The walls are moving, he thought. So this is what the labyrinth that devours people means. Then he shouted, Lord Theseus, what should they do? He appeared above them and, holding out his hand to them, shouted, there is no time to stand still. They too, get out of there quickly. The protagonist extended his hand forward and shouted, fly like an arrow. Then he looked at his hand and thought, a shadow? At that moment, a wall descended right in front of them. He put his hand to it and shouted, damn it, Lord Theseus. He thought they were separated. This creature was counting on this from the very beginning. After that, he turned around and noticed the monster. At that moment, Lucio clenched her fists and asked, what should they do? He replied, first they must find Theseus. He looked back and thought, a labyrinth is a labyrinth, but paths in this one surely intersect, and not in just one place. Theseus was talking when the walls started moving, which meant that if the walls had moved, there was a way out. As long as they had a chance to get back, there was nothing to fear, and they could use the invisibility helmet and suit. On the contrary, if there was a problem, it was with Theseus. Not only had he concealed the fact that the labyrinth was changing, he hadn't mentioned something else. The fact that the Minotaur had managed to escape the labyrinth was complete nonsense. Then Lucio looked at him and asked if they wouldn't go faster on the scooter. If that goo appeared again, they could just crush it, right? He shone his phone in front of him and said that he thought it would be easier too. But then, the thread would break. Lucio asked if they really had to trudge like this until they found Theseus. He walked forward and said there was nothing to be done. They could only hope they met him soon. Then he thought in surprise, was that the sound of the walls rearranging again? He grabbed Lucio, and covering her mouth, they hid behind the wall. He thought, no, that's the sound of someone's footsteps. And those steps are very heavy. Only one creature can walk like that. At that moment, he peeked around the corner and saw the Minotaur. He said, he's gone crazy. He's simply lost his mind. After that, the Minotaur screamed loudly, and he thought that they came here precisely to catch this monster. Okay then. He put on the helmet and thought that he was starting an attack on the Minotaur. Then he went around the monster from the side and ran forward thinking, damn it, we need to get out of here and fast. He ran forward at full speed, grabbing Lucio. The Minotaur slammed his fist on the ground behind them, and MC shouted that he activated the invisibility helmet. So why is this bull chasing him? Lucio looked back and shouted, Hajun, this is all a thread. The Minotaur is chasing them, following the thread. He shouted, exactly, damn it. Lucio, break it quickly. She bit the thread with her teeth and shouted, it's done. He smiled and replied, okay, he can't follow them. At that moment, the Minotaur appeared behind them and swung his weapon to attack. After that, he struck and screamed loudly, and at that moment the protagonist hid behind the wall and, sighing, said, they almost got caught. He thought, even though he doesn't know where they are, he swings his axe powerfully. He might even chop off their heads. How can he get past him? Wait, what's that wrapped around his arm? Lucio peeked around the corner and asked, hey, isn't that the tentacle creature they met earlier? Tentacles? At that moment, the monster on the Minotaur's body extended tentacles in different directions, and the protagonist asked, what are those? Lucio said, Hajun, maybe that tentacled creature is controlling him? He asked, does she think so? She asked if he didn't remember how they possessed the man at the gate in Hyundai. He thought, that's true. She said if they pulled those tentacles out of him like last time, they could win. He replied, easy to say. And how did she propose to do that? Then he cried out in surprise and wondered why the walls of the labyrinth were moving again. Although maybe it was even better if he had time to slip through the crack. He looked ahead and thought in surprise, what? He saw Minos hanging on chains and thought he was suspended from the ceiling? Then Lucio pointed her finger at him and shouted, Minos, Hajun, King Minos is there. He asked, the missing king? He thought that made things more complicated. He didn't think he would find the king in the middle of a fight with the Minotaur. The invisibility helmet could only hide two people, namely him and Lucio. Even if he saves the king, he won't be able to escape the horned one. Then he said, he's really sorry, but first he has to escape. And then, at that moment, he looked away in surprise and asked, what? The status window? It said he must save King Minos from the Minotaur. Then he must listen to what the king has to say. He said, damn, listen to this old man too. Lucio asked, listen, how is he gonna save Minos now? He answered, right. Who knows when this labyrinth will change again? She asked, does that mean he'll fight the Minotaur too? He waved his hand and replied that he won't. he'll just take the king to safety. In the meantime, he needs to distract the bull, she said, but that's what fighting him means. And if he attracts the monster's attention, who will save the king? He told her to guess. Of course, Lucio. She put her hands on her waist and asked, What? What nonsense? How can Lucio save a man on his own if Lucio is shorter than his foot? He asked. Didn't she say she was the tallest of the nymphs? She clenched her fists and said when they return she wants to be properly rewarded for her efforts. He laughed lightly and said as she says. Then he activated the suit. Time remaining, 2 minutes 59 seconds. He pushed off the floor and thought, he'll try. Then he grabbed the chain and screamed loudly, breaking it. After that, he landed holding the king in his arms and said, Here, Lucio. She extended her hand forward and said, Good. At that moment, the Minotaur screamed loudly, and MC thought he knew it. He noticed them. Then he screamed, Lucio. She must fly. She screamed that she was trying. Then she turned around in fear, noticing the Minotaur running after her. She screamed loudly, and the protagonist moved forward and asked where he was going. He better play with him. With these words, he hit the Minotaur on the head with his club and thought, Why does this idiot have such a hard head? Then the Minotaur looked at him and started swinging its axe. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought, what kind of creature is this? Swinging straight at him, even though he's wearing an invisibility helmet. Can it really see him? Then he looked closer at the monster and thought, is it because of the tentacle eyes? If his assumptions were correct, then it looks like those tentacles can see him even with an invisibility helmet. Damn it, he was planning to distract the monster for a while and then escape. All that's left is to kill it. At that moment, the Minotaur swung its weapon in front of itself. And MC thought, good, it's stuck in the ground. At that moment, the protagonist swung his club, the blow having 100% power. He struck and shouted for him to take it. Then he smirked. What, you don't like it, huh? His victims didn't want to die either. The next second, the Minotaur rose to its hooves and the protagonist thought in surprise. What, he survived? He said, it can't be. At that moment, a monster with a huge eye framed by teeth burst out of the Minotaur's mouth. The protagonist exclaimed, have so many of these creatures been inside him all this time? He thought, from the very beginning, it wasn't he who controlled the Minotaur's body, but these creatures with tentacles. Then the tentacles grabbed him and he screamed for it to let go. He thought, are these creatures really trying to get inside me? At that moment, Theseus shouted, Hudgeon. He must duck. With these words, he swung his weapon and leaped to attack. Then a bright light spread around and MC flew back, screaming loudly. Theseus jumped towards him and shouted, Hudgeon, are you hurt? He answered, Lord Theseus. He rose to his feet and asked, how did he manage to find them? He replied that he had followed their thread, which had snapped. It seemed he had arrived just in time. At that moment, they looked at the Minotaur, whose body had changed, and the protagonist thought, did the Minotaur's tentacles unite? Then the monster slammed its fist forward, and the protagonist jumped back and said that he had become much faster. Theseus added that this was clearly not the Minotaur he had encountered. Then he pointed his weapon forward and said, Hajun, he should escape from here first. He unraveled his ball of thread. If he followed this, he would be able to escape. He replied, but even he can't handle the Minotaur alone. They must get out of here together and call for reinforcements to defeat it. He turned slightly and said that he had intended to fight it one-on-one from the very beginning. He was surprised. What the? Why is he so obsessed with the Minotaur? He replied, because of an achievement. There, heroes who achieve a certain achievement can ascend to godhood. And among these achievements, destroying the Minotaur is a rank 1 achievement. He ran forward and added that he had already dealt with it once, and now he had the opportunity to become a god. The protagonist called out to him, and Theseus thought, if this happened, Ariadne, who abandoned him, would surely. The protagonist looked at him and thought, wow, all the characters in mythology are clearly crazy. Why is he so determined to become a god? At that moment, the system reported that the suit's remaining duration was 25 seconds. He thought, damn, the suit has no time left at all. But now the Minotaur is Theseus's problem. His task is to learn the truth about King Minos. He reached out with his hand for the thread and thought that he had already done enough. At that moment, Theseus fought the monster, striking again. At that moment, the tentacles headed towards him. He thought, did he reflect its attack with his sword? The next second, he jumped to the side and looking ahead thought, damn, his sword. He frowned and thought, his tentacles are striking from all sides, making it difficult to predict the trajectory of the attack. Better to come up with a strategy instead of just attacking head-on. There it is. The next second, the monster screamed loudly and thrust its tentacles forward, and Theseus rushed forward using the speed of Athens and thought, okay, he should keep following it. Then the monster jumped in front of him. Theseus went around it from the Minotaur's side, swung his hand, turned around, and said, he shouldn't have turned around so quickly. He was completely tangled up in his own 2 hooves. The monster fell, and Theseus, heading towards it, asked, did he think that without a sword he couldn't attack it? He was wrong. His body is a weapon. With these words, he delivered a powerful punch, creating a powerful explosion. Then he said, pitiful freak, died twice over some trivial matter. He must calm down this time. He then walked forward, but at that moment, the monster rose to its feet and laughing slightly said, no way, he cannot just let go of such a wonderful host. He will tear his body until it turns into a torn rag. Theseus frowned and thought, He remained alive even after the blow of Athens' power. He asked, "What is he?" He laughed and said that he did not know what he was. What if he was his beloved Ariadne? He shouted, "Ariadne, but how is that possible?" He thought he should calm down. It's a trap. Ariadne is now safe in Dionysius' palace. The monster is just mocking him. He knows where Ariadne is, but the doubt that things could be otherwise does not leave him. He climbed onto the monster, extended his hand toward the girl, and said, "Is this real? Is it really her?" She replied, "Theseus, her love. She's so happy to be able to meet him again." He hugged her and said it couldn't be. This was the real Ariadne. He would pull her out from under this creature immediately. At that moment, she smiled wickedly and thanked him. The girl transformed into a monster, and he said he knew it all along. People are funny. It only takes one seed of doubt for them to destroy themselves. Regardless, he was grateful. He just needed a new body. He would happily use the body of a Greek hero. With these words, he placed his tentacles in Theseus's mouth. A few moments later, the protagonist rode forward and thought, "Who is this?" He smiled and said, "He said that by achieving achievements one can become a god. In that case, then this achievement will be his." He laughed loudly, holding Theseus in his arms, and thought, "Fairy of the ending, Hajun." Then he stopped abruptly, and the monster still on the ground said, "I thought he ran away, so why did he come back again?" MC said, "Idiot. He didn't run away. It was a strategic retreat." With these words, he pointed a finger at himself. The monster said, "Damn, he just ran away." Then the protagonist started crushing him with his foot and said, "So who wins now?" And losers weren't allowed to speak, okay? Theseus sat on the floor and said, "Unbelievable. He managed to kill the creature he couldn't defeat even with the power of Athens." So the rumors were true. A strong newcomer had appeared. At that moment, the protagonist looked at him and smiling asked, "Is he all right, Lord Theseus?" Meanwhile, Lucio stood next to the king and asked, "Hajun, when will he come? Is he really fighting again?" Then she noticed the headlights and shouted, "Hajun." He smiled, sitting on his scooter, and asked, "Have you waited long?" She indignantly said that she thought he was killed. "Is he not injured?" He replied that he was not injured, she shouldn't scream. And on the way, he met Lord Theseus. Then Theseus approached the king and asked, "So what's wrong with him? Is he all right?" Lucio said that he was breathing, but still hadn't regained consciousness. Theseus asked, "What are they going to do? Should they wake him up?" The protagonist replied that they needed to go back first. He didn't appear to have any serious injuries. At least there was medicine in the temple. "Lord Theseus, they could do that, right?" He replied. Yes, frankly, he was delighted with it, but this would make it easier for him to complete the task, he thought. Even though it had happened a long time ago, this old man had attacked Athens, where his ancestors lived, and it was he who sacrificed 14 people to the Minotaur every year. But all that had been a long time ago. Enough time had passed for him to forgive him. The protagonist said, in that case, they should leave now. He thought that all that remained was to hear the truth about everything that had happened and receive his reward. After a while, MC placed his hands on his waist and, sighing, said that it had taken them a long time to get back. Lucio was surprised. Hajun, was he really going to him just like that? He asked, "What's wrong?" Damn, old man. He'd gone out of his way to bring him back, and he hadn't paid a dime. He thought, this is what the truth was. King Minos sent offerings to Poseidon, and then the tentacles crawled into his body, and they headed straight for the sealed tomb inside the labyrinth. This disaster started with the Minotaur, or rather, with his body coming to life. In short, this tentacle monster is to blame for everything. Then the protagonist asked, Lord Hephaestus, is he here? He wondered, what kind of creature is this, and why is it causing trouble everywhere? Hephaestus said, wow, brother, so he's figured it all out already? The protagonist pointed at himself and replied that he learned all the details of what happened on Crete. Hephaestus said, good thing he asked him. Well, they won't be standing outside. He must go inside. He replied, yes, sir. After a while, they were all sitting at the table, and Hephaestus asked, so the entire city was destroyed, and he even went into the labyrinth, killed the Minotaur, and saved King Minos? He smiled and replied that he had originally only planned to save the hostages, but things turned out the way they did. Oh, and Mr. Theseus had also helped. Hephaestus smiled and said that he was still magnificent. First he defeated the Sirens and Giants, and now the Minotaur. He could almost be considered a hero. He smiled awkwardly and said, hey, what kind of hero is he? Lucio looked at him and said, Hajun, if he likes it, he should say so. Hephaestus added that he had done a great job anyway. This task was half his initiative. Then someone knocked on the door, and MC asked, is it someone here? He looked surprised, huh? He wasn't expecting guests today. Then he stood up and told him to wait a bit, he'll be back soon. The protagonist replied, yes. Then Hephaestus opened the door and said that he actually had a guest here. If he needed anything, he should come back later. Hermes said, brother Hephaestus, it's him, Hermes. Hephaestus was surprised. Little Hermes? The protagonist asked, Hermes? Lucio was also surprised. Did Mr. Hermes come here? Hephaestus asked, to visit or what? If it was because of that thing he asked him to do, then it will still be a long time before it is completed. Oh, or did he be sent nectar again? In response, he laughed and said that, unfortunately, he came to him neither for this reason nor for another. He asked, so he didn't come to see him? He looked at the protagonist and said, Hajun. He asked him. He said that his father is calling him. He should follow him. Sometime later, on Olympus, the protagonist was informed that he had arrived at his destination. He stopped near a majestic building and asked, so this is the same Olympus? He thought he had seen many tall buildings when he worked as a courier, but this is an unreal colossus, and there sits the father of the Greek gods. Olympus is the home of Zeus. At that moment, Lucio asked fearfully, Hajun, what will they do? Will she go inside too? He answered, of course. They have been working together all this time, she said with tears in her eyes, but this time it is completely different. This is Zeus, the current ruler of Olympus. He is the greatest god who won the war against the Titans. The protagonist took her in his arms and walking forward said, even he knows that. But Hermes ordered him to take her with him too. She started waving her arms and said, hey, can't he just say that she is sick? He replied that he can't, and then asked why the stairs are so long. Then he finally climbed the stairs and Hermes waved to him and said, Hajun, hurry up, they are already expected. He answered, Lord Hermes, he said that their father is not going to scold them if anything. On the contrary, he wants to praise them for their exploits. They shouldn't be so worried. Lucio was surprised. Praise? Then Hermes opened the doors and told them to get ready. The protagonist looked ahead seriously and thought, they have to go. Then the protagonist covered his eyes with his hand and wondered what kind of light was that. Lucio closed her eyes and screamed, ow, she's going to go blind. At that moment, MC thought, Zeus himself, the king of Olympus, is right in front of him. The light is so blinding that he can't even see it. Then Hermes said that he brought Hajun. He replied that he was grateful for the work. Hermes, he can go. He replied, yes, as he says. The protagonist asked, will they go to him alone? He looked at them and said that father invited only them. So why is he there? He came closer and added, oh, right, Hajun. He wanted to tell him something. He did great all this time, exceeded all his expectations. The protagonist asked if he really installed the delivery app for him. He laughed and said that it was true. He hoped that he will fulfill future orders as well, and he shouldn't hate this girl so much. Whatever it may seem at first, she's actually kind. He replied, that girl? Is he talking about a thief? Where's the kindness in that? He thought she was going to steal the lizardman's treasures. Is that what kind people do? He can't understand the moral principles of gods at all. Then Zeus asked, well, are they done introducing themselves to Hermes? MC ran up to him and said that he apologized for making him wait so long, Mr. Zeus. He replied, no need. After all, this was their first time meeting Hermes, so he'll turn a blind eye to it this time. He heard a lot about him, Hajun. He helped Hercules discover the harbingers of disaster, helped solve the problems that arose among the Norse gods, and even helped his negligent successor. This job would be difficult even for those with divine blood in their veins. He really is incredible. He began to smile and scratched the back of his head, and then, confused, thanked him. After this, Zeus added, of course, the little nymph next to him, Lucio. She was surprised. He said the name Lucio, Lord Zeus. Then she jumped from the protagonist's arms, knelt down, and said that this was a great honor for her. That is, for her entire family. A great honor for their stream. Then the god rose from his throne and added that they were probably tired after recently returning from Crete, so he would not detain them for too long. He summoned them to reward them. The protagonist thought, rewards from Zeus himself. Could he finally become an S-rank hunter? Then the god extended his hand forward and, concentrating his energy, said that this reward was prepared not only at the request of King Minos, but also to help him before the impending disaster. He must take it without hesitation. MC looked at it and, surprised, thought, this? Then he looked at the object in his hand and asked, a glass ball? He replied that at first he thought about giving him the powers that others had, but he thought this suited him better. He said, no, will that really be enough for him? Zeus laughed and told him not to refuse. He has plenty of those things. The protagonist thought, no, he also wants power, not a pretty trinket. Even Songjin, under the auspices of Ares, is in third place in the rankings. If he were to receive his father's power, Zeus, how high could he rise? To second place? Or even to the most powerful position? Then the god extended his hand forward and said, well, fine, he will wait for their next meeting. MC was surprised. Is that all? Can I exchange it for money? He replied, no, you can't. He shouldn't even think about doing that. And now he must go home. He directed energy at him, and the protagonist felt like he was about to be deformed. He extended his hand forward and shouted, why is this happening to him? He just wants power. The next second, he disappeared, and Zeus, covering his face with his hands, began to laugh and said, exchange the reward for money? Hermes had really found a funny guy. At that moment, he heard a voice. He looks like him when he was a child. He turned and asked, how long has Ra, the sun god, been here? He answered, since Hermes brought this guy. Could this kid really be the man from the prophecy? He asked. Perhaps, but until now, he had acted as the prophecy said. Ra said he was worried about whether he could bear this burden. A merciless future awaited him. Zeus folded his arms and said there was no other way out. They could not influence the law of causality. The only person who could stop them was this child, Hajun. After a while, dark figures gathered in the ruined tower. One of them asked, he summoned them at such a tense time, and he himself arrived after the appointed hour? It wasn't even funny. Then the man said he was sorry. Things had suddenly gone wrong, and he had some business to attend to. Hecate twirled a strand of her hair and asked, well, they hadn't waited that long, had they? He'd better get straight to the point. What problem could their dear man have that he'd even decided to call this meeting? Sure, There were empty seats at the table, but those gathered here had taken the time to come because it was interesting, right? The man folded his hands in front of him and said he'd then explain why he'd called them. Recently, the seeds that had sprouted on Crit had disappeared. She wondered, on Crit? Was he talking about the seeds they'd sent at the last meeting? He said he'd lost all contact with them. Apparently, their bodies had been damaged before they could properly spread. Then Chiron asked, well, what was the problem then? The Minotaur would have attracted attention anyway. He replied that the problem wasn't just that he was dead, but who had killed him. He asked, if we're talking about Crit, could it be Poseidon or Theseus? He replied that it wasn't so. He was an ordinary man. He wasn't a hero of legend, but an ordinary man from Earth. Chiron spread his arms and asked, a man from Earth? He thought he'd believe that. He replied that it wasn't a question of whether they believed him or not. It really happened. Vepar asked, now he wants to change their plans because of some man? He replied, no way. He just wants them to keep that in mind. Even a small flap of wings, seemingly insignificant, could one day return as a great typhoon. Well, that's the end of the meeting. They must each do their part. After a while, the protagonist took the bottle and said he'd hoped for more when he learned the ruler of the gods had summoned them, but he never imagined he'd give him such a trifle. He looked at the item, a ball with the spirit of Zeus, which grants immunity to lightning and bestows favor from all spirits. He thought, but it's still a wonderful thing, right? Then Lucio flew up to him and asked what he was doing there. Oh, he still hasn't eaten it? He replied that he was just about to. After that, he put it in his mouth, and Lucio worriedly asked, what's wrong with it? Was there something wrong with a ball? He gave her a thumbs up and said, delicious. She asked, did he really want to die? After some time at the aquarium, Lucio put her hands on the glass and happily said, wow, Hajun, he has to look here. There are so many fish. He replied, of course, it's an aquarium. She ran ahead and said, there are such huge fish. He said, hey, she shouldn't run around like that, otherwise she'll bump into someone. He thought she'd been pestering him all along that she wanted to come here. Last night, MC was watching TV and said, this is so funny. Lucio came up to him and said, Hajun, she'd been thinking about this for a long time. He looked at her and said, little one, she's blocking his TV. What does she want? She asked if he'd really forgotten. He promised to reward her for all her efforts on Crit. He replied that he'd already bought her enough goodies. She started stamping her foot and screaming that it wasn't enough. He sat up and said, hey, the neighbors downstairs are coming. So what else does she want? She took the remote control and pointing it at the TV, shouted, that's what she wants. The oceanarium which just opened. She wants to go there with him. He thought that sometimes a walk would be nice too. In the present, Lucio continued to look around and said, wow, there are so many different species. She totally didn't expect it to be this big. He said that the oceanarium deserves its popularity. The scale is truly impressive. Oh, that's a whale shark. It's even bigger in real life. Then he looked at the creature and thought, where is this guy going? Then the creature crashed into the glass and he shouted, what's going on here? He thought in surprise, why are all the fish swimming towards them? And then the little girl pointed her finger at them and said, Mom, she should see. All the fish swam here. The protagonist thought, damn, there's going to be a crowd. Lucio put her hands to the glass and said, her heart and chest nearly jumped out. Hey, are they trying to scare everyone here? They need to disperse. At that moment, the fish swam away from them. MC approached Lucio and called her. She told him not to worry. She scolded them. Now they won't scare anyone. At that moment, the boy pointed his finger forward and said, Mom. The girl talked to the fish. The protagonist thought, damn, they're attracting attention. Then he picked up Lucio in his arms and said that first, they need to get out of here. She asked, why, Hajun? He asked, what do you mean, why? She was attracting too much attention. She asked, was she standing out that much? He replied that although her wings weren't visible to other people, if she acted like this, they would find out she was a nymph, and then they could harm her. Nymphs were very interesting to people. He thought that there were many hunters in the world, all with different abilities. Some were said to have the ability of psychometry, which allowed them to see the past just by looking at a photo, and if she suddenly ended up in the media, he couldn't even imagine what would happen. Then Lucio grabbed her headdress and asked, so what should they do? Are they going to catch her now? He replied that it wasn't true. Until they did, she just had to be more careful in the future. Then he let her go and asked, what's next, by the way? She wanted to come here so badly that she had already seen everything. Wouldn't she like to rest here for a while and then look around again? She replied that everything was fine. She had already seen enough. Then she pointed her finger forward and told them to go there. Hajun. He was surprised. The dolphinarium? After some time they took their seats and the host said, attention, dear visitors, the show will start very soon, so they asked them to take their seats. Lucio sat down on a chair and said, beluga whale. She wants to see it so much. The protagonist looked at her and asked, does she like them that much? She looked at him and asked, did he know that in ancient times, fishermen mistook beluga whales for mermaids? He asked, mermaids? After her words, he felt somehow uneasy. She asked, is it because of those sirens? In that case, there is nothing to worry about. Although they are similar in some ways, they are completely different species of creatures. He said, that's how it is. Then the host said, They have been waiting for this for a long time. Dear guests, the show is starting. The protagonist looked forward and told her to watch. Then he thought in surprise. A girl. So-yoon walked forward and said, the pride and symbol of their aquarium. The fantastic beluga whale show starts right now. The protagonist thought, this is Hermes' thief. Then Lucio pointed forward and asked, what is she doing here? The MC scratched his cheek and said he didn't know. Maybe this was her main job? The people were shouting, So-yoon! They've been waiting for her so much. He thought, who are these idiots? The people were shouting, So-yoon! They love her. The protagonist said that was too much. Then So-yoon winked and thanked everyone for coming. Today they will give them a sea of new impressions. Well, friends. Then she noticed the protagonist and thought in surprise, what is he doing here? He waved his hand and she thought, what an idiot. Then she covered herself with her hands and thought, how awful. She couldn't believe he was seeing her like this. In fact, this costume wasn't much different from her usual appearance. She thought, the suit is so tight. Then the audience was surprised. She looks different today. Maybe she's not feeling well, so she won't perform today. When does the show start again? He came here to watch, right? She thought, exactly. She has to perform. Then a beluga whale swam up to her and asked, they're not performing today? Does she want to be fired? She replied, a beluga whale, even she. Then she raised her finger and thought, it doesn't matter anymore. She shouted, the show is starting. Then the beluga whale broke out of the water, so Yoon jumped into the water with her, and they started doing tricks. After that, she asked, she hopes they like everything? The MC said, incredible. The nymph said, so exciting. The audience shouted, So-yoon, they love her. Lucio was surprised. Some were even crying. The protagonist asked, are these tears of joy? It looks like it. Then So-yoon said, a beluga whale. She should shoot the water cannon at those hooligans. Then the creature released water directly onto the audience, and So-yoon told them to applaud the beluga whale for her excellent work. The protagonist asked, did she do this on purpose? Lucio answered, most definitely. Then So-yoon said, that's all the numbers they've prepared for them. They're asking the visitors to go to the exit. At that moment, an energy sphere headed towards the center of the dolphinarium, and Lucio shouted in surprise, Hajun, what is that? He was surprised. An earthquake? At that moment, So-yoon thought, where did the earthquake come from? She shouted, dear guests, they must head to the emergency exit as quickly as possible. People were screaming for help. They must run faster. The protagonist grabbed the nymph and, rushing forward, said, damn it, they need to escape quickly too. The building is about to collapse. Then he looked to the side and thought, wait, is that the gate to the dungeon? After some time, they were in a cave, and the protagonist, putting his hand to his head, said, head. After that, he looked up and said, damn, this gate. Where did this suddenly come from? Then he looked around and shouted, Lucio, where is she? He thought, damn it, did she really get thrown somewhere else? She said she was here. He looked at her and said that she scared him. And why is she lying there? She screamed because Hajun crushed her. Then she picked up a stone with symbols on it, and MC asked if she knew what it was. She replied that she had definitely seen this writing somewhere before, but the stone was so badly damaged that she couldn't make out the text. But she was sure that they needed to get out of here quickly. If such an artifact was so damaged, it meant it was very dangerous here. He said that they were obviously in danger as long as she was inside the gate. However, there was no need to worry so much. He thought the gate had opened not somewhere in the suburbs, but right in the center of Seoul. Specifically, at the aquarium, where a huge number of people had gathered. In half an hour at most, no, even less, the hunters would immediately come here to rescue the civilians. Then he pointed to the side and said that until then, they should wait in a safe place. And besides, they could find other civilians trapped in the gate. Lucio asked if he was just going to sit there. He looked at her and then hid behind a rock, and she followed his example and asked what was going on. Something wrong? He said his internal danger radar was activated. At that moment, a girl fell to the ground and he thought, a civilian. The girl was begging for rescue and screaming that they had no idea what this place was. The girl next to her screamed, right. They went out for a walk. They were unlucky enough to end up at the gate. Then the Triton pointed his trident at her and told her to be quiet. Human. If she made any more noise, he would immediately send them from here, straight to the sea god. Then he turned around and said that they found 2 more here. The other Triton said, good job. They should tie them up and take them to the castle. The protagonist was surprised. Are they sirens? Lucio answered. Tritons? He asked. Tritons? What is the difference between them and sirens? She answered that although they are both great sea warriors, only girls can be sirens, but mermaids also have men. These are the very same Tritons. At that moment, the Triton said, Captain, there is a broken tombstone here too. The girls shouted that they know nothing about it. The girl next to her added, that's right, they suffered themselves. Then the captain struck the ground with his trident and shouted for them to be quiet. They will take them to the castle. There, they will decide what to do with them. After that, they set off, and the main character, coming out from behind the stone, said that they need to follow them, Lucio. She put her hands to her cheeks and asked, but didn't he say that if they just waited in shelter, the hunters would come and save them? He stretched his hands and said, true, but that doesn't mean they should just leave these people in trouble. He thought, besides, because the gates opened in the aquarium, children could have gotten in too. He can't just sit and watch this. Then he walked forward, noticing the light, thought, could this really be the exit? After that, he looked ahead and wondered, what the hell? Is he dreaming? Lucio, still holding the stone in her hands, said that she understood everything. The words on the stone. She remembered where she had seen it. Once upon a time, there was a region where humanity flourished most, where civilization first arose, but the gods hated this city and destroyed it. The underwater city of Atlantis. The protagonist thought in surprise, Atlantis? Damn it, why did he even end up here? Besides, aren't the underground and Atlantis two different things? The nymph looked at him and said that underwater valleys can be more dangerous than the depths. The Tritons didn't know who broke the stone tablets, so they might have a more dangerous enemy. So what will they do, Hajun? Will they return to the cave? He took out a bag and said that first they should try to penetrate as deep as possible. He thought it was a good thing he took the magic bag with him. After a while, Triton saluted and said that he had done a great job, Captain. He asked if they had seen anything else strange near the city. They answered, no, nothing. And behind him, there it is. Triton looked at the people and said they were criminals, that earthlings were wandering through their cave. They were surprised. They didn't even have tails. Captain, could it really be them? He replied, no, they were too weak to be that. But for now, they needed to be taken into custody. He replied, yes, he's listening. At that moment, Lucio pointed forward and asked, Hajun, did he hear them just now? He replied, yes, fortunately. They're not planning on doing anything to them yet. She turned to him and said, apparently, the newts themselves don't understand what's going on. Will they be able to solve this problem if they talk to them? He folded his arms and asked, talk to them. He thought, if he thought about it, even with the lizard men, they were able to resolve problems peacefully, without fighting. But if hunters and newts clashed here now, a lot of blood would definitely end up being spilled. What a shame. Not only did he need to somehow negotiate with them, but he also needed to resolve the misunderstanding before the hunters showed up. He clutched his head and wondered, should he just let them fight? Meanwhile, a delivery order came in on his phone. He took out his device and asked, but why now? The nymph asked, what happened this time? Imagine that so many people would end up in prison. When will the other hunters come here? Judging by what had happened before, those newts were trying to find whoever destroyed those tombstones in the cave. If she, the Hermes' hunter, can negotiate with the ruler of Atlantis, all the hostages will be able to get out of here safely. Then she said, baby, from now on, even if she disappears somewhere, he mustn't tell anyone about it, okay? He asked. Will she disappear? But how? She replied, that's it. With these words, she showed him the sphere and said that she always has a plan. Activating the spirit elixir. After some time, the ruler of Atlantis sat on the throne. The Triton said, this is the captain of the guard, Flops. Can he come in? He asked. So it's him? He must come in. Did anything strange happen during the patrol? He put his hand to his chest and said that inside the sacred cave, they found unconscious people. The ruler was surprised. People? He means those who live on land? He answered, yes, that's right. The ruler scratched his beard and asked how landlubbers could end up in Atlantis. In that case, could they be somehow connected to the recent strange phenomena? He replied that they were still investigating, but he had a feeling that wasn't the case. They didn't resist. They were all so weak that they could all be defeated by one of their warriors. The ruler said, I understand. Later, he would take a look at these people himself. He did a good job, Flops. He replied, yes, your majesty. Then he left the room and the ruler asked, what's going on? Besides, the tombstones holding up the barrier had been destroyed, and now there were people here. He wondered, could this all be connected? Then MC approached him and asked, does he see that he needs help, dear customer? A delivery man from the gods had arrived. The nymph held his leg and said, Lucio. The ruler thought in surprise. A human? He asked. How did he get in here? He laughed slightly and said that he provided express delivery for an extra fee, of course. The ruler thought, what a strange job he has. Lucio said, but they're not express delivery. The protagonist looked at her and said that in times like these, you can lie. The ruler thought, he doesn't look all that strong, so how did he manage to get past the guards? Then he asked, hey, can he take a closer look at what's hanging on his belt? He asked, that bag? But why? He replied, he means what's inside this. Lucio asked, Hajun, did he buy something without her knowledge? He grabbed the bag and asked, did she think he was crazy? Why would he buy something he might not need in the future? In this bag, he looked at the contents of the bag, the scooter, the baton and bow that Chiron gave him, and the golden apple that he received during the meeting with Atlant. Originally, he planned to give him the apple, but he didn't. The ruler shouted in surprise. He said, a golden apple? But how did he do it? He asked, what? At that moment, Lucio raised her index finger and said, by the way, Hajun, Atlantis was founded by the descendants of Atlant. He asked, seriously? He looked at the golden apple and thought that he didn't receive any reward for it, so he just kept the apple for himself. So maybe the ruler knows that he was supposed to give it to Atlant? Then the ruler said, he. The MC told him to wait. It seems there was a misunderstanding. Then the ruler walked towards him and the protagonist screamed in fear. Damn, the ruler screamed. A despised descendant bows his head before the envoy of his great ancestor. He thought, shouldn't he be the one bowing to him? Then the ruler knelt before him and said that he never imagined that he would meet someone who had seen the ancestors. He must allow him to bow his head once more on behalf of the people of Atlantis. The protagonist put his hand in front of him and said, "No, His Highness, why create such an awkward situation?" At that moment, Soyun asked, "What do you mean by that?" MC spoke that voice. Soyun screamed, "What did he do to make the great ruler of Atlantis kneel before him?" He thought, "Hermes Hunter Soyun?" He asked, "Is she also in Atlantis?" She replied that now is not the time to discuss this, unless they hurry. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a bright light. The protagonist thought in surprise, what? There was a cave in that direction, the one they'd ended up in. Could it be? Soyun put her hands to her chest and said that the hunters and the newts would soon run into each other. Meanwhile, Doyun looked at the gate and said that such a large flood couldn't have happened here. Right in the center of Seoul, at the aquarium, where many people had gathered, a gate had opened. He thought, and the difficulty level of the dungeons had also started to increase rapidly. And why had so many strange things been happening lately? Then a worker ran up to him and said, "He's here. Hunter Doyun." He asked, "What's the situation?" He replied, they hadn't seen any signs of it before the gate appeared. At least 50 civilians had entered the gate. He asked, 50? The difficulty level they were expecting? He replied, according to the sensors, the dungeon is at least level 7. He asked, danger level 7? He thought that if this gate really was that level, then the dungeon's difficulty would be the same as the one in Hyundai, where the entire guild had been defeated. In that case, entering the gate with so many people would be tantamount to the end. Then the worker asked, "Captain Doyun, what will he do?" He thought for a moment, then said that he would first request reinforcements from the leader. At that time, they would enter the gate first. He wondered if they would really clear the dungeon with just this group. He replied that that wasn't the case. Their goal would be to gather information and rescue civilians. Once reinforcements arrived, they could launch an attack, so they shouldn't overdo it. Everyone should be careful. He thought that if they hesitated, the casualties would only increase. They needed to save at least one person first. Then he entered the dungeon with the rest of the group and thought, the third team from the Youngwon Guild has successfully entered the dungeon. One of the guild members said, "Captain, this looks like a cave." He replied, "First, they need to find any traces the civilians might have left. They must be very careful." They then headed deeper into the cave and were surprised to see a light. They shouted, "There's a light ahead." Doyun covered it with his hand and said, "Maybe something will come out of there now. They must be ready." He looked ahead and said, "What the?" He wondered. Are they on the seabed? Then how could they breathe? Then he heard a voice begging for mercy. At that moment, the Triton captain shouted for them to follow him silently. Doyun thought, civilians? Are those guys some kind of monsters? This was the first time he'd seen something like this. Then he ran forward and shouted, "Okay, everyone prepare to attack. They must save the civilians from the monsters." At that moment, the captain noticed him and thrust his fist forward, their fists meeting. Doyun thought, they were able to deflect even a sudden blow? These are not simple creatures. Then the newts screamed. What? Those people attacked them. The captain told them to be careful. Attackers are different from prisoners. Doyun wondered if these monsters spoke their language, and they repelled his attack. They were strong. Then he charged and shouted that they must fight with all their might. At that moment, Doyun wondered in surprise, what is that shadow? At that moment, the ruler appeared right in front of them and said, "Come on, they must stop fighting. This concerns everyone." The captain shouted, "Your Majesty, what is he doing here?" The guild girl said, "He's huge." Her colleague asked, "Is that a boss monster?" Then the MC said that they don't need to fight each other. Doyun looked at him in surprise, folded his arms and suggested negotiating. He thought in surprise, a delivery man for the gods? After a while, the girl said, "The hunters have come to save them." The girl next to her said, "Thank you." The protagonist watched what was happening and thought, fortunately, the negotiations between the humans and the newts were successful. The hostages held in the palace were released. Then Lucio looked at him and asked, "Is he okay?" He looked surprised. "What do you mean?" She replied, "Come to think of it, he saved the humans. So why are they getting gratitude?" He replied, "Oh, come on. The main thing is that everyone is alive and well. So what's the point of gratitude that doesn't involve money?" She objected. "But really," at that moment, Soyun said, "that doesn't mean they worked for nothing. All of this was done to prevent conflict between the newts and humans, right?" The protagonist said he was grateful to her. Thanks to her help, they were able to stop the battle. At that moment, Doyun ran up to them and shouted, "Lord Hajin, they survived thanks to him." He asked, "Doyun?" He asked, "Was he able to convince the newts?" He asked, "Convince? Who is that next to him?" He answered uncertainly, "You could say his assistant." She was indignant. "What assistant?" He began serving Hermes after her. Doyun asked, "Hermes?" MC covered Seyun's mouth and told him not to pay attention. "She sometimes likes to lie." He answered, "I understand." Then he said, he apologizes, but can he find out what's going on here? The protagonist said he doesn't know. He himself accidentally fell into this gate, but he is sure that they will have to meet other monsters. He asked thoughtfully. He says, "Other monsters?" Seyun asked, "So could they ask the guild to send hunters with psychometry?" He asked, "Psychometry?" MC asked why she was giving orders. She was a thief. She said she was more experienced than him, so he should keep quiet. she added. When they entered the gate, didn't they see broken tombstones? During his report, Captain Flop said that this was maintaining the barrier in Atlantis. The protagonist asked, "The barrier? So that's it?" She said, "Right. Someone broke the tombstones that hold up the barrier because someone was planning to bury Atlantis underwater. A hunter with psychometry could tell who was planning this from the broken tombstones." Doyun said he understood and would send a request immediately. Then he ran to the rest of the guild and shouted for them to send civilians to the gate and request reinforcements immediately. Nymph asked, "Is something wrong, Hajun? Is something bothering him?" He replied, "Not really." Then he looked at his phone screen, and it said that he must find the cause of the strange events happening in the city. Time limit, 8 hours. Reward, the treasures of Atlantis. He wondered if those who destroyed the tombstones were really behind everything. What the ruler of Atlantis asked him to find out sounded different. An hour ago, the ruler folded his arms over his chest and said that, as he said, the conflict between humans and the newts was prevented. Now he wants him to complete the task he entrusted him with. Lately, the newts have become more aggressive. Sometimes strange incidents occur when they attack each other. The protagonist asked for no apparent reason, "So these newts are here now?" He answered that at first they came to their senses after half an hour, but now they are becoming monsters who cannot control their anger. MC said that this is a big problem. Does not he find this behavior strange? He replied, "Come to think of it, even before everyone started going crazy, the newts said they heard eerie singing." The protagonist thought, singing? He'd heard that somewhere before. Then the ruler said he was asking him to find out what led to these events. If he didn't hurry, Atlantis would be destroyed. In the present, he thought that the ruler had asked him to investigate this matter for an unknown reason. It didn't seem to be related to the tombstones, meaning perhaps no monster was targeting Atlantis. Then Suyun approached him and said she was going to go to the cave where the tombstones were. And what was he going to do? Lucio said she wanted to go with her too. The protagonist grabbed her and said he'd search another place. He had some ideas. She hesitantly replied, "Oh well, she'd have to think about it." Meanwhile, Songjin looked at the gate in surprise and asked, "Have all the civilians who entered the gate returned?" The worker replied, "Yes, he'd counted them all." Songjin asked, "But did he always say they needed reinforcements?" The worker replied, "The captain said they needed reinforcements to save the civilians." Songjin wondered, has the situation really changed? Considering they'd asked for backup, this was clearly an unusual situation. Then Aaron asked, what should they do now? He replied that for now, they'd proceed as planned. Even if the situation had improved, they didn't know what might happen next. He thought, according to the reports, this gate is level 7. Fortunately, he'd managed to get the civilians back. But level 7 could mean a breach into the dungeons if they weren't careful. He then shouted, "They must enter the gate now. Since the gate is level 7, they must be careful and act according to instructions." He thought, so they need to clear the dungeon as soon as possible. Then, he walked forward and said, "Well, now then." At that moment, Doyun appeared from the gate and shouted, "They're finally out." The guild leader shouted, "Doyun, what is he doing here? Has he already cleared the dungeon?" He replied, "Yes." Well, the situation was a little more complicated. He wondered how he could explain everything to him. Then he said that they met the god's delivery man in the dungeon. Songjin was surprised. What? The delivery man? He explained what happened, and that's how it all ended. Songjin folded his arms and said, "I understand." He thought, newts, do these mythical creatures really exist? Then he said, "But he asked for a hunter with psychometry to be sent here. For what purpose?" He replied, "These tombstones are needed to support the dungeon, but they were destroyed. The god delivery assistant requested a hunter with that ability be summoned to investigate." Aaron asked, "But why do they have to do that?" Songjin asked, "What was she thinking?" She replied, "If they destroy the rest of the tombstones, the dungeon will be cleared too, right?" Doyun thought, "Yeah, right." After a while, the newts were moving through the cave. Soyun said, "There they are, the tombstones that support the dome of Atlantis." Flop said there used to be 4 tombstones in the cave, but now only 1 remains. Soyun was surprised. "There's only 1 left?" He replied, "But even that one was damaged. By protecting it right before the attack, they barely managed to stop it from being completely destroyed." She asked, "So they haven't figured out who did it?" He turned away and said they found some traces. They should bring that thing. Then the newt brought the item and said, "Here." Soyun asked, "What is it?" He replied, "It's part of the tentacle that tried to destroy the tombstone." Flop said they've never seen such monsters in Atlantis before. They think someone released this creature. Soyun smiled and thought, what kind of horror is this? She's been to worlds of different mythologies, but this is the first time she's seen something like this. Maybe Hajin knows. No, this idiot definitely knows something. Even now, he's trying to fool her. And why is she the only one supposed to investigate what happened in this place? With these words, she clutched her head, and Flops asked if she felt unwell. She thought she'd definitely get a reward for this. Hajun. Meanwhile, the guild members entered the cave. Songjin asked, "Is this a cave above the sea?" Arin said it looked like the cave in Hondae. Doyun said, Is it really safe for the three of us to enter here? Songjin said they've already entered, so why ask? He said the newts weren't enemies. He replied, but as Arin had said earlier, perhaps they could destroy this place by destroying the remaining tombstones. He replied, perhaps, but it wasn't just anyone who had asked them for this favor, but the god delivery man. He must have had a good reason for it. Arin, weapon in hand, walked forward and told them to be on guard. There was someone up ahead. She thought those lights were getting closer. Songjin took up his weapon and asked, so this is a dungeon after all, right? They must be prepared for battle. If they see anything strange, they must attack immediately. Then Soyun asked, Doyun? She asked, were they back so quickly? He thought, the god delivery man's assistant? Songjin looked at her and asked, what, does he know her? He replied, he didn't explain anything to him. It's the girl who's the god delivery man's assistant. Aaron wondered if she worked with him. Doesn't look all that strong. Then Flops said they hadn't seen these people before. Soyun stepped forward and told them not to worry. They weren't enemies. Songjin thought, so there really are talking mutes here? By the way, he said that he was told what happened. This is his first time working together with creatures of a different species, but their guild will give them all the support they can. Soyun stepped forward and said, okay. So they brought in a person with psychometry? The captain said they sent a request to the association. A person with such abilities will arrive here soon. She asked, is that right? But they need him right now. She thought they could only solve the problem if they found out who this tentacle belonged to. Then Songjin asked, so she was working with the god's delivery man, that is, Hajin, right? But where did he go alone? She spread her arms wide and said that she didn't know. She could only guess based on what he said. He went there alone. He said, I see. A truly unpredictable person. Then he shouted in surprise, where did they get that? Soyun asked, is he talking about the part of the creature that smashed the tombstone? So they need someone with psychometry precisely to find the one who released this creature. Arin asked, is this what she thinks? Songjin answered, that's right. It's a creature from the Hondae Gate. Then Lucio shouted indignantly, Hajin, where is he going? This is the area where the aggressive mermaids and mermen live, isn't it? He answered, right. It really is creepy here. She said, but that's not the word. Hey? She shouted that she was scared by the way they were looking at them. He said that they probably think they came here with bad intentions. She said that they all have terrible expressions on their faces. The protagonist thought that they didn't look like the mermen from the palace at all. Their expressions were frightening. Then Lucio asked, why did they even come here? Hadn't they been told that anyone who causes trouble would be isolated from others? He asked, did she really believe what the mermen told them? She asked, but they have no reason to lie, right? They'll only suffer if they don't find whoever's behind all this. He said that was true. They were only supposed to save the civilians, so they could just refuse the reward and return home. But the well-being of Atlantis now depended on the mermaids and the tritons. He thought that if the dome disappeared, the inhabitants would perish. No matter how long they lived on the ocean floor, they would perish, unable to withstand the water pressure. And then he looked up and asked, but what if this isn't what the culprit is after? She asked, does he mean to say he's hiding something from them? He said that if he wanted, he could destroy the tombstone and enchant the tritons in the palace, not those living in the slums. Then it would be easier for him to control the guards and open the doors for himself. So why did he turn those who live here so aggressive? Lucio asked, Hajun, does that mean he thinks there's an entirely different reason for these events? He raised his index finger and answered, exactly. He knew the mega elite nymph would be smart. She folded her arms and asked, but how will they act if they only have guesses? They need solid evidence. Then she thought, that sound. She asked, Hajun, what is it? There was a powerful explosion in front of them. The villagers were screaming, a riot. We need to call the guards. They have to save themselves. The protagonist thought, this means the newts are heading this way. Lucio clenched her fists and said, Hajun, it seems he was right. He asked, what? She asked, didn't he hear? There was a strange singing. He remembered the ruler saying there were testimonies of young mermaids and newts hearing eerie singing. He thought, exactly. He said there was singing that only children like Lucio could hear. He said, this song, doesn't she know where it's coming from? She swam forward and said, from there. Then she pointed her finger at the door and said, the sound is coming from here. The protagonist looked at the door and asked, an underground prison? Are you sure this is the right place? She replied that she was sure of it. Her nymphardar pointed this way. The next second, they hid behind the wall and the protagonist asked, damn it, they're rebelling again? We need to stop them quickly. Won't the newts target them? Lucio said that she had already told him not to worry about them. He had her. He replied, what nonsense. At that moment, the inhabitant behind bars screamed for them to let him out of here. It wasn't his fault. He looked at the protagonist and screamed, their tails. A human? How did a human get here? He thought that this place was so terrible that it couldn't even compare to the place where the Earth civilians were kept. Now it made sense why the Atlantis inhabitants were escaping. He walked on, and Lucio said that the singing continued to come from here. He said that they had hit a wall. He put his hand to it and added, how can he use his suit to destroy this? Then he was surprised when the wall began to slide apart. He asked, what? It looked like a secret door. He looked ahead, puzzled, and asked, what the hell is that? Ariel was sitting inside, chained up, begging them to kill her. The afterlife in Norse mythology, Helheim, even has Christmas. Hel hung the skull on the tree and said, that's it, the Christmas tree is ready. And all because of one person's stubbornness. She said, Ganglot, she must see how beautiful the tree is. Santa will come and be delighted by such beauty. Ganglot looked at it and said that she thought he would be shocked rather than delighted. These decorations are terrible in true Helheim style. Then Gangloti put his hand to his chest and said that this tree really is perfect, Miss Hel. Of course, if he tidies it up a bit, he thinks it will be even more beautiful. Ganglot asked when he arrived. Hel jumped up and down joyfully and shouted, exactly. This is just right for Helheim. Santa, he must come. Then Ganglot put her hand to her chest and said, Miss Hel, she apologizes, but can Santa really even get to such a place? This is the world of the dead after all, she answered. But Santa said he didn't neglect any child. She was obedient and deserved a present too. Ganglot thought she was very cute when she was confused. Then Hel shouted that Santa would definitely come here this year. Come on. Her subordinates exchanged glances, and then they stood in the hallway, and Ganglot thoughtfully asked what they should do. The lady was so eagerly awaiting Santa, she would be very disappointed if he didn't come. Gangloti replied that he would honestly say that Santa doesn't exist. She asked if he was completely sane. He asked what their options were. She thought for a moment and then suggested making Santa themselves. He was surprised. Santa wasn't some kind of robot. How was she suggesting they make one? She replied that there were many different people in Helheim. Maybe one of them would be suitable. He replied that he didn't even know. Sometime later, in the Helheim gym, Sigurd was lifting weights and asked, they say they're looking for someone to play Santa Claus? Ganglot replied, that's right, they think his nobility makes him the perfect candidate. He lowered the weights, pointed at himself and said, that's interesting. Okay, he'll be Santa. First choice, Sigurd. Ganglot added, but there are conditions. He can't be Santa in just his damn underwear. He asked, what's wrong with that? His muscles look the best this way, she replied, but he's just naked. Santa Claus traditionally wears red clothes. She pointed to the suit Gangloti was holding and asked him to try it on, please. He replied that he couldn't believe he had to wear such a huge fur coat. The butler extended his hand and said, Mr. Sigurd, he shouldn't talk nonsense and just put it on. Then he put the suit on and asked, how does it look? Does it suit him? Gangloti asked, does that seem quite plausible? Then Sigurd laughed and said that with a body like that, anything would fit him perfectly. Good. They should go. He's going to surprise Mistress Hel right now. Ganglot put her hands in front of her and told him to calm down first. He was surprised, and then the suit on his body tore. He laughed and shouted that he was sorry. His muscles were too fond of breathing fresh air. Ganglot thought this candidate was not suitable. Then Modgood was surprised. Become Santa? The second candidate was Modgood. She said that she would certainly like to help, but would they be able to get a suit in her size? Gangloti said that a suit could always be made, but Modgood didn't look like Santa at all. Ganglot said that she agreed. The second candidate was also not suitable. Gangloti said, trouble. He can't believe that there is no suitable person here. Ganglot said that she knew she would have to tell the mistress the truth. Modgood asked if the person for the role of Santa wasn't nearby. Gangloti asked who she was talking about. She replied, the two of them. He asked, so they should become Santa? She replied, the two of them. They started it so as not to break Lady Hel's childhood dreams, so only they can take on this task. Then they looked at each other. After some time, a dressed-up Sigurd, holding a gift in his hand, happily said, Lady Hel, Merry Christmas. A small version of Modgood adjusted her hair and said that she congratulated her, Lady Hel. The ruler put her hands on her waist and said that she was so glad that they came to her Christmas party. She hoped they all have fun. Then the feast began, and she asked, but where are Ganglot and Gangloti? Modgood said that they came to meet Santa Claus. She happily asked, Santa, is he really coming? At that moment, Sigurd approached Modgood and said that he heard that the two would dress up as Santa. And did she think it would work? She replied that she didn't know, but she would see soon. Then the doors opened and a voice was heard. Santa Claus. Sigurd said, here they come. Gangloti said, Merry Christmas. Sigurd thought, but anyone would understand that it was Gangloti. At that moment, Hel joyfully ran forward and shouted, Santa, he's finally here. He said that he brought a special gift for the good girl Hel. She replied, hooray. Then Ganglot opened the gift and told her to take this. Hel looked at the item and said, just the kind of toy snowman she wanted. She was grateful to him. Santa, this was the best Christmas of her life. She was having so much fun, so it was time to stop. Gangloti, Ganglot, they tried so hard to fulfill her silly wish. The butler asked, but how? She hugged him and said that she knew Santa didn't exist, so she hadn't really been expecting him at all. She heard that people's dads dressed up as Santas, and so she had hope. She wondered if the father who had left her here would come this time. Ganglot asked, is Lady Hel talking about Loki now? Then the ruler turned around and said, but everything is fine now. She realized once again that there were dear people around her. She was very grateful to them all. Sometime later, she lay in bed, putting her snowman next to her, and said that today had been a very joyful day. Good night, Rudolph the Skull. She thought that she hadn't seen her father this year either, but she didn't regret anything. Then she was frightened, hearing a scream. Quiet girl, she screamed. She thought. Santa Claus. Sometime later, MC, dressed in a suit, was riding a scooter and shouted because he didn't think he'd be back in Helheim. What kind of stupid outfit is that? What was this Loki even up to? Why did he ask for the presents to be delivered so no one would see? Lucio added, but he'd seen Mrs. Hel's face. She really felt like Santa and Rudolph were with him. He said, oh well, he liked seeing her happy too. It was the first time he'd seen a bright smile on Hel's face. Such a fragile beast, the ruler of the underworld, really. Hel joyfully held the creature in her arms and said, "Daddy, he's such a fool." The protagonist was surprised, wondering who could have done something so terrible. At that moment, his phone said the cause of the anomaly had been found and that he should return to the palace to receive his reward. He thought, the cause of the anomalies means this woman was what the ruler of Atlantis was looking for. What should he do now? A pop-up window told him to return to the palace. But if he used the suit to break this woman's chains, who knew what disaster might happen? Then Lucio said, "Hudjin, there seems to be something here." He asked, "What?" Then he looked at the table and thought, "It's a book written by someone." He asked, "What's written there?" Lucio turned the page and said it was an ancient language, so it would be difficult to read, but she would try. While exploring the cave leading outside, they were able to find the long-lost youngest princess. Although she was severely injured and in an indescribable state, despite the passage of time, she looked the same as before. As if they had stepped back in time, on the way back to the palace, the princess woke up, slurring her words. Her voice was unusually hoarse, and finally, when they reached the palace, she suddenly suffered a seizure and lost consciousness. At first, he decided to immediately report this to the ruler, but after some thought, he asked the prison guards to place the princess in a secret room for a while. He truly couldn't imagine what would happen if the ruler, so shocked by her disappearance that he had been ill for several days because of it, finally saw his daughter return in such a state. However, reality proved more cruel, and the plan to bring his daughter to the ruler when she was better. The princess slit her vocal cords with her own hands. Her condition worsened as she continued to mutilate herself. Eventually, he had no choice but to chain the princess up as a criminal. It was similar to how mermaids in poor areas began to behave strangely. At first, it happened to just a few, but now there are more than 20. They moved, enchanted by the song, and some sought death. It is a cursed gift that has long been passed down from generation to generation in the royal family. He knew the princess was the cause of this, but he could not kill her, because he fell in love. That is why he decided to write it all down. He will wait for the hero who will ease his sins. Lucio said she hoped he would free the princess from her suffering. Signed, Captain of the Guard Flops. Then she looked at the main character and asked what he thought. He asked, like what? What a sad story. He looked at Ariel and thought, this is why she asked him to kill herself again and again, because she considers herself guilty. Then a new task appeared on his phone. It told him to give eternal peace to the Princess of Atlantis. Time limit, 3 minutes. Delivery stand, the full trust of Captain of the Guard Flops. Warning, refusing the quest in Atlantis will result in disaster. He waved his hand and said, what nonsense. This is simply ridiculous. They have to go, Lucio. She asked, were they really going like this? He said the situation was difficult, but they couldn't expect anyone to finish the job for them. He would go to Flops, slap them on the back of the head and tell them everything he thought. If he loved someone, he had to either save them or finish them off himself. Then, he had to make a choice. At that moment, Han Yeji approached the gate and thought, what? What an ominous energy. So many unknown thoughts here. This is no ordinary dungeon. Then Songjin ran up to her shouting, Yeji, she's here. She asked, isn't he Songjin from the Youngwon Guild? He answered, yes, that's right. He apologizes for calling her on her day off, but to clear the gate, psychometry is needed. She smiled, placing her hand on her chest, and said, it's okay. She heard they freed the civilians trapped in the gate, so of course, she wanted to help them. Then she looked back in surprise and asked, who are those people behind you? He replied, the captain of the Triton Guard, Flops. And is that the God Delivery Man's colleague? She looked away and thought they'd called someone with psychometry, but she'd forgotten they could figure her out that way too. But until the lady touched her, it didn't matter, right? Then Yeji activated her ability and said, really, it's all clear, Soyun. She's also a god representative. She wondered in surprise, how could she know that without even touching her? She said she was surrounded by divine protection. It was so strong that it was visible to the naked eye. Songjin said he knew she and the god delivery man were summoned by the constellations. Who was she? She folded her arms and told them to ask the god delivery man about it. Shouldn't they find out who sent these tentacles here? Yeji suggested doing that first, since they needed to get rid of the gate as quickly as possible. Songjin replied, yes, they would be very grateful for your help. Then Flops handed over a tentacle and said that these tentacles had destroyed the tombstone protecting their kingdom. She replied, understood, let them give her a minute. Then she activated her ability and said that these tentacles were similar to the ones in the gate in Hinde. Doyu said, but wouldn't they solve the problem if they destroyed these tentacles? She closed her eyes and said that it wasn't that simple. Some things were different from the tentacles from the gate. She thought that she needed to penetrate further into her memories. Then she penetrated another place and wondered in surprise, what is this place? At that moment, she heard a voice. How dare people come here? He sees that she has incredible abilities. Then she turned around, noticing huge eyes and what he said, that this will kill her anyway. She turned around and thought, this is what she felt back in the cave. Apparently, this is why all these events happened. She must go back and tell the others everything. At that moment, tentacles grabbed her, and the demon asked where she was running. She thought he would just let her go. She started kicking and screaming, who is he? What is he? What is he planning? He said, what is he? Her mind cannot fully comprehend his essence. Soon he will rule the entire world. and for their first step he has chosen Atlantis. Yeji asked, is that why he destroyed the tombstones? To weaken the barrier over the kingdom and take it over? The demon asked, weaken the barrier? Did the mermaids tell her this? After all, they are the ones hiding the kingdom's dark past, so they definitely won't tell the truth. She asked, what does that mean? He replied, the tombstones protect the barrier. They are a monster and a weapon that the gods used against humans in the past. When all the tombstones are destroyed and the shackles fall, he will bury Atlantis in the sea forever. She asked, what the hell is that? At that moment, the tentacles squeezed her body tighter and she cried out in pain. Then the creature transformed into a man, and he said that he didn't expect them to come here. All the preparations have already been made, so she should die peacefully, immortal. After a while, Yeji opened her eyes in fear and screamed. Songjin, looking at her, asked, is she okay? Doyun shouted, Yeji has woken up. Songjin thought, thank heavens, she's back. Yeji asked, where is he? Songjin placed his hand on her bed and told her to calm down. This is the infirmary in Atlantis Castle. At that moment, Soyun ran into the room and shouted, is she okay? Then Yeji sat up and asked, did she lose consciousness? Songjin answered, while she was examining the tentacles, she suddenly began to shake and then lost consciousness. Soyun asked, what did the psychometry show? Yeji shook with fear again and said, the man with goat horns, many tentacles, he told her something. The tombstones don't support the barrier. They contain the monster and the weapon. If the monster is released, it will be the end for them and the city. Soyun asked, is the monster sealed in Atlantis a weapon? Aaron looked at her and asked, does it sound familiar? She replied that she wasn't sure, but she had one idea. Long ago, Atlantis attacked Athens, which was under the protection of Olympus. They say that this is what brought down the wrath of the Olympian gods and, like now, sank the city underwater. Then Atlantis wanted to rebel against the gods and unleashed a giant monster. Its name was the Kraken. The others looked at her in confusion, and Doyun shouted, Kraken? So that octopus monster from the legends is real? Soyun replied, it's not. She said she wasn't sure. That legend had been passed down from generation to generation. At that moment, Flops entered the room and told them not to say that name casually. He then pointed a weapon at them and said they had learned too much. Soyun was surprised. Flops, he said, so they were able to learn about their kingdom's past. He knew they shouldn't have let people in here. Then Yeji asked, Mr. Flops, what about the tombstones? He told them not to worry. They had sent soldiers to protect them, and it was time for them to return to where they came from. They would sort out their gaps themselves. Soyun stepped forward and asked, so they forced them to come here and now they're kicking them out? Yeji said, no. If the monster is released, not only this city, but the entire ocean will become dangerous. Flops turned around and added, so outsiders have no reason to interfere. Maintaining order here is their duty. Then he ordered the Tritons to grab everyone and send them through the gate. Meanwhile, the man was moving through the cave. He grabbed the Triton by the neck and lifted it up. Then he threw it to the ground and said, annoying idiots. He didn't think he'd have to act alone. As he thought, mermaids are resilient creatures. In that case, the time has come to destroy Atlantis. With these words, he moved his hand toward the tombstone, releasing several tentacles and destroying the stone. Then Ariel screamed, no, he mustn't come near. At that moment, the Kraken rose above the barrier, energy spreading around. Meanwhile, the protagonist walked forward and asked, what? It suddenly became so cold. Then a notification came on his phone and he looked at the device, wondering, a delivery notification? But why so many? Then the device said, delivery failed, disaster is approaching Atlantis. He thought right, they told him there would be a disaster if he refused. Then he cried out in fear. An earthquake? Lucio pointed forward and shouted for him to look up. He looked up in surprise at the enormous tentacles of the Kraken. He thought, this is just total horror, not a disaster. At that moment, the ruler floated out onto the balcony and said, God of the sea, an irreparable tragedy has occurred after all, the fall of Atlantis. Meanwhile, the monster's tentacles were cracking the barrier, and at some point, a tentacle made its way inside. Then Lucio cried out, Hajin, they need to run. He was surprised, and then the system reported, danger detected, he must avoid it. At that moment, several tentacles hit the bottom, and MC jumped to the side and said, I almost got hit. This suit is amazing. Then he heard a cry for help. The Tritons were screaming, his hand. Mom, she has to wake up, Mom. He thought the people of Atlantis. Then he said, damn it, what a nightmare. He never thought it would be this bad. He thought, what kind of octopus monster is this? He definitely won't be able to fight it. Then Lucio shouted, it's a Kraken. He asked, a Kraken? Like in the movies? Then he got on his scooter and said that he tried to solve the problem, but it's complete chaos. They need to run to the gate quickly. Lucio said, Hajun, if they run now, all the inhabitants of Atlantis will die. Are they really going to abandon them? He turned around slightly and answered, little one, at least mermaids can swim, so shouldn't they save themselves first? She answered, but that was so heartless. Besides, if he had followed the instructions, the whole catastrophe could have been avoided. They rowed forward, and the newts behind them continued to beg for help. The protagonist thought, damn, what should I do? At that moment, Soyun, holding a potion in her hand, shouted, hey, idiot, why is he standing? Then she threw the Demeter potion forward. Everything around turned to ice, and Aaron charged, using an attack called a spinning blade. At that moment, Doyun was slashing at a tentacle, and Songjin, swinging his sword, shouted, everyone out of the way. He delivered a powerful blow, cutting off several of the monster's tentacles. Then he shouted, Hajin, they'll join in. He asked, what? Even those who weren't there just now had come. At that moment, Soyun ran up to him and asked, he wasn't planning on escaping from here in the quiet, was he? He looked at her and replied, well, usually the best thing to do when facing such a monster is to run. Songjin suggested they quarrel later, but first, they had to stop the monster. Delivery man of the gods, hadn't he tried to find a way to resolve this situation? He thought he should have found one, but the task was impossible. Then he said, well, he'll say it this way, he couldn't do it. That's why he says it's best to leave here through the gate now. Yeji said no. If they don't defeat the Kraken here, everything in their world, outside the gate, will also perish. Doyun asked, if Atlantis falls, won't the gate close? The protagonist said they'd better say who she was. At that moment, Yeji stepped forward and introduced herself. Using her abilities, she met the one who orchestrated all of this. He said that starting with Atlantis, he would attack other dimensions as well. He said, then, later. Soyun finished his sentence for him. There will be a gate breach. He'll send the Kraken to the world they live in. After that, MC grabbed his head and thought that's why he ran away. He thought it was just their problem, but things turned out to be so bad. No matter if the dungeon breaks through or not, how can they stop this creature? Then Soyun said she melted all the ice, but it'll attack again soon. The protagonist said, wow. First, someone needs to kill this monster. At that moment, they heard a voice. It seemed like she could help them all. They looked at Ariel, who was being held by Flops, and she said that she was the princess of Atlantis. The protagonist thought, Flops and the mermaid from the dungeon? Flops said that the princess told him everything, Hajun. He could only thank him. He asked how this happened. He thought it was because of this mermaid's powers. Ariel replied that after the Kraken was released, she was able to come to her senses. She was beside herself with worry about holding him back. The Atlantis royal family had passed down the ability to control sea monsters for generations, so she should be able to stop the Kraken for a while. MC then looked at his phone screen, which said he had to save Atlantis by stopping the Kraken. The time limit was X. The reward was the return of points for defeating the Kraken, the trust of the Atlantis Titans, and friendship with the Titans. He wondered if the points he earned would be returned. Were the rewards that good? Then he smiled and thought maybe he should really try fighting him? Then he said, open the store. Remaining points, 3,072,700. He thought, with this kind of cashback, he could buy anything. He'd buy weapons with all his points. Then Doyun clenched his fists and said, there's no time. So why is he waving his arms in the air? A god's delivery man. Aaron asked, is he a mime or something? After that, the protagonist pointed forward and said, found it. The system reported the remaining points were 72,200. Astrea's replica, 3 million. Zeus's spear, made of lightning. The weapon is so dangerous that it can turn even the user to ash. The others looked at him in surprise, but he took the weapon in his hands and, smiling, thought the power of the thunder god will help them. He clutched the spear in his hands and spread lightning everywhere, and Yeji was surprised, thinking, what kind of weapon is this? Overflowing with divine power. Lucio screamed, Hajin, that's Zeus's lightning. MC said, it's very dangerous, so let Lucio move away. This thing is quite difficult to control. Thanks to the glass spirit ball Zeus gave him, he has immunity to electricity. But he doesn't think he can completely control Zeus's divine power. He asked, Choi So-yoon, does she remember how she swore by the Styx River that time? She asked again, did he mean her promise to fulfill his wish? MC said so and she would do it now. Choi So-yoon, let her take charge and lead everyone out of the gate. So-yoon asked fearfully, what? What about him? Songjin said, the god's delivery man, that is Hajun. He can't do this. The Young One Guild will stay here and fight until the very end. Doyun asked, how can they leave? Leaving him alone. Arin screamed, she never abandons her colleagues. MC asked, can't they see what's in his hands? If they don't want to be struck by lightning, let them run from here faster. So-yoon replied, since this is his wish, she has no choice. She spread her hands in different directions and activated the power of Hermes. Everyone was covered in mana, which caused them to be surprised. Songjin thought, his body became light as a feather. What kind of skill is this? So-yoon apologized to them all, but please let them follow her calmly. Although it wasn't very reliable, by the oath of the river Styx, she would leave here. And, since everything now depended on him, let him definitely win. And if he dies, she would find him in the world of the dead and kill him again. MC said everything would be great, he was unkillable. So-yoon headed for the exit with the others. Hajin suggested they look at this first. Lucio screamed, Hajin, she would stay with him. MC asked, child, why didn't she leave? She replied, Lucio is a nymph who serves Hajin. She really can't. At that moment, the huge monster screamed loudly, and Hajin thought, horror! Now there's no time to waste. He turned around and said, Princess, let her then allow him to ask her for something. She replied, yes, okay. MC decided to activate the suit. The system window reported the remaining time, 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Hajin super jumped up quickly and the princess released her mana. The squid roared loudly and MC had already approached him and attacked. He screamed, tentacle head, let it have it. A huge lightning bolt headed towards the monster, after which a loud scream was heard. An electric discharge pierced the monster's body, and the princess asked, Flops, is what she sees real? He answered, yes, princess. The Kraken is dead. MC was thrown back and he said, he won, but he used up all his energy. He had no strength left. Is he really going to die like this? It turns out he can't keep his promise. What a nightmare. Although he didn't live as well as the others, he had a good life. Lucio rushed after him and screamed, Hajin? He thought, Lucio? She told him to grab her hand with tears in her eyes. He wondered where she was coming from. Lucio said happily. She grabbed it. Hajin said, Lucio, it's dangerous here. Why did she come? She asked. Why did he rush into battle so stupidly? He always takes on difficult tasks alone. If she can't get him out, MC smiled and said, thank you very much. He thought, right, he has a reason why he should never die. The princess and Flops shouted, Hajin, he's okay. At that moment the man said, the Kraken died. Did a person under the protection of the constellation interfere? He thought, no. He would have definitely noticed if such a person was here, especially if the owner of the constellation was not in his territory. This would definitely affect the law of causality. So was it really those who came here who did this? He carefully looked inside the cracked dome and thought, this is the first time he sees this man with a nymph. Lucio asked, by the way, Hajun? He was incredible. He reminded me a lot of Zeus in his youth. MC laughed and said, you're a kid. He only swung his lightning bolt once. Lucio replied, it's obvious. MC asked again, what? What a little girl. Did she even think of making fun of adults? He grabbed her cheek and she screamed, Hajun, it hurts. The man said, Hajun, Lee Hajun, so it was him? That's who's been bothering him for so long. He would definitely kill him during their next meeting. After a while, the news anchor reported breaking news. The huge gate that appeared near the aquarium in Jamsil had disappeared. It was confirmed that this was possible thanks to the Young One Guild's successful attack. Despite the fact that many civilians were caught in the gate, the guild managed to save them all. MC said, he closed that gate and Young One got all the credit. Well, it can't be helped. It's impossible to reveal his true identity to the world. Besides, he also received many rewards. Some time ago, the ruler of Atlantis said, a hero sent by the ancestors. Thanks to his bravery, peace has returned to the kingdom. He doesn't even know how to thank him. Hajin laughed and said, well, he was just lucky. At first he thought of just running away. He even felt a little ashamed. Flop said, Hajun, he is a true warrior, worthy of their respect. The princess said, thanks to him, she was able to gain freedom again. She thanks from the bottom of her heart. MC laughed and said, he was just doing what he had to. The ruler of Atlantis said, here is the reward he promised. MC thanked him. He looked at the chest and cried out, this. The ruler of Atlantis said, the ring of the sea god, which was passed down from generation to generation in the royal family, and scales. MC thought, the ring of the sea god, it has the ability to collect moisture from the air and create water anywhere. Currently, he was sitting on the couch and looking at Lucio. Hajun pointed the ring at her and said, target detected. It hit Lucio's head and he laughed out loud. She turned around and clutched her head and screamed, Hajun, stop making fun of Lucio. He seems like an adult, but he behaves like this. MC laughed out loud and asked, what is he talking about? He was just sitting here. Lucio said, that ring, no, she's just nice and will tolerate it. MC laughed and said, okay, let her forgive. He won't do it again. By the way, what is she doing there? Lucio replied, can't you see? She's packing her things. Hajun screamed, did she decide to run away? Is this all because of his teasing? Lucio asked, who does he take her for? In his opinion, she's a child to run away from home for fun? She just hasn't been to the academy for a long time. She needs to at least show up at home. MC asked again, the academy. Home? Is she talking about Streamwater now? Lucio answered, that's right, she'll be back in about 5 days. He shouldn't worry and shouldn't miss her too much. MC asked again, what? Did she just decide to put him in front of the fact? Since she's leaving, then he's going with her. They're one team after all. Lucio turned around, slightly embarrassed, and said, then let him get ready quickly. MC asked to wait a little and not leave without him. Okay. Lucio replied. She was giving him a minute. After a while, they were riding a scooter through the forest, and Lucio said, Hajun, they'll have to walk from here. He got up and asked if there really was a village here. Are they sure they weren't lost? Lucio replied, they weren't lost, so he should be quieter. She hadn't been here for several years, so she was a little confused. She stuck her hand in the bush and said thoughtfully, she thinks it's somewhere around here. She finally found it. MC looked ahead thoughtfully and asked, the fence? At that moment, the nymphs were standing near a gap in the fence and watching them. The girl asked fearfully, what should we do? Their perfect disguise was blown. The people are already here. The guy asked again, really? How did the people get here? The girl told them not to dare open the door, they'll eat them. MC asked, can she hear the nymphs? Lucio screamed, guys, let them open the door. Lucio came back. The nymph opened the door slightly and asked, Lucio? Is she the same Lucio who was at the top of her class, skipped 2 years at Ditchwater, and went straight to Streamwater? Lucio screamed, that's right. The nymphs rushed to Lucio and shouted joyfully, it really is Lucio. It's been so long. Hajun chuckled slightly and thought, these guys really are small. The gate opened and MC looked around in surprise. Lucio said, welcome, Hajun. This is Lucio's homeland, Villigwater. After a while, the nymphs shouted joyfully, human. Is he really such an outstanding hero? Hajun asked the guys to stand still. The guy cried out joyfully. He heard that he and Lucio defeated the Hydra, the Sirens, the Minotaur, and even the Kraken. He's really cool. A nymph asked, isn't he like Hercules? Another nymph replied, well, he's not as cool as Hercules after all. MC thought, it's just a nightmare. When a whole crowd of people like Lucio starts making noise, his head starts ringing. Lucio frowned and said, okay, that's enough. They're bothering Hajun. The guy asked for forgiveness, and MC thought, she's great, Lucio. Let her show them what it's like to be a sunbae. Lucio screamed, How could they compare Hajin to Hercules? Do they think the hero of Olympus is such a weakling? The nymphs started talking among themselves. Now they see. Even she said he's not Hercules. But Hercules couldn't kill the Kraken. MC thought, he wants to go home. Suddenly, the director came out to them and ordered Lucio to stop. And they, Orbis, Phelus, Virgo, let them stop. Is it okay to bother guests like this? Hajin looked at her and thought, who is this? Lucio apologized and the other nymphs said, okay. MC thought, they're completely ill-mannered, huh? The director came closer and said, she's Matrina, the director of the orphanage. It's nice to meet her. MC replied, yes, yes. His name is Lee Hajin. So they're from the orphanage? Matrina asked. Do you want to go in there for a while? Lucio said, let her keep an eye on them. Lucio replied, she'll keep a very close eye on them. They can go. MC scratched his ear and said, okay, they can go inside. After a while, they entered and Hajin looked inside the room in surprise. He thought, why is the room so bad? He wondered, how can the director's office be in such a state if the building and the corridor look good from the outside? Matrina smiled and asked, why isn't he coming in? MC replied, yes, right now. He sat down on a chair and Matrina said, first, she'd like to thank him. Man, Hajun, he said. Thanks to his work, children no longer have to go hungry. MC pointed at himself and asked, thanks to him. He asked, what did he do? Matrina asked, so he doesn't know? If a hero works with a nymph, the nymph gets a portion of the earnings. It was a great help to their orphanage. MC thought, so every time he got rich, Lucio got some too. And she's been sending money to the orphanage all this time? But in that case, why Lucio? Matrina said she was really glad that such a hero took Lucio on. Hajin said, what kind of job? They just help each other. But why does Lucio donate money to the orphanage? Matrina frowned and replied, more than 20 years ago, a young nymph came here with a baby in her arms. Her face was so pale that she felt like she could lose consciousness at any moment. She asked her to take care of the child. She still remembers how she took the baby in her arms then. She, like her mother, had sky blue hair. She fought with her little hands because a stranger picked her up. That was her first meeting with Lucio. Since then, Lucio grew up here in the orphanage. MC said, is that young nymph who brought Lucio here really her mother? Matrina answered, yes. Her mother was a famous nymph in the village. Even Lord Zeus himself called her to serve him. She even wanted to follow him, but she was too weak in body, so she had to refuse. Several years passed and she appeared here, holding Lucio in her arms. Then where is her mother now? Matrina said, yes. At that moment, there was a knock on the office door and a voice was heard. It was her, Lucio. Can she come in? Matrina told her to come in, after which Lucio opened the door and said, she came to say goodbye. It was time for her to go. Matrina asked, is she leaving already? Let her stay at least for the night. Lucio replied, it's urgent, she needs to hurry. MC looked at her and asked, is she leaving? Wasn't she coming here? Lucio replied, but she said she needed to go to university. Hajin could get another order at any moment, so they needed to hurry. He thought, right, after all she'd said she needed to stop by the university first, not the village. Matrina said, well, it couldn't be helped. Then they'd finish what they hadn't said today next time. Hajin said, yes, that's what they would do. He rose from his chair and sighing said, I just thought I could take a break. Lucio replied, let him rest as much as he wants. Outsiders weren't allowed to just enter the university by the stream anyway. Even a hero or a god himself had to get permission from the rector in advance. Hajin wondered what kind of university this was that had such power. Lucio said, so Hajun, until Lucio returns, let him stay here. MC asked again, what? She wanted to leave him alone among these restless bandits? He imagined laughing nymphs and thought, no way. He'd rather take a walk somewhere and meditate. Lucio said, and one more thing, Hajun. If he has time left, could he do something? He turned around and looked at her questioningly, asking, what was she talking about? Lucio smiled, and after a while, a nymph's joyful cry was heard in the forest. Another walk. If it were possible to go outside the village every day, he would have no other desires. I wonder if they will be able to see the squirrel again today? MC shouted loudly. Them. Let them walk more quietly and slower. He thought, my God, where did they get so much energy? 4 days had already passed since he arrived at the village by the stream. While Lucio was gone, he stayed at the shelter, and all this time he was a nursemaid for these mad monsters. Orbis asked Hajun, why is he so sluggish? He heard that he is a great hero, but he looks like a complete weakling. MC asked, did he want to die? The girl asked again, die? What does that mean? He thought, Lucio, he's begging. Please let her come back faster. Orbis shouted, Hajun, Hajun, today they'll go even further. Virgo screamed, Orbis, shouldn't he call him Mr. Hajun? You need to be more polite. Orbis replied, but Lucio just says Hajun. Virgo replied, that's because Lucio is an elite nymph. MC sat down next to them and said, okay. They'll figure out the titles later. He suggested they decide on a location first. Orbis, does he have any ideas? He answered thoughtfully, come to think of it. He heard that there's a very beautiful flower field hidden somewhere near the village. Virgo screamed. She'd heard that story too. Phyllis said the headmistress told her that too. MC thought about it. A flower field? Right, Lucio had too, hadn't she? He remembered her asking Hajun, could he find one flower? This is a rare flower with yellow petals that blooms only at night. Lucio has been looking for it since she was a child, but she never found it. For some reason, she thinks he will definitely succeed. She begs him very much. Before leaving the village, Lucio asked to find at least one flower. MC said okay. He offered to bet who would find the rarest flower. Orbis said that if so, he would find a super rare flower. Virgo screamed, and she did too. She would not lose for anything. Phyllis moved forward and said, "They are leaving immediately." Hajin was just wondering when he would be able to find it. He would have to tire out the children and find the flower. It's automatic farming. After a while, when the sun was already setting, Orbis shouted, "Flower field, let it come out quickly." Virgo said upsetly, "You can't see anything because of the foliage." MC ran after them and said, "Guys, let them not fly too high. It's dangerous." Orbis turned around and said, "They got it." Hajin said, "The sun is already setting and that flower field is still not there." He thought maybe they should go back before it gets dark. His eyes widened in surprise when he finally saw a huge flower field in front of him. Orbis howled with joy, and Virgo said, "It is really very beautiful." Hajin went ahead and said, "So many flowers. This must be the one Lucio was looking for." MC looked around and said, "Okay, they will see. Not this one, and not this one. It is not in this part at all." Lucio said that this flower only blooms at night. Maybe it hasn't appeared yet because the sun hasn't completely set. Orbis ran up to him and shouted, "Hajin, Hajin, let him look. It's a 4-leaf clover." Virgo showed her flower and said she found such a huge flower. MC said, "Wow, they are great. By the way, have they by any chance seen a yellow flower that blooms at night?" He hesitated and said, "By the way, where is Phyllis?" They pointed towards the flowers and said, "Phyllis, she was just there, in the field." They quickly flew there and screamed, "She was gone. She was definitely there." Virgo screamed, "Phyllis, where is she?" MC thought horror. Because of the search for flowers that Lucio asked, he didn't keep an eye on Phyllis. There is a summer nearby and it is most likely full of dangerous wild animals. He ran ahead and asked the guys to wait here. He will quickly find her and come back. Orbis screamed, "No, he will go look too." Virgo flew after and said, "And she too." Hajin said, "Okay, but they both have to stay close to him. Do they understand?" They screamed. He can be sure of that. MC thought, are all nymphs as stubborn as Lucio? I just hope nothing happens. At that moment, at the university by the stream, a man asked, "What is wrong?" He is grading papers now, so let them come later. Lucio entered the office and said, "Professor, they haven't seen each other in a long time." The professor exclaimed joyfully, "Lucio, how long has it been since they've seen each other?" He thought that after Mr. Cupid chose her, they would never meet again. "Has she finally decided to enroll in graduate school?" Lucio asked again. "Is he kidding?" The professor said, "He's kidding. He's kidding." He'd already heard the rumors. They say she's been given the honor of accompanying the greatest hero. So what brought her here? Lucio answered, "She wants access to the academic archive." The professor asked again, "To the department archive? Have there really been gaps in her knowledge?" She, Lucio? She answered, "Yes. This time, even she can't find the answers. This is what the gods themselves have consigned to oblivion. She wants to study the records of the forbidden books." At that moment, MC ran through the forest and shouted, "Pellis!" Virgo asked, "Where is she? Let her answer." Suddenly, a loud scream was heard and MC said, "That sound?" Virgo pointed to the side and shouted, "In that direction, Hajun!" The huge bear swung his paw, and Pellis managed to dodge and begged for mercy. "She is not tasty." The bear roared loudly. "Nymphs are insanely delicious." Hajin pushed off the ground and rushed towards the creature that had already covered Pellis with its paw. She looked up in surprise and saw MC grabbing the bear and screaming, "What a strong back." Pellis screamed, "Master Hajin?" The bear screamed, "What's going on?" MC picked up the monster and screamed joyfully, "This is the perfect wild bear cub. May it fly happily ever after." What a way out for a mad bear. Hajin threw the bear and laughed slightly and said, "The flight is fine." He crouched down and asked, "Pellis, is she okay? Is she hurt?" She rushed to him and screamed. She was so scared. She thought Master Bear would eat her. Orbis screamed, "Amazing. Hajin, no, Master Hajin, he is very, very strong." Virgo said, "Could it be otherwise? It's not for nothing that Sister Lucio said he was a great hero, a hero of the highest rank accompanied by nymphs. Orbis wants to follow such a one." MC said, "So, he sent Mr. Bear far and for a long time. Now it's time for them to return to the village?" He froze and thought, "Isn't that a yellow flower?" He approached it and asked, "Is this the flower Lucio was talking about?" Pellis said, "It's the very one." Hajun asked again, "Does she know what this flower is?" Pellis answered, "It's a precious flower of the nymphs, which is said to bloom only on a special night. It's called Donkey's Nest." At this time, Lucio was sitting at the table at the academy and saying, "Too many books, in forgotten places in Greek mythology and the past of Olympus, which they wanted to erase, nothing unusual. But judging by the professor's reaction, there definitely must be something." Some time ago, the professor asked, "Forbidden books. Lucio, why would she need it anyway?" "Forbidden books are called forbidden for a reason. Doesn't she know that?" Lucio answered, "The earth divided into 7 parts, where blue tongues of flame flicker here and there." The professor covered her mouth with his hand and shouted, "Quiet! Where did she hear that?" He removed his hand and Lucio answered, "From Lord Atlas." The professor asked, "That titan who holds up the sky as punishment," Lucio answered. "Right. She had already encountered monsters jumping out of there 3 times. The professor asked again, "3 times? Really? And she was still alive?" "Well, yeah. Nothing surprising. After all, they heroically dealt with the Kraken." Lucio laughed and said, "That was easy. So what is this place?" The professor frowned and said, "She should find out for herself." He couldn't tell her that, even if he wanted to. She was currently collecting books in the library, and said it would be easier for both of them if he just told her everything. She had been doing this for several days and nights, but she still hadn't found anything. She urgently needs to find the necessary information to help Hajun. She accidentally knocked over a cabinet and it fell to the floor, pulling the rest of the cabinets with it. Lucio said, "The professor will kill her." Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise when she saw the book that was hidden under the cabinet. She picked it up and said, "This is the first time she sees this. What is this about? The 7 deadly sins? The earth divided into 7 parts, where blue tongues of flame flicker here and there." She finally found it. The book contains a description of the tentacles that Lucio had already encountered, as well as other terrible types of monsters. When Lucio reached the last page of the book, she couldn't take her eyes off one illustration signed with the title, "The 7 Deadly Sins." It depicted cursed creatures that were defeated by the combined efforts of gods from different myths. Lucio was able to discern the meaning behind it without any difficulty. She closed the book and said, "It can't be. If this is true, then why?" She screamed loudly, "Be that as it may, we must make sure of everything." Hajun. She realized that they had gotten themselves into something absurd. At this time, the nymphs returned to the orphanage and shouted joyfully, "The village. They finally made it." Virgo said she thought they would have to spend the night outside. MC said, "Pay attention. They will repeat what he told them on the way here. They need to keep all the bad things that happened today a secret." Pellis screamed. Orbis, Pellis, and Virgo were just having fun in the flower field. MC chuckled lightly and thought, what rascals they are, but they are already more willing to obey him. Matrina screamed. Orbis, Pellis, and Virgo. She ordered them to quickly wash their hands and feet. They rushed to her and shouted, "It's for her." Orbis brought a 4-leaf clover. "Mrs. Matrina is simply amazing. She takes care of these children every day." Matrina said, "Hajun, he worked hard today. Thanks to him, smiles have been constantly shining on the children's faces lately." MC said that he does this because he likes it. "Has Lucio returned yet?" Matrina turned around and said, "She is." MC looked ahead in surprise where Lucio was sitting near a tree and looking at the moon. After a while he screamed, "Lucio!" She turned around and said, "Hajun, he knows." She thought, how should she tell him about what she learned at the academy? MC grabbed her cheek and said, "What a bastard. Does she even know how he waited for her?" Lucio screamed and said, "Hajun, it hurts her. Let her go." Hajun said, "But there was no need to be absent for so long." He looked questioningly at the tombstone and asked, "Is this a grave?" Lucio answered, "It is the grave of Lucio's late mother." MC asked again, "What?" He asked for forgiveness. He is sorry. Lucio said, "Nothing. A lot of time has passed." Lucio said, "Besides, Lucio did not know her. She was a nymph, very famous in the sacred war. Thanks to her, Lord Zeus once stopped by their village. However, she was extremely frail. She heard that after the birth of Lucio, her health deteriorated greatly." Hajun thought, so this is what Lady Matrina was talking about. Lucio said that perhaps if she had not been born, the village would be in a much better situation now. Obviously, she would still be grateful to the gods for her mother's help. Sometimes she caught hateful glances from people she didn't even know. Because of this, for a time she even hated her mother, who died giving birth to her. Therefore, Lucio decided to become a nymph of the highest order, so famous that she could not be compared with others, and serve a truly great god. Whether in a ditch, or in a stream, or in a river, or in the endless sea, there will not be a single nymph who will not know the name Lucio. She has been pushing forward for the last 20 years to achieve her goals, to fulfill her mother's dreams, which she was unable to achieve, and to carry their memories through time. MC asked again if she needed to stay by his side with such a dream. He asked her. Lucio interrupted him and said, "It's not like that. It's precisely because of this dream that she wants to stay by Hajun's side." MC said slightly embarrassedly, "Lucio." She became embarrassed and waving her hands asked him not to misunderstand her. Instead of serving the already glorified gods, she wants to make a hero out of an ordinary person. MC thought, she's so unbearable. Why be embarrassed? He'll think it's ordinary affection. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a flower. He asked, "Here, isn't this what she asked me to find?" Lucio looked at it in surprise, then picked it up and said, "Hajun, this." He interrupted her and said he had a little more free time while taking care of the guys than he expected. He looked at Lucio and asked why she was standing. "Let her put the flower down quickly." He told her to look at this wilted flower. It was even somehow insulting. Lucio put the flower on the tombstone and thanked him. Hajun asked again, "For what?" He simply made a delivery. It's a common thing. By the way, why this particular flower? Because of its ability to bloom at night? Lucio replied, "No, there's just a legend about this flower." MC asked again, "A legend?" Lucio replied, "A long time ago, among the nymphs who loved the stars, there was a strange one who loved only the moon. She believed that if all the stars in the world disappeared, she would be able to see the moon every day. She angered Zeus and was punished by him. But later, Zeus realized that he had been too cruel and embodied her soul in an evening primrose flower." Lucio fell silent, then waved her hands and said, "Well, these are just Mom's favorite flowers." Hajun asked again, "What?" "Boredom." Lucio smiled and said, "And she also likes its meaning in the language of flowers." "Okay, they have to go. Time to rest." MC asked again, "What? So what's the meaning?" Lucio replied, "She doesn't remember." MC asked again, "What?" Hajun screamed, "She's annoying him." "What's the problem with saying that?" Lucio replied, "If he's interested, let him find out for himself." Sometime later, MC was eating pizza in the apartment and said, "It tastes perfect." Sweet, salty, fatty, and stretchy, Lucio screamed. She agrees. Compared to this, the nymph's food is completely tasteless. A peaceful evening after Lucio finished her business, and they returned home safely. MC took another bite of pizza and said with tears in his eyes, yummy. In the village, they only ate grass and fish that didn't have a gram of salt. He thought he was going to die, eating only this for 4 whole days. Lucio smiled and said, Hajun, pizza with fruit is simply something. The combination of fatty cheese and fresh fruit, it turns out, is so delicious. MC said, it's called Hawaiian pizza. It can be called a revolution in the pizza world, although many consider it rather a decline. Lucio screamed, from now on, this is Lucio's favorite food. Hajin said, 2 pieces at a time, that's cheating. After a while, MC sipped his soda and asked, to put it simply, the 7 deadly sins want to destroy the world, right? Lucio screamed, exactly. All this time, their enemies were the 7 deadly sins. The 7 deadly sins are a condensation of the most terrible vices: pride, envy, anger, lust, gluttony, and laziness. One day, the constellations combined their powers and created the earth, divided into 7 parts, where blue tongues of flame flicker here and there. In other words, they managed to lock the 7 sins in hell. Whether this was all true is irrelevant. What matters is that they began to appear one after another. Fortunately, it seems that only weak tentacles can appear outside at the moment. But time is running out, and stronger monsters may well appear soon. MC stopped her and said, but tentacles are supposed to be someone's limbs. Lucio said, well, that's exactly what the book says. Of course, considering that in the place where Hercules was, they were scattered everywhere, it doesn't seem that far-fetched. MC asked, what about the gods? If such strong men started acting, why are the gods just ignoring it? Lucio replied that she didn't understand either. Based on what Hephaestus said last time, the gods should take responsibility for this. Besides, unlike them, they at least know the place where everything is happening. Hajin replied, that's not bad, but since it's the gods' responsibility. Suddenly, Aaron appeared in front of him and asked, the gods responsible? What is he talking about? MC got scared and screamed loudly, falling off his chair. Aaron asked, what is he so scared of? Hajin pointed his finger at her and asked, Aaron? How long has she been here? No, wait, how did she even get here? This is his house. Aaron took a slice of pizza and replied, Lucio invited her. Lucio said, she invited her to try the pizza. MC asked discontentedly, who gave her permission? He didn't hear the door creak. How did she even get in? Aaron said, it's delicious. Hajin exhaled and sat back in his chair. He asked what her business was with him. She clearly was here not just for pizza. Aaron said, Jamsel, aquarium. She will reward them. MC asked again, what? Aaron said, he defeated the gate. Of course, he is entitled to a reward. Hajin thought, the Eternity Guild, like last time, clearly resolves all issues related to money. Well, it is not for nothing that it is the #1 guild in the country. MC said, well, he is not the type of person who refuses money that comes into his hands. He thanks. Aaron said, and something else. MC looked at her questioningly, and she turned around and coming closer, asked him to teach her how to fight. She wants to become as strong as he is. MC smiled and asked again. He pushed her out of the apartment and said, he does not want to. Aaron sat on the floor. This is too much. After some time, Hajun stuck a notice on the door and said done. The note had a warning written on it. Merchants and religious figures are not allowed in. Do not ask for fighting lessons. And if anyone violates the above rules, they will report them to the police. MC said, he thinks that's enough. 4 days have passed since his meeting with Aaron, where he refused her request. Since then, she has been stalking him, repeating the same thing. Hajin said, it will be bad if the famous huntress ends up in the police station as a stalker. Well, now she definitely has to stop. Lucio opened the door a crack and asked Hajin, why did he get up so early? MC said, she woke up. Let her go and take a look. Lucio read warning. Is it because of that woman next door? Hajin answered, yes. Who's doing well? He's doing well. Lucio tore the note off the door and screamed, instead of wasting time on nonsense, he should have made her breakfast. MC screamed, no. Lucio asked why there was anything about merchants and religious figures written there at all. MC replied, there was just a lot of empty space on the sheet. Lucio chased him into the apartment and said, okay, let him go home already. Stop causing trouble here. Hajin sighed and said, and he tried so hard. Lucio turned around and took out a coupon. Some time ago, Aaron said she would give her a meal coupon, and she was supposed to help her. Lucio just shouted happily in response. Now Aaron gave her a thumbs up and said, great, this is the killer's principle of creating a traitor. After a while, Lucio came out with the soup and said, ready. MC looked at it and said, it turned out pretty good for a first time. He even thought for a second that it was hung in ramen. It's ramen that is sold in vending machines along the Han River and is also cooked there. Lucio said, well, of course, it was made by a high-ranking nymph. Hajin blew on the noodles and said, cool, well, enjoy your meal. The ramen someone made for him was amazing. The noodles were firm and the broth was fragrant. Wow, ramen. Wait, this isn't the same ramen they usually eat with Lucio. Lucio started waving her arms and screamed, Hajin, why is this so spicy? Yeah, this ramen is too spicy for kids. MC poured some milk into a glass and said, stupid, you should have made the mild ramen they usually eat. Lucio replied, yeah, I'm so tired of this. He handed her the glass and told her to drink it. Lucio sighed and thanked thanked him. Hajun thought he'd have to go to the store and buy some ramen that would suit Lucio. He continued eating and Lucio said, Hajun, she noticed something interesting. He looked at her questioningly and she said, if you mix ramen with milk, it loses all its spiciness. Isn't Lucio a genius? MC smiled and said, well yeah, milk ramen. Lucio asked, what, so she didn't invent it? Hajun asked again, did she? He laughed and said, yeah, it's a 100-year-old secret. If you mix it with milk, the spiciness goes away, and the next day, even your face doesn't swell. He ate that as a kid too, when it was too spicy. Lucio poured out the milk and said, then she'll pour milk in his bowl. MC screamed, he hasn't eaten like that for a long time. He hit her on the head and told her to respect other people's tastes. She ruined all the ramen with milk. Lucio replied, she'll eat it all, so you shouldn't worry. MC asked, did she do it on purpose? Suddenly, a notification came on his phone. Delivery. Order. MC looked at the screen and thought, Hephaestus order? Work for a few days. If everything was as usual, he would have accepted the order without hesitation. But now everything is different. In the near future, they will encounter creatures called the 7 deadly sins, which Lucio told him about, more often than they would like, and they can't just sit idly by, because something similar to what happened in Atlantis might happen. After all, they are trying to get to the place where they live. Lucio asked, Hajun, what will they do? She looked at him questioningly, and he quickly clicked the accept button. He asked, is there a choice? You can't keep the client waiting. The delivery man of the gods is ready for work. The human world, Midgard, is a small port town located on the coast. The man ordered everyone to run. There is a monster. He ordered them to run from the village, run as far as possible. The girl looked out of the house and asked, what's all the commotion? The man asked again, a monster? What kind of nonsense are they talking about? They, idiots, enjoy waking up the whole village? What kind of monster? There aren't even rabbits here. The man ran past him and shouted, run, you have to run, before it comes here. Hurry. The man asked, what's wrong with them? The girl asked, if she's not mistaken, it's Dwish and Shrell, right? The man screamed, terrible idiots. Let him just show them to him tomorrow. Guy spread his arms in different directions and said, okay, they're going their separate ways. Everyone has a lot to do tomorrow. The moon began to be covered with dark manna, and the man looked at it puzzledly and said, it suddenly got dark. The guy said, right, it's strange somehow. The girl pulled the man up and said, Dad, the stars are gone. He asked, what is this? The people asked in fear, how is this possible? The sky is completely black. A huge shadow covered Midgard. That's how the disaster began. A huge eye looked at the frightened people who were trying to run away. At that moment, MC arrived at the Hephaestus forge and said, he hasn't been here for a long time. Lucio looked at him and said, Hajun, she'd already told him, but she'd repeat herself. There's no point in mentioning the 7 deadly sins again. He'd probably be angry if he found out they knew about the taboo topic. MC replied, okay, he'll take it into account. Mr. Hephaestus was nowhere to be seen again. Lucio said he'd probably gone away. Hajun said, well, they'd go and wait for him inside. Suddenly, a girl's voice rang out. They hadn't seen each other in a while. Lee Hajun. MC turned around and thought, that voice. Freya smiled and said, it was she who called him today. She's counting on him, the divine hero. MC wondered, Freya? She's the goddess of fertility. He asked, did she summon him? But Lord Hephaestus was listed as the customer. Freya said she thought it would be most convenient to meet here, so she asked Lord Hephaestus to make the order. MC replied, I see. And did Lord Hephaestus himself go somewhere? Freya replied, no, he's late, probably because of his own business. By the way, she walked closer to Hajun and said, she'd heard rumors of his exploits. MC asked again, him? Freya said he captured the infamous Red Dragon and Minotaur, and recently even defeated the Kraken that appeared in Atlantis, right? There isn't a single god in Northern Europe who doesn't know Hajun. MC laughed slightly and said, well, what's the matter? She's flattering him. He won't lower the price even if she praises him so much. Freya said, but it's not flattery. He thought, why is she so pushy? Last time she was furious when he just touched her shoulder. Does she have a split personality or something? MC asked. Maybe they should talk about the delivery? Isn't it urgent? He better quickly take work and get out of here before they blow themselves up on a powder keg. Freya hugged his arm and said, come on. What's he in such a hurry? Well, the story will be long, so they can talk over a cup of tea. MC frowned and said, but, she interrupted him and said, if he doesn't like this option, then they can drink something stronger. Or is this too reckless? Hephaestus appeared behind her and asked, there's no time for this, is there? Freya turned around and shouted, Hephaestus, why is he here? He replied that those should have been his words. Didn't she suggest meeting on Olympus? He was tired of waiting, so he came. She clicked her tongue loudly and spoke nervously, so he should have waited longer. Hephaestus said he could hear everything. He would explain briefly since the matter could be much more urgent than all the previous ones. MC thought that, apparently, he would have a hard time. Freya said she would tell. We are talking about Northern Europe anyway. Lately, there have been more and more cases of cities disappearing in Midgard, especially those located along the coast. MC asked again, in Midgard? Lucio answered, that is the human world from Scandinavian mythology. Something like the island of Crete, where they defeated the Minotaur. Hajun asked, and every night, one after another, cities disappear there? Nothing good awaits them. Freya folded her arms across her chest and said that, according to the fishermen who observed the events, the sky and sea were completely blocked by an unknown monster, after which, everything happened. MC asked, so they're asking him to kill this monster? Freya replied, of course not. It would be shameless to ask him that. Hen asked, then what does he want him to do? Freya replied, scout out. He should go to Midgard immediately and find whoever is spreading this rumor and getting rid of cities. The system window reported that incredible rumors are being spread to Midgard. Let him find out who is responsible. Mission time: 168 hours. If he fails the mission or refuses, divine punishment awaits him. The reward for delivery is 3 million points. MC's eyes widened in surprise and he thought, 3 million? After a while, his scooter was moving quickly across the sky, and the system window reported that the destination was 1 kilometer away. Let him go straight ahead. He would reach his destination very soon. MC laughed out loud and asked, really, 3 million for the job? This is the highest reward ever. Lucio said, Hajin, she doesn't think he should be so happy. Whether it's reconnaissance or research, you still always have to fight monsters, don't you? This time, they'll probably just encounter a monster of a level befitting the 7 million payment. He froze and thought, a nightmare, and he hadn't thought of that. Hajun turned around and asked, Lucio, does she have any idea about the source of the rumors? Lucio answered, yes, but she has some doubts. Jormungandr, MC asked again. What? It looks like some kind of magic spell. Lucio answered. The so-called world serpent, the son of Loki, the god of mischief. It is a giant monster with poison capable of killing even a god. MC asked again, what? But what's the point of it attacking people? They are from the same mythology. Lucio said, that's why she doubts. And let him not forget about those tentacles of the 7 deadly sins they encountered earlier, which were probably under someone's control. MC thought, right, he completely forgot about those creatures. It's not surprising if they're behind this. The system window reported that he had arrived at the destination. Hajin stopped in front of the rainbow path and said, amazing. He was surprised when she said to go across the rainbow bridge, but it really was a rainbow bridge. Lucio flew down, and MC told her to keep in mind that if she fell from here, she would instantly die. Lucio screamed, she has wings, so everything is fine. MC chuckled and said, right. He looked around thoughtfully and asked, why is there no one? Lucio asked Hajin, are they sure they're there? MC replied, the navigator says yes. He met people connected with the case along the way. Maybe they're too early? The sound of hooves and a voice came from behind him. It was them. MC turned around, and the man said, that shameless bandit who enters other people's territory without permission and steals others' work? Hajin frowned and wondered if this was too bold a speech for a first meeting. Lucio screamed in fear. Mom, Hajin, let him look. It's Sleipnir. MC said, yeah, but his horse is cooler. Lucio screamed. He doesn't understand. So it's Mr. Odin. MC covered her mouth and asked, what did he call him? What did he mumble? He got angry and said, Lady Freya asked them to find out something. They just want to get their money by fulfilling her request and go to Helheim once. Alberto frowned and asked, so he's not that bandit? Lucio screamed, that's right. Hajin is not a bandit. He's a delivery man. MC said, that's exactly it. Let him look. Does he see a scooter? Let him look at these graceful forms. This is much cooler than his weird horse. Alberto thought. He promised that he would scare him to death if he met him one day. He grabbed his helmet and laughed really loudly. He thought, but he turned out to be ordinary low-grade trash, who is simply not worth it. MC asked, what is he? Lucio answered, it seems like he is not right in the head. A voice was heard behind them, surprising. Is this the work of that idiot Hermes? MC asked, what? Who is he? The man laughed and asked, him? He is an ordinary gatekeeper. If you think about it, he looks very suspicious. Lucio said, in Northern European mythology, Caduceus, is that really him? Lord Heimdall? The man asked, wow, so she knows him? Heimdall, he is the keeper of Bifrost, the rainbow bridge that connects Asgard and Midgard. The master of the Gjallarhorn, the horn that announces the beginning of the final war, Ragnarok. He was one of the revered gods in Northern European mythology.